Oval began under soft light and thunderous expectation, but ended with a crackling roar as India stormed into pole position, pushing England to the brink of defeat and drawing the series tantalizingly close. It was a day of surging highs and sinking lows, and in the middle of it stood a young man with a steely gaze and a willow that whispered legacy, Yashasvi. Jaiswal, the rising star of Indian cricket, crafted a masterpiece, sculpting his sixth Test century with poise, precision, and punches through the offside that echoed through South London. His 118 was not just a number, it was a declaration. He bookended a magical English tour with twin hundreds and dropped the mic on oval turf. Yet, the most captivating subplot belonged to Akash Dipindia's stand-in night watcher turned morning marauder. He arrived with duty, stayed for glory. In his second professional 50, he thumped his chest, punched the air, and pummeled England's confidence into the oval outfield. What was meant to be survival turned into a statement-a 107-run stand with Jaiswal that wore down England's weary bowlers and scarred their already frayed fielding psyche. As England's catching melted under pressure, 6 chances shelled India capitalized. It wasn't a collapse, it was a crescendo. Shubman Gill, who already scripted a series for the ages with 754 runs, fell first ball after lunch. His farewell knock was low on runs but high on impact, the sound of his front-foot mastery still fresh in oval memory. Karun Nair reprieved once, failed to hold on much longer. But India's innings was building something far greater than an individual knock, it was building momentum. Then came the final flourish. Washington Sundar, usually calm and understated, turned swashbuckler. He swung like a man with nothing to lose and everything to say. In just 39 balls, he crashed his way to 53, launching for sixes and snatching 39 rapid runs with last man proceed, Krishna. When he finally perished, miscued to mid-wicket, England were left chasing ghosts in a massive 374-run target. India's total, 396. More than runs it was a mountain of belief. And then came the final drama of the day. England's openers, Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett, strode out with bravado, determined to lay the foundation of another historic chase. For a while, they succeeded. Duckett looked breezy, Crawley firm, but Mohammad Siraj had one trick left. With the final ball of the day, he disguised his intentions, pushed Jaiswal deep to bluff, then unleashed a searing yorker that sent Crawley's stumps cartwheeling. It was not just a wicket hit, it was a gut punch, a thunderclap that shattered England's day. Siraj, who has carried the burden of India's fast bowling in Bumrah's absence, delivered the moment of the match when the moment demanded a hero. The scorecard story. India 224 and 396 England. It's 147 and 50 over 1. Need 324 more. Match poised. Tension coiled. 8 wickets for India to square the series. A marathon chase for England, without Stokes or Wokes. What lies ahead? Day 4 will not just be a battle of bat and ball. It will be a test of soul. For England, the dreams of a comeback series win hang by a thread. For India, redemption awaits after heartbreak in Manchester and adversity in leadership. Gill's captaincy, Jaiswal's magic, Siraj's fire, Washington's grit. This is more than a team. It is a statement of intent. At the Oval, on a day where heroes stood tall and hopes soared higher, India didn't just dominate. They danced with destiny.
Day 3 preview, India's fight-back mission at Old Trafford. As the sun rises over Manchester, India enters Day 3 on the back foot, trailing by 133 runs with England already at 225 for 2. The momentum has firmly shifted to the home side, but all is far from lost. The visitors must summon their tactical depth, resilience, and collective skill if they are to claw their way back into the contest and keep the Anderson Ndolka Trophy alive. The morning session will be crucial, perhaps the most pivotal stretch of the match. England's middle order is loaded with stroke makers, but the Duke's ball is still relatively fresh. India must begin the day with a laser-focused spell of tight, disciplined bowling, attacking the top of off-stump with a full length to exploit seam movement and bounce. Jasprit Boomer will be key here. He must lead with aggression, but also patience. The early wicket of Ollie Pope, still shaky at the crease, could open the door for a flurry. Mohamed Sirab and Dymentionz uncontrolled combos must forget the erratic spells of day two and recalibrate their lines. Yesterday, too many balls drifted onto the pads or set up nicely outside off. Today, there can be no freebies. They must bowl as if defending 150, not 358. Ravindra Jadeja will also be vital. The Old Trafford surface is beginning to show signs of slow turn, and if England is allowed to stretch their innings into the evening, his left-arm spin will have to both contain and strike. A wicket or two in the first hour, and suddenly the tide could turn. But beyond wickets, India must remember the value of pressure. Dot balls, restrictive fields. No overthrows or casual singles. No overcompensation in trying too hard. The bowlers and fielders must hunt in a pack. England scored at over 5 and over on day, a luxury that cannot be afforded again. Then comes India's second innings, whether today or tomorrow. With Pan injured and England ahead, it is likely India will be under score pressure. This time, the batters must not merely look to survive, they must bat with intent, turn the strike over, and find ways to disrupt England's control. The middle order, Gill, Pant, Sundar, must show maturity and clarity in plans. It's a tall task. But Test cricket thrives on reversals, and India, with their backs against the wall, have been known to fight their fiercest battles in foreign lands. Think Melbourne 2020 or Johannesburg 2018. This could yet be another memorable comeback, but only if they tighten up the basics and bring their best collective self to the pitch today. If Day 2 was about England's statement, Day 3 must be India's response.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
IPL 2025 Eliminator. No second chances. Titans versus Indians. The stakes are sky-high as Titans, and Indians lock horns in the IPL 2025 Eliminator. Both sides have journeyed through a grueling season, finishing third and fourth respectively. But now, there's no safety net. One team marches closer to the trophy, the other waves goodbye to their campaign. Titans, the big blow. GT's season has been marked by top-heavy brilliance. With Gill, Butler, and leading from the front, their batting order often did need a plan B. But now that safety net is gone. Butler has left for national duty, and while Mendes steps in, he lacks IPL experience and form. His inclusion is a roll of the dice in a must-win clash. Their bowling, once their crown jewel, is now their concern. Is enduring his worst IPL season with just 9 wickets in 14 matches and a bruising economy nearing 10. At a dip in form, and GT's once invincible armor suddenly shows cracks. Yet, don't count them out. They've beaten twice already this season. Rutherford and Tavasha have been under pressure before. And with Gill and sublime touch, the Titans still pack a punch. Indians, star power and stumbling blocks. Indians are star-studded, but not flawless. Has led the charge with over 600 runs, but the next best is far behind. With Rakultan and Jacks gone, the entry of Johnny Bairstow is timely. Fresh of twin red ball 50s for Yorkshire, Bairstow's big match temperament could be crucial. Their edge, however, lies in the bowling. Even after missing 4 games, has produced his best IPL numbers yet. 17 wickets at a ridiculous economy of 6.33. Trent Bolt, Santner, and Roundoff, an attack that thrives under pressure. But have a stat problem. They haven't beaten any of the other 3 playoff sides this season. That's the narrative they'll want to flip tonight. Player spotlight. Shubman Gill, calm, composed, and clinical. He's been GT's heartbeat. The death over demon. Mies matchwinner in chief. Needs a resurrection on the big stage. Bairstow the wild card. Can he ignite fireworks? Key matchups and stats. Versus Gill? Gill has fallen 2-4 times in 23 balls. Versus Sky? Hasn't dismissed in T20s, but has conceded 117 runs in 77 balls. Santner versus Mendes? 4 dismissals in 1939 balls. Santner has had Mendes' number. Versus 0 runs, 2 dismissals in 7 balls. Conditions and pitch report. The new surface is unpredictable. It's seen chases of 111 defended and totals of 201 lost. Expect help for seamers early and some turn as the game progresses. Batting first could be tricky, but chasing under pressure isn't easier. No rain threat, but a cloudy sky may favor the quicks. Final word. This eliminator is more than just a match. It's a litmus test of composure, adaptability, and squad depth. Can the Titans find new heroes in Butler's absence? Will Mies' bowling brilliance overcome their inconsistency? Both teams carry questions, but only one will walk into qualifier 2. The other? Time to pack up. Power passed GT in high-octane eliminator to reach qualifier 2. Indians stormed into qualifier 2 of IPL 2025 with a powerful all-round performance, eliminating Titans by 20 runs in a rain-free, big-hitting contest at noon. The match was defined by Soul Group bat, steady bowling, and surgical precision, which ultimately
Every
proved to
swing of
steep
hope we
mountain
chase, victory shines on every
redemption,
face.
Bairstow's
Shall our
band,
India
A Mile Lay Down,
rising high
came
underneath
into
the
this
painted
game with
sky?
scores that had
With every
undergone
chant the spirit soared,
when it mattered most, the
creating
veteran
hearts
opener stepped
forevermore.
out with a gritty 81 of 50.
Spinning dreams like
Boundaries
stars at
coming from
night,
sweeps,
swinging
slumps,
beams, pure
sheer timing,
dynamite.
anchored knees
Feel the
spinning
blazing
even as others
glory's
teed off
flame.
around.
Every play, not
Johnny
named.
Bairstow, making his return in place of the
Every
departed
crowd,
Galton, wasted no
voice
time
strong and
reminding the
spirits
IPL
proud.
of his firepower.
Together we
22
ignite
ball
the
47
spark,
ignited
guided
the
by that inner
particularly with a
India
savage 26
rising
runs.
high underneath
That
the painted
broke the
sky.
shackles
With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore.
The difference between the two sides wasn't just the runs, it was how they played. My batters struck 17 sixes, nearly double GTs, tally of 8, and each added their own fireworks, with safe final over sixes of
Voices
wits
strong and spirits proud.
and monstrous
Together we
228
ignite the
by
spark,
second highest
guided
total
by
ever
that
in
inner
IPL
arc. Shall our India
innings, not the
rising
fastest,
high
set up the
underneath
platform
the
with
painted
master
sky?
proud basin,
With every chant the spirit soar,
hitting depth stretched right
creating
down to
hearts
number 7.
forevermore.
Luxury not many sides can match. Strikes when it matters most. On a pitch where he gradually tipped the balance in favor of the chaser, rose above the conditions. His incredible leg stump Yorker to dismiss Washington, who was threatening to pull up the unthinkable with a blazing 48 of 25. His atonement defined him. That delivery didn't just have a strong partnership with it shattered followed that up with a wide 18 leaving GT with too much to
Every
do.
swing of hope
As 1
we
to
chase,
27
victory
doesn't
shines
capture
on
the
every
full impact
face.
of the
Shall our India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirit soars,
continued his
creating
phenomenal
hearts
season
forevermore.
valiant 80 of 49 balls, once again showing why he is one of India's
Spinning
brightest
dreams
young
like stars at
batting
night,
force. He
swinging
held
beams
the
through
GT chase
dynamite.
together from
Feel
the
the
early
blazing
late
glory's
collapse,
flame.
batting
Every
with
play
grace,
another name.
purpose,
Unity in every crowd.
but with wickets
Voices
falling
strong
in
and
the other
spirits
end.
proud.
No
Together
Butler
we
failed to
ignite
share
the
the
spark,
wit.
guided
Always
by that
been
inner arch of our India rising high
IPL depth
underneath the painted sky.
glimpses
With
of
every
brilliance
chant
with
the
20 of
spirit
9.
soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Washington's Scannell injected belief into the GT. The lack of finishing fire
Spinning dreams like
GT's
stars
missed
at night,
opportunities and
swinging beams through
strategic shortcomings.
dynamite. Feel the blazing
While
glory's
GT didn't
flame.
fall
Every play
disastrously,
another name.
their early dropped capture
Unity in
Two
every
lives, too,
crowd.
came
Voices
back to
strong
haunt
and
them.
spirits proud.
capitalized.
Together
5 reasons why India won the Asia Cup 2025, a champion's blueprint. India are Asia Cup champions for the 9th time, and the script felt inevitable, even though Pakistan threatened to flip it on its head. When India were reeling at 20 for 3 in the final, doubts crept in. But by the end of the night, Tilak Verma's calm half-century and Rinku Singh's finishing touches sealed the chase. The truth is, India didn't just win one match. They won a tournament that reaffirmed why they're not only the kings of Asia, but also the reigning world T20 champions. Here are 5 compelling reasons why India stood head and shoulders above the rest. 1. Great batting depth, from turbo starts to ice school finishes. India's batting lineup remains the envy of world cricket. Abhishek Sharma lit up the tournament with blistering starts, Shubman Gill anchored with maturity, while Tilak Verma showcased nerves of steel in the final. Even when Surya Kumar Yadav misfired with the bat by his lofty standards, India's depth ensured resilience. Sanju Samson's elegance, Shiranju's power hitting, and Rinku Singh's late-overs fireworks meant India always had someone ready to shoulder responsibility. This is not just about star power, it's about batting clarity and roles. Openers attack, middle order stabilizes, finishers finish. Simple, clear, ruthless. 2. Bowling variety, the best spin-pace combo in world cricket. If Asia Cup 2025 will be remembered for Tilak's knock, it must also be remembered for the spinner's chokehold. Kudapiato spun a web with his 4 for 30 in the final, ably supported by Varun Chakravarti's mystery and Akshar Patel's economy. When the ball gripped, India's spinners didn't just contain, they destroyed. Add Jasper Bumree's death bowling precision, Shivan Jube's new ball experiment, and India's ever-improving pace battery, and you have the most complete bowling unit in world T20 cricket. West Indies invented flair, Pakistan home pace, Sri Lanka bred mystery spin, India now own all 3. 3. Fearless approach that brings confidence. Surya Kumar Yadav summed it up perfectly. I am not out of form. I am out of runs. This fearlessness trickles down. Players are not judged by failures, but by intent. This approach breeds confidence. Abhishek Sharma didn't fear Shaheen Afridi's swing. Rinku Singh didn't fear Harris Roos' pace. Tilak Gamal didn't fear the scoreboard pressure in the final. Fearless cricket turns tight moments into defining moments, and India kept seizing them. 4. Abundance of talent, a conveyor belt no other nation can match. What do you do when SKY has a bad tournament? When Hardik Pandya is injured? When seniors are rested? You win the Asia Cup anyway. India's bench is a luxury most teams dream of. IPL graduates slot seamlessly into the national side. Abhishek, Tilak, Rinku, Jube, all holding the cauldron of the IPL, now deliver on the world stage. The sheer abundance of talent means India's second 11 could probably make a semi-final in a global tournament. This is why India keep churning out stars who embrace the big stage as if it's home, because for them, it is. 5. The IPL effect. Cricket's ultimate finishing school. It is impossible to talk about India's dominance without talking about the Indian Premier League. Every crunch moment India thrived in during this Asia Cup, be it Tilak's composure, Rinku's fearless stroke play, or Kuldeep's tactical nous, had its roots in the high-pressure, gladiatorial cauldron of IPL cricket. The IPL isn't just about power hitting and glamour. It's about impact, adaptability, and learning under fire. Facing Shaheen, Rashid, Stark, or Naren in April translates into fearlessness against him in September. The IPL has become the ultimate finishing school, and it shows. Conclusions, gold standard of world cricket. The Asia Cup 2025 wasn't just another trophy for India. It was a statement. We are not just Asia's best. We are the world's benchmark. Their batting lineup runs deeper than the Mariana Trench. Their bowling attack combines guile, pace, and spin in a way no one else can. Their mindset is unshakable. Even in chaos, they thrive. Their talent pool is limitless and their pipeline unmatched. Their IPL ensures that every youngster arrives battle-ready. This is why India are not just Asia Cup winners. They are world champions in every sense of the word, with a swagger, depth, and dominance that no other cricketing nation can currently replicate. India to chase. Tilak's ice, Kuldeep squeeze, 9th Asia Cup secured. India 154-5, Tilak 69 not out, Jube 33. Beat Pakistan 146, Farhan 57, Faxar 46. Kuldeep 4-4-30 by 5 wickets. Dubai, Asia Cup 2020 final. The game clean and simple. A final that looked set to be a procession became a street fight. Pakistan rocketed to 107 for 1 with Farhan and Vinay are in full flow, then lost 9 for 39 as India's spinners took control. Chasing 147, India crashed at 24-3 before Tilak Varma 69 off 53 and Shivam Jube 33 off 22 absorbed the heat and finished with authority. Rinku's lofted 4 sealed India's 9th Asia Cup. How Pakistan went from dominance to 146 all-out. Farhan Fechur is the new ball. Pakistan's selection bet, pace up top without Babar Rezwan, looked vindicated. Farhan 57 hard hands, strong wrists, 3 sixes attack length, and pace on. Fakir 46 picked gaps, punish anything into the pitch. They targeted 2 deep early, 23 off his first 2 overs, reaching 100 in the 11th and 107 for 1 with 44 balls left. India flipped the script. Suryakumar Yadav staggered the spin sequence, aimed for wickets, not containment. Varun Chakravarti struck twice, removing Farhan and Faisal, both miscues bowling a pace-off and length shifts out of slog range. Akshar Patel, 2-for-26, worked stump to stump, skidding balls that killed the sweep and the pickup. Kuldeep Yadav returned like a closer, 3 in 1 over, including Ayub and Fahim, then Shaheen LBW. His pace variation, quicker stock ball, slow ripping leg break, made hit-or-miss batting turn into pure miss-hit. From 107 for 115 left to 146 all out, 5 balls unused, was about 2 things. Pakistan pre-committing to cross-bat swings on a holding surface, and India's spin trio nailing lengths that forced toe ends and top edges. Boomerang's late cameos, 2 wickets, tied it up, but the damage was spinnelled. India's chase, panic, then poise. Shock start. Pakistan came hard and smart. Fahim Ashraf owned the cutters. Abish had fetched one to mid-on, later trapped Gill after deceiving him for pace and elevation. Shaheen was all disciplined. Heavy back-of-a length bit of shape, drew SKY into a check drive that Salman juggled and held. At 24-3, with the noise down and the rate creeping, Pakistan had the final where they wanted it. The rebuild, Tilak Verma plus Sanju Samson, 57 off 55, changed the temperature, not the scoreboard, initially. They refused to bow out bid shot, bled singles into leg side pockets, and forced Pakistan to keep fields in. Samson's 6 off Aryab nudged momentum. Ebros Ghuli then beat him, 24 off 21, and he asked Reeswell to 69 off 42. The innings needed a gear change without risk. The surge. Enter Shivam Jube. India targeted the exact phase Pakistan had lost, the seam overs around death set. 14th over, Ralph across Tiluk. Ralph missed a couple of Yorkers. Tiluk hammered the Misla. Jube drove on the up. That 17-run over was the hinge. 15th, a Brow. Jube's long lever 6 over mid-wicket plus rotation kept India ahead of par. Need 47 off 30 dropped to 36 off 24 by 16. 17th, Ralph, despite a wild wide and a missed run-up, Ralph clawed back until he missed length again. Jude cashed a full 2 for 6, 30 off 18 when T.O. 17 off 12. 18th, Fahim, terrific over with clever pace-off. He even removed Jude Raff's last ball to keep it alive, 10 needed off 6. The finish, 19th, Ralph versus Tilak. Pakistan, slow over 8 cost him a boundary rider. Tilak exploited like a veteran. 19.1, scuffed 2-0 to bowler, smart scramble. 19.2, read the slower bouncer, launched it over deep square. 19.3, hard single to tie. 19.4, Rinku ended it, lofting straight. Calm, chaos. Why India won beyond big moments. Leg control on a tacky pitch. India's spinners bowled into the surface, not at it. Turn wasn't vicious, hold and drop were. That punished premeditated slogs. Phased batting plan. After 24-3, India accepted a few quiet overs to line up specific bowlers later. Rules 14th, Abbas 15th. They didn't chase the game, they scheduled it. World clarity. Called deep as enforcer after Rune's incision. Axar for repeatability. Bumrah for ends. With the bat, Tilak as anchor accelerator. Jube as matchup destroyer versus pace on. Pakistan sequencing error. Breaking the Abral squeeze to bring Ralph in for 14 backfired. With the surface gripping, another over of spin there might have preserved control. Heroes and hard truths. Tiluk Vemal never frantic, always aligned. Picked his matchup, trusted his sweep for his wider lines, finished like a pro. Kuldeep Yadav for 430. Took early punishment, recalibrated pace and seam, then wrecked the chase's back end. Varun Chakravarti, 2-4-30, and Akshar Patel, 2-4-26, set the trap. Wickets created the runway for Kuldeep's burst. Fahim Ashraf, 3429, outstanding with the new ball and at the death, deserved better support. Harris Ralph, 0450 and 3.4 overs. 2 or 3 missed executions in a 150 chases terminal. India were primed for exactly those. The arc of a champion. India didn't produce a flawless final, they produced a resilient one. Down 24-3 in a chase on a 2-pace deck, they trusted systems, data-led matchups, spin depth, and calm finishing. That's why they're champions again. 9 Asia Cup, undefeated tournament, and a 10-plated travels, control the middle with spin, finish with information, not adrenaline. Can India be beaten? Not likely by any team in Asia right now. This is the result of hard work, the best league, with the IPL forming the best foundation for the national side. Long live Team India. Congratulations.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Here are 5 compelling reasons why India could win the second test at Edgbaston. 1. Tactical selection shakeup. India are likely to correct their Headingley misstep by including Kuldeep Yadav, or second spinner. Kuldeep's wrist spin could rattle England's aggressive batters on a potentially dry surface, especially if the pitch wears. India may finally balance attack with containment, something they lacked in the series opener. 2. Rishabh Pant factor. Pant loves playing in England, particularly at Edgbaston, where he scored a blazing 146 in 2022. He's returning to form, striking the ball sweetly, and remains India's most dangerous middle-order wild card. A classic Pant counterattack could flip the script in a session. 3. Jadeja's all-round edge. Ravindra Jadeja is quietly becoming India's most consistent all-format performer. He's a wicket-to-wicket menace with the ball and provides grit and stability with the bat. His ability to control one end allows others to attack a crucial asset in English conditions. 4. Bumrah, or no Bumrah, Siraj still burns. Even if Bumrah is rested, Mohammad Siraj remains a potent threat. His energy, seam movement, and bounce can trouble England's top order, especially Duckett and Crawley, who are prone to loose strokes early. If Akashdeep or Arshdeep join him, expect relentless pressure from ball 1. 5. India's record after a wake-up call. Historically, when cornered after a bad loss, India bounces back ferociously. From the 2020 Melbourne turnaround to Johannesburg 2018, they've often responded with steel after setbacks. With their pride bruised and a must-win situation brewing, expect Gill's side to come out firing.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars.
Australia humble Sri Lanka at home, a crushing innings victory in Gale. Kohneman and Lyon decimate Sri Lanka as Australia seal a record win. Australia utterly dominated Sri Lanka in the first test in Gale, handing the hosts their biggest test defeat ever, an innings and 242-run thrashing. The visitors, despite a rain-interrupted test, produced a near-perfect performance with bat and ball, outclassing Sri Lanka in all departments. Matthew Kohneman's 9-wicket haul and Nathan Lyon's relentless pressure shattered Sri Lanka's batting lineup. Usman Khwaja's double century 232 and Josh Inglis' debut 100 powered Australia to 654 by 6 DEC in the first innings. Sri Lanka, in response, crumbled for 165 and 247, never recovering from Australia's relentless bowling attack. With this emphatic win, Australia retained the War Muralidharan Trophy, showing their supremacy in Asian conditions. Match summary: First Test, Gale. Venue, Gale, Sri Lanka. Result: Australia won by an innings and 242 runs. Player of the match, Usman Khwaja, 232 runs in first innings. Australia, first innings 654 for 6th December. Usman Khwaja 232 of 392 balls. Josh Inglis 127 on debut. Stephen Smith 114 controlled aggression. Nathan Lyon and Kohneman handy lower order runs. Sri Lanka, first innings 165 all out. Dinesh Chandimal 72 lone warrior. Nathan Lyon 4 for 78. Matthew Kohneman 4 for 86 brilliant variation. Sri Lanka second innings, 247 all-out follow-on enforced. Jeffrey Van der Say 53 resistance at the end. Angelo Matthews 41 brief fight back. Kohneman and Lyon combined 8 wickets to wrap up the match. How Australia clinched this historic win. Australia's victory was built on 3 key pillars: dominant batting, disciplined spin bowling, and relentless pressure on Sri Lanka's batters. 1 Kicap Khwaja's marathon knock and Australia's record-breaking batting. Usman Khwaja's 232 was a masterclass in playing spin on turning tracks. His patience and technique frustrated Sri Lanka's bowlers, allowing Australia to dictate terms from day one. Josh Inglis, on debut, smashed 127 off 193 balls, giving Australia an unstoppable total of 654 for 6th December. This was Australia's highest ever total in Asia, proving their adaptability to subcontinent conditions. How Sri Lanka struggled. Their bowlers failed to extract movement or spin on what was expected to be a turning pitch. Lack of discipline in bowling lengths allowed Australia to settle in and dominate. Key stat: Australia batted 154 overs in their sole innings, Sri Lanka batted just 106.5 overs across 2 innings combined. To keycap Australia's ruthless bowling attack, Lyon and Kohneman ripped through Sri Lanka. Australia's 3-pronged spin attack of Lyon, Kohneman, and Murphy ensured Sri Lanka never found rhythm. Nathan Lyon's 7 wickets in the match kept constant pressure with attacking lines. Matthew Kohneman 9 wickets in the match was the game-changer, utilizing sharp turn and bounce to unsettle Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka lost 5 wickets for just 9 runs in the first innings, a complete batting collapse. How Sri Lanka's batters faltered. Poor shot selection and over-reliance on sweep shots led to repeated dismissals. Failure to rotate strike against Australia's spinners allowed them to settle into rhythm. Lack of partnerships, Sri Lanka's highest stand was just 69 runs. 3 keycap clinical follow-on and swift finish by Australia. With a 489-run deficit, Sri Lanka had no way back in the match. Mitchell Starc removed Oshta Fernando early, setting the tone for another collapse. Sri Lanka lost 7 wickets for just 15 runs across both innings in an hour. Only Van der Say and Matthews showed resistance, but it was merely delaying the inevitable. Key stat: Sri Lanka recorded their biggest ever test defeat, surpassing their previous worst by an innings and 239 runs against India in 2017. Key takeaways: why Australia dominated. Tactical masterclass: Australia adapted their batting approach to neutralize Sri Lanka's spinners. Relentless spin attack. Kohneman and Lyon exposed Sri Lanka's weaknesses against high-quality spin. Follow-on enforcement. Australia's aggressive mindset ensured Sri Lanka had no chance to recover. Smith's captaincy genius. Stand-in skipper Steve Smith rotated his bowlers masterfully, never allowing Sri Lanka breathing space. What this means for the series. With this record-breaking victory, Australia have retained the War Muralidharan Trophy, taken a 1-0 lead in the two-match series, shown their adaptability on spinning tracks, sending a warning to Asian teams ahead of the next World Test Championship cycle. Can Sri Lanka recover in the second test in Gale on 6 February, or will Australia complete a clean sweep? Final verdict. This was a statement victory from Australia, batting dominance, bowling mastery, and flawless execution. With this innings and 242-run triumph, Australia have cemented their position as the top test side in the world.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Jumba India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, crediting hearts forevermore.
India's Great Escape at Old Trafford, a test of character, grit, and unyielding spirit. In the heart of Manchester, beneath the graying skies and the fierce scrutiny of history, India pulled off one of the most audacious fightbacks in recent memory. What began as a test teetering towards a crushing defeat slowly transformed into a tale of resilience, endurance, and silent heroism. The fourth test at Old Trafford didn't just end in a draw. It was a hard-earned survival story, a masterclass in mental fortitude, and a stark warning. India does not go quietly. It was a test England thought they had in their pocket. At 1-for-2 in the second innings, with 300 runs still to climb just to level the scores, India looked like a team out of breath. Rishabh Pant was ruled out, their bowlers were spent, and the crowd had begun to anticipate a swift finish. But where others saw an ending, India saw a beginning. And that beginning came with the calm defiance of Shubman Gill. Gill, already a man reborn this series, played like a captain possessed. He faced down the new ball, stared into England's eyes, and refused to blink. Every shot was a declaration. India would not fold. Partnering first with the seasoned K.L. Rahul, Gill stitched a partnership worth 188 runs. Their stand wasn't just about survival, it was about shifting momentum, frustrating the bowlers, and tilting the psychological scales back toward the visitors. As Rahul fell just short of a century, the next phase of resistance began. It was a new pairing, an unlikely one, but Washington Sundar and Ravindra Jadeja turned out to be India's unbreakable wall. Not just holding the line, they redrew it. Both men batted with poise and patience, wearing down England's bowlers through 143 overs in the second innings. Together, they added 203 unbroken runs and ensured that India walked away not bruised but buoyed. Washington's maiden test ton and Jadeja's defiant century will go down in folklore, not for flash, but for fortitude. England threw everything they had. Ben Stokes, battling through shoulder pain and cramp, delivered one of the spells of the series, fiery, hostile, and filled with heart. He dismissed Rahul, nearly removed Gill, and kept the flame of hope alive. But the injuries caught up. The bowlers tired. The fielders grew frustrated. Tempers frayed, and by the final hour, the match had spiraled into surrealism. Stokes offered a draw. India declined, and when part-time bowlers lobbed balls at 35 miles per hour, Jadeja lofted sixes and Sundar jogged through for centuries. England watched wounded and weary as India celebrated from the balcony, not a win, but a mighty escape. What made it all the more remarkable was the context. India had spent over 250 overs in the field. Their fast bowlers were hobbling, and their talismanic keeper batter Pennant had exited the stage injured after his act of bravery. Yet out came a team not resigned to fate but determined to right a wrong. From Root's record-breaking 150 to Stokes' heroics, from Gill's consistency to the indomitable spirit of George Washington, this test had everything except a result. And that, in the end, is what made it poetic. As the teams head to the Oval for the finale, the series stands at 2-1. But in spirit, it's 2-all. India has every reason to believe, because this wasn't just a draw. This was defiance made flesh. This was the heart of Test cricket.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner art. India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall I India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Hazelwood's ruthless spell powers Australia to Barbados Test victory in just 3 days. Barbados, June 27, 2025. Jar Hazelwood roared back into the spotlight with a vintage 5-wicket haul as Australia demolished West Indies by 159 runs in a dramatic final session at Kensington Oval, sealing a crushing win inside 3 days. Having been set a challenging target of 301 on a deteriorating pitch, West Indies crumbled for 141, losing all 10 wickets in the final session of the day. Hazelwood's 5 for 43 tore through the host's brittle lineup, while Nathan Leon cleaned up the final 2 wickets in back-to-back balls to complete the rout just minutes before stumps. Australia's old guard prevails in fiery finale. Despite question marks around Australia's top order and an uneven start in the first innings, it was their reliable middle-order trio of Travers Head 61, Ball Webster 63, and Alex Carey 65 that turned the tide in their second innings. The trio added valuable runs on a pitch full of venom, lifting Australia from a precarious position to a dominant 310 all-out, giving their bowlers plenty to work with. Head, who also scored 59 in the first innings, was later named player of the match for his twin 50s. Webster and Carey combined for crucial partnerships that drove Australia's lead to just beyond 300, a psychologically daunting figure on this spicy Barbados track. Carey's elegant stroke play and fearless footwork shone as he launched a blistering assault on the second new ball, notably striking a glorious 6 straight over the sight screen, a defining moment that showcased his class and Australia's intent. West Indies collapsed in a session of chaos. West Indies entered their chase with hope, needing 301 to script a memorable victory. But in true Test cricket fashion, those hopes were shattered under the lights and pressure of Day 3. Mitchell Starc made the first incision early, dismissing Craig Brathwaite for a duck. Then Hazelwood unleashed havoc, scalping Campbell, King, Chase, and Carty in quick succession. breaking the spine of the innings. Pat Cummins joined the party with a lethal delivery that skidded under Shy Hope's bat. From 49 for 1, West Indies plummeted to 85 for 7. Shamar Joseph tried to delay the inevitable with 2 monstrous sixes, but it was too little, too late. In a fitting climax, Leon removed Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals in consecutive deliveries to wrap up the innings in the final over of the day, ensuring Australia wouldn't have to bat again or return on day 4. Tactical brilliance and ruthless execution. Captain Pat Cummins praised the middle order, stating, "Those 3 were brilliant. On a surface like that, you need players who can adapt quickly. Head, Carey, and Webster show what Test temperament is all about." Hazelwood's relentless discipline earned him his 11th 5-wicket haul in Tests and cemented Australia's strength in fast bowling resources. Match summary. Innings team score. First innings Australia 180, Head 59, Seals 5 for 60. First innings West Indies 190, S. Joseph 44, on 4 for 49. Second innings Australia 310, Carey 65, Webster 63, S. Joseph 5 for 87. Second innings West Indies 141, Hazelwood 5 for 43, Lee on 2 for 12. Result, Australia won by 159 runs. Player of the match, Travis had 59 and 61. Key takeaways. Hazelwood's rhythm and relentlessness made him virtually unplayable on this surface. Shamar Joseph's effort 9 wickets in the match continues to show promise despite West Indies' collapse. Fielding errors proved costly for West Indies. 7 drops over the match, including key chances. Australia's middle-order strength compensated for another shaky top-order showing. A thrilling encounter in the Caribbean sun, and with the series now in Australia's favour, the pressure mounts on West Indies to find answers before the second test.
A farewell to the hitman, Rohit Sharma's emotional exit from Test cricket. The curtain has finally come down on one of Indian cricket's most endearing yet enigmatic chapters, Rohit Sharma's journey in Test cricket. A career that began with promise, fluctuated with inconsistency, and culminated in leadership and triumphs. Rohit's retirement from the longest format is both poignant and powerful. His announcement, made quietly amidst the chaos of the IPL, leaves behind a legacy filled with brilliance, grit, and a tinge of unfulfilled potential. The early years, talent meets turbulence. Rohit Sharma's Test debut was delayed by a freak injury, a moment symbolic of the career that followed, filled with unexpected twists. For years, the hitman found himself on the fringes of India's red ball plans. While his ODI and T20I feats were already making him a white ball legend, his Test numbers stuttered. Between 2013 and 2018, Rohit averaged just under 40, decent, but not match-defining, often sparking debates about his place over more specialist batters like Pudra or Rane. The turnaround, finding home at the top. The turning point came in 2019 when Rohit was asked to open the innings. The move was met with skepticism. How would a stroke maker with a white ball reputation fare against a new red cherry? Rohit answered with swagger. In his first series as opener, he struck twin centuries against South Africa, including a majestic 212 in Ranchi. Over the next 5 years, he averaged over 50 as an opener, with 12 centuries, each one in a match India won. Rohit had finally arrived, not just as a Test cricketer, but as one of the best openers in the world. In 2021, he played his masterpiece, a series-defining 127 at the Oval during the England tour, showing immense patience and tactical nous. That innings, built on restraint and resilience, was widely seen as his test batting zenith. For a man once considered allergic to discipline, this was poetic validation. Captaincy and character. Taking over as Test captain in 2022 after Virat Kohli's departure, Rohit brought a different energy to the role. He wasn't the animated enforcer like Kohli, nor the icy tactician like Dhoni. Rohit was calm, intuitive, and affable. Under his captaincy, India remained dominant at home and reached the World Test Championship final in 2023. While that final ended in heartbreak, his leadership was lauded for its clarity and cohesion. However, as his batting form waned, so did India's invincibility. The final 12 months were painful: series defeats to New Zealand and Australia, low scores, missed matches, and eventually, a selfless act of stepping aside in Sydney. It was a rare moment of self-awareness in elite sport, the captain admitting he wasn't one of India's 5 best batters. More than numbers. Rohit retires with 4,301 runs in 67 tests, averaging 40.57, with 1,200s and 1850s. Those numbers, while solid, don't scream greatness. But they don't tell the full story. What Rohit brought to Indian Test cricket, especially in the last 5 years, was momentum, intent, and a sense of elegance rarely seen in this era of attritional batting. He struck 88 sixes in Test cricket. Only Sehwag has more for India, and often accelerated games into winning positions. His ability to adapt, playing long innings in England, aggressive ones in India, and his understanding of conditions, showed his growth from a mercurial talent to a matured craftsman. Legacy, and what comes next. Rohit's Test career will be remembered for its 2 halves, the underwhelming promise and the stunning redemption. His retirement signals the gradual sunset of a golden generation. With Ashwin already gone and Jadeja nearing the end, India must now build anew. There's speculation that Jasprit Bumrah or Shubman Gill will take over the mantle of Test leadership. Whoever it is, they will inherit a dressing room shaped in part by Rohit's mellow steadiness and selfless captaincy. Though his whites are hung up, Rohit will continue in ODIs, where he remains India's captain and still a potent force. But Test cricket, that toughest, truest form, will no longer see the languid elegance of his back-foot punch or the audacious beauty of a lofted straight 6. From frustration to fulfillment. In Rohit Sharma's own words, life won't change by what people with a mic, pen, or a laptop write or say. They can't decide when we should retire. I know what I need in life. Rohit walked away on his terms, in a way only those with a deep love for the game can. For all the doubts, delays, and detours, he leaves as a celebrated opener, a respected leader, and a player who, even in tests, made us believe that batting could still be art. Farewell, Hitman. The Whites will miss you.
South Africa dominate Afghanistan in Champions Trophy clash. Karachi, 21st February 2025. South Africa began their ICC Champions Trophy campaign with a commanding 107-run victory over Afghanistan, fueled by Ryan Rickelton's maiden ODI century and a disciplined bowling performance. The Proteas posted an imposing 315 for 6, while Afghanistan faltered in their chase, folding for 208 in 43.3 overs. Rickelton's maiden tone sets the platform. Ryan Rickelton, fresh off a successful SA20 campaign, continued his rich vein of form with a fluent 103 off 106 balls. His innings was a masterclass in controlled aggression, blending crisp stroke play with smart strike rotation. From the outset, Rickelton looked assured, dispatching boundaries whenever bowlers strayed. Partnering with Temba Bavuma, Rickelton stitched together a crucial 129-run stand for the second wicket after Tony D'Souza fell early. Bavuma, steady at first, accelerated to a well-made 58, only his second 50 away from home, before holing out to deep mid-wicket off Mohammad Nabi. Rickelton's innings was defined by his dominance against spin. His familiarity with Rashid Khan, gained during their SA20 stint with MI Cape Town, was evident as he swept, cut, and drove with precision. Noor Nahmad's inconsistent lengths further aided Rickelton's cause, while Afghanistan's sloppy fielding compounded their troubles. Rickelton reached his century with a gentle push to long off, becoming the first South African to register a tone on Champions Trophy debut. His dismissal, a bizarre run-out where his bat bounced above the crease despite being over the line, ended an otherwise flawless knock. Middle-order support and late surge. Rassi van Deerdassen, 1952, and Adin Markaram, 52*, ensured South Africa didn't lose momentum after Rickelton's departure. Both batters rotated the strike efficiently while punishing wayward deliveries. The final 5 overs yielded 51 runs, propelling South Africa past the 300-run mark, a total that always seemed beyond Afghanistan's reach. Afghanistan stumbled in the chase. Chasing 316, Afghanistan needed a strong start, but Kagiso Rabada and Lungi Angidi ensured the opposite. Rahmanullah Gurbaj fell early, top-edging an Angidi short ball to short fine leg. Sadiqullah Atal's 32-ball struggle, beaten 10 times and playing 14 false shots, ended with a run-out, while Ibrahim Jadran had his middle stump uprooted by a 148 km/h Rabada thunderbolt. At 51 for 4 after 15 overs, Afghanistan's hopes rested solely on Rahmat Shah. He fought valiantly, scoring 90 off 92 balls, but lacked support from the other end. Rashid Khan's brief cameo of 18 off 13, including 3 boundaries and a 6, offered a flicker of hope but was extinguished swiftly. Rabada finished with 3 for 36, while Vian Mulder and Angidi chipped in with 2 wickets each. Nathan Ellis, though wicketless, maintained control, conceding just 4.8 runs per over. Key takeaways. Rickelton's rise, the left-hander's century underscored South Africa's batting depth and his adaptability across formats. Pace dominance, Rabada and Angidi's relentless hard lengths stifled Afghanistan, while Mulder provided crucial breakthroughs. Afghanistan's fragility, aside from Rahmat, Afghanistan's top and middle order struggled, exposing their reliance on a few key players. Looking ahead. South Africa's clinical win boosts their net run rate and confidence heading into tougher group stage encounters. Afghanistan, while spirited, must regroup quickly, refine their batting strategy, and sharpen their fielding to stay alive in the tournament. Ultimately, this match belonged to Ryan Rickelton, a player who seized his moment and propelled South Africa to an emphatic opening win.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall I be a rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that involved, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's sweet chase, victory shines on every face. You'll find India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
The Oval. After 5 long days in Manchester where odds, injuries and history stood tall against them, India didn't just draw a test match, they won back their spirit. And now, as the series hangs delicately at 2-1 in England's favour, a wounded but roaring Indian team is coming into the 5th test believing they can draw the series. And here's why that belief isn't just hope, it's strategy. 1. The power of momentum. What happened at Old Trafford was no accident. India batted for over 140 overs in their second innings, lost only 4 wickets, and mentally wore England down. The psychological boost from surviving near-certain defeat with their backs to the wall has forged steel in this team. Shubman Gill's calm leadership and a magnificent fourth ton of the series show he's not just a temporary captain, he's a man of metal. Jadeja and Washington Sunder's unbeaten centuries were acts of defiance that declared, "We're still in this series." England, by contrast, spent 257.1 overs in the field. That's a body blow. They're bruised, physically fatigued, and now have just 3 days to recover. 2. Tactical re-engineered batting lineup. Even without Rishabh Pant, India have shown smart batting adaptations. Washington Sundar stepping up to number 5 is a masterstroke. He's composed, technically correct, and now armed with the confidence of a maiden test 100 under pressure. KL Rahul, returning to form with a classy 90, will relish the oval where stroke play is rewarded. Jadeja's all-round mastery has been vital. He now averages more than 50 in this series, and is looking like a senior batter, not just a lower-order warrior. With Sai Sudhasan, Yashasvi Jaiswal, and Gill at the top, there's flair and fight in equal measure. They've adapted to the absence of Pant, and now they're better prepared for another battle. 3. England's bowling burnout. Ben Stokes, hero of the series, yes, but is breaking down. His bowling shoulder is tender, his pace dipping, and his overs are drying up. Jofra Archer looked annoyed and out of rhythm after long spells. He also had a visible altercation over field settings, not a good sign. Chris Wokes and Dawson have worked overtime and now face a flat oval pitch and weary legs. India have already played out the likes of Bryden Cuss, Archer, and Wokes for 143 overs. England's attack looks spent, and that's the moment to strike. 4. The Duke's ball factor at the Oval. The Duke's ball does swing for a while, but the Oval, especially in summer, becomes a batting paradise. India's confidence is sky high, and if they bat first or survive the early swing, they could post 400 plus again. The absence of Bumrah is a blow, no question. But 5. India's bowling still has teeth. Mohammad Siraj is still quick, hungry, and able to hit the deck guard. His fitness will be managed smartly, and has taken 10-plus wickets in the series. Ravindra Jadeja is bowling marathon spells and picking up key wickets. The oval pitch usually offers bounce and bite for spinners by day 3 and 4. Washington Sunder's tidy off-spin becomes crucial in Pant's absence, dual utility now. And don't be surprised if India spring a surprise pacer, someone like Mukesh Kumar or Evjan to freshen things up. They only need to take 20 English wickets once, and they now know what lengths and lines work. 6. Mental edge, the grit factor. The fourth test turned India from a trailing side to a threatening one. England couldn't close the game even with a 300-run lead and 5 sessions to bowl. They looked frustrated, resorted to lobs and bouncers, and allowed India to reach personal milestones that will haunt them. The body language, the fielding intensity, and the vibe favored India in those final hours. This will weigh on England going into the decider. 7. A point to prove, legacy is on the line. India hasn't lost a test series in England 3-1 or worse since 2011. This side is desperate to avoid that. A draw at 2-2 means India shares the inaugural Anderson Tendulkar Trophy result with pride. Final words. No Bumrah, no pant, no excuses, no fear. India's engine is running on belief, intelligence, and sheer resilience. They survived the storm in Manchester, and at the Oval, they have the tools to go for one final heist. All they need is another 5 days of courage, clarity, and control. And if they do, it'll be remembered not just as a drawn series, but a legendary comeback story.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Day for strategy, India's mission to seal victory and level the series' narrated title, The Oval Awakening, India's final push for glory as the sun rises over the Oval. A new dawn beckons for Team India, not just to win a test, but to ETCH their comeback saga in gold. From Manchester despair to Oval dominance, this team, forged in adversity and buoyed by unheralded heroes, stands just 8 wickets away from leveling the series. The scoreline reads like an epic: England 50 for 1, chasing 374, needing 320 for more, and India? Hungry, poised, relentless. Let's break down the strategic pillars for Day 4, reflecting on the players who've shaped this turnaround. 1. Lead with Siraj. The spearhead strategy. Deploy Siraj in short, searing bursts. Use the early morning scene to attack Pope and root with precision. Give him to aggressive spells in the first 25 overs of the day. Why his late-day Yorker to flatten Crawley was a moment of pure theatre. The adrenaline is still pumping, and Root's wicket, as Ravi Shastri would bellow, is worth gold dust. 2. Jadeja's golden arm. The Jadeja-Sundar spin axis strategy. Dry up one end with Jadeja. Use him in tandem with Sundar to exploit footmarks and pressure. Delay second new ball if needed. Strangle with spin. Why Jadeja has been India's quiet assassin, 500-plus runs and crucial breakthroughs. His control will suffocate England's stroke makers. Sundar, after his fearless 50, brings subtle variation that could trap Duckett or Brooke into errors. 3. A cache deep. The enforcer, not just the Night Watcher strategy. Use a cache deep in 5-over spells to target the body, unsettle batters, and bounce out a lower middle order that's visibly frayed. Why his 66 wasn't just runs, it was psychological warfare. He drained the bowlers, unsettled England, and earned his place as a frontline threat. 4. Captain Gill's tactical test. Strategy, set attacking fields, rotate bowlers sharply. Use short legs, leg gully traps, and surprise field placements like the bluff to Crawley. Why his move to hold back Siraj worked. His calm is contagious. Now his fielding noose and man management must rise again, especially against Joe Root and Harry Brooke. 5. The psychological siege. Strategy, India must crowd the bat, chirp smartly, remind England of the weight of the chase. Break the morale, ball by ball. Why England chased 371 before, but this isn't the same batting order. No Stokes, no Wokes, just pressure and the ghosts of dropped catches haunting them. Individual performances that built this dominant Yashasvi Jaiswal, the ton of tenacity, a century so stylish, yet so unyielding, his 6th, his finest, a cover-driven masterclass of maturity. A cache deep, the Night Watcher turned nightmare, he didn't just survive, he dominated. A 66-run surprise act that sapped England's spirit. Ravindra Jadeja, the series St. 500 runs, a wagging blade, a probing arm. When history looks back, it'll whisper, Jadeja did it all. Washington Sundar, the final flair 53 in 39 balls, for towering sixes and a reminder, India finished innings like lions, not lambs. Mohammad Siraj, the last ball blaster Crawley's stumps are still spinning somewhere in South London. His Yorker ended day 3, his roar echoed beyond. The target, 8 wickets, the path, discipline plus desire. India must guard against complacency. One Root counterattack or Brooke burst can open the floodgates. But they must also believe, for this is a team of believers. Battered in Leeds, bruised in Manchester, now brilliant at the Oval. Closing words, if day 3 was the day India dreamt again, day 4 must be the day they deliver. Let them fight for every inch. Let them circle Root like hawks. Let Siraj run like fire. Let Jadeja weave his web. Let the spin of Sundar and the heart of Gill write the final chapter. The Oval awaits a climax. India must rise and finish what they've started. This is more than a test. This is redemption in whites.
India to chase. Tilak's ice. Call deep squeeze. 9th Asia Cup secured. India 154-5. Tilak 69 not out. Jube 33. Beat Pakistan 146. Farhan 57. Faxar 46. Call deep 4-4-30 by 5 wickets. Dubai Asia Cup 2020 final. The game clean and simple. A final that looked set to be a procession became a street fight. Pakistan rocketed to 107 for 1 with Farhan and Vinay are in full flow, then lost 9 for 39 as India's spinners took control. Chasing 147, India crashed at 24-3 before Tilak Vamos 69 off 53 and Shivam Jube 33 off 22 absorbed the heat and finished with authority. Reenku's locked at 4 sealed India's 9th Asia Cup. How Pakistan went from dominance to 146 all out. Farhan Fatur urged the new ball. Pakistan's selection bet, pace up top without Babar Rezwan, looked vindicated. Farhan 57 hard hands, strong wrists, 3 sixes attack length, and pace on. Fakir 46 picked gaps, punished anything into the pitch. They targeted 2 deep early, 23 off his first 2 overs, reaching 100 in the 11th and 107 for 1 with 44 balls left. India flipped the script. Suryakumar Yadav staggered the spin sequence, aimed for wickets, not containment. Varun Chakravarti struck twice, removing Farhan and Fazer, both miscues bowling a pace-off and length shifts out of slog range. Axar Patel, 2-4-26, worked stump to stump, skidding balls that killed the sweep and the pickup. Kuldeep Yadav returned like a closer, 3-1 over, including Ayub and Fahim, then Shaheen LBW. His pace variation, quicker stock ball, slow ripping leg break, made hit-or-miss batting turn into pure miss-hit. From 107 for 115 left to 146 all out, 5 balls unused, was about 2 things. Pakistan pre-committing to cross-bat swings on a holding surface, and India's spin trio nailing links that forced toe ends and top edges. Boomerang's late cameos, 2 wickets, tied it up, but the damage was spinnelled. India's chase, panic, then poise. Shock start. Pakistan came hard and smart. Fahim Ashraf owned the cutters. Abish had fetched one to mid-on, later trapped Gill after deceiving him for pace and elevation. Shaheen was all disciplined. Heavy back-of-a length bit of shape, drew SKY into a check drive that Salman juggled and held. At 24-3, with the noise down and the rate creeping, Pakistan had the final where they wanted it. The rebuild, Tilak Verma plus Sanju Samson, 57 off 55, changed the temperature, not the scoreboard, initially. They refused to bow out big shot, bled singles into leg side pockets, and forced Pakistan to keep fields in. Samson's 6 off Aryab nudged momentum. Ebros Ghuli then beat him, 24 off 21, and he asked Reeswell to 69 off 42. The innings needed a gear change without risk. The surge. Enter Shivam Jube. India targeted the exact phase Pakistan had lost, the seam overs around death set. 14th over, Ralph across Tiluk Ilju. Ralph missed a couple of Yorkers. Tiluk hammered the missile. Jube drove on the up. That 17-run over was the hinge. 15th, a Brow. Jube's long lever 6 over mid-wicket plus rotation kept India ahead of par. Need 47 off 30 dropped to 36 off 24 by 16. 17th, Ralph, despite a wild wide and a missed run-up, Ralph clawed back until he missed length again. Jude cashed a full 2 for 6, 30 off 18 when T.O. 17 off 12. 18th, Fahim, terrific over with clever pace-off. He even removed Jude Raff's last ball to keep it alive, 10 needed off 6. The finish, 19th, Ralph versus Tilak. Pakistan, slow over 8 cost him a boundary rider. Tilak exploited like a veteran. 19.1, scuffed 2 older bowler, smart scramble. 19.2, read the slower bouncer, launched it over deep square. 19.3, hard single to tie. 19.4, Rinku ended it, lofting straight. Calm, chaos. Why India won beyond big moments? Leg control on a tacky pitch. India's spinners bowled into the surface, not at it. Turn wasn't vicious, hold and drop were. That punished premeditated slogs. Phase batting plan. After 24-3, India accepted a few quiet overs to line up specific bowlers later. Ruse 14th, Abbas 15th. They didn't chase the game, they scheduled it. Role clarity. Kuldeep as enforcer after Rune's incision. Axar for repeatability. Bumrah for ends. With the bat, Tilak as anchor accelerator. Jube as matchup destroyer versus pace on. Pakistan sequencing error. Breaking the Aryab squeeze to bring Ralph in for 14 backfired. With the surface gripping, another over spin there might have preserved control. Heroes and hard truths. Tiluk Verma never frantic, always aligned. Picked his matchup, trusted his sweep for his wider lines, finished like a pro. Kuldeep Yadav for 430. Took early punishment, recalibrated pace and seam, then wrecked the chase's back end. Varun Chakravarti, 2-4-30, and Axar Patel, 2-4-26, set the trap. Wickets created the runway for Kuldeep's burst. Fahim Ashraf, 3-4-29, outstanding with the new ball and at the death, deserved better support. Harris Ralph, 0-4-50 and 3.4 overs. 2 or 3 missed executions in a 150 chases terminal. India were primed for exactly those. The arc of a champion. India didn't produce a flawless final, they produced a resilient one. Down 24-3 in a chase on a 2-pace deck, they trusted systems, data-led matchups, spin depth, and calm finishing. That's why they're champions again. 9 Cheshire Cup, undefeated tournament, and a 10-plated travels. Control the middle with spin. Finish with information, not adrenaline. Can Indy be beaten? Not likely by any team in Asia right now. This is the result of hard work, the best league, with the IPL forming the best foundation for the national side. Long live Team India. Congratulations.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India beneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
Old turns crimson, India's day of roar and resurgence. Day 3 at the Oval began under soft light and thunderous expectation, but ended with a crackling roar as India stormed into pole position, pushing England to the brink of defeat and drawing the series tantalizingly close. It was a day of surging highs and sinking lows, and in the middle of it stood a young man with a steely gaze and a willow that whispered legacy, Yashasvi, the rising star of Indian cricket, crafted a masterpiece, sculpting his 6th Test century with poise, precision, and punches through the offside that echoed through South London. His 118 was not just a number, it was a declaration. He bookended a magical English tour with twin hundreds and dropped the MIC on oval turf. Yet the most captivating subplot belonged to Akash Deep, India's stand-in night watcher turned morning marauder. He arrived with duty, stayed for glory. In his second professional 50, he thumped his chest, punched the air, and pummeled England's confidence into the Oval outfield. What was meant to be survival turned into a statement. A 107-run stand with Jeswell that wore down England's weary bowlers and scarred their already frayed fielding psyche. As England's catching melted under pressure, 6 chances shelled, India capitalized. It wasn't a collapse. It was a crescendo. Shubman Gill, who already scripted a series for the ages with 754 runs, fell first ball after lunch. His farewell knock was low on runs, but high on impact, the sound of his front foot mastery still fresh in Oval memory. Karen Ney, reprieved once, failed to hold on much longer. But India's innings was building something far greater than an individual knock. It was building momentum. Then came the final flourish. Washington Sundar, usually calm and understated, turned swashbuckler. He swung like a man with nothing to lose and everything to say. In just 39 balls, he crashed his way to 53, launching 4 sixes and snatching 39 rapid runs with last man Prazakrishna. When he finally perished, miscued to mid-wicket, England were left chasing ghosts in a massive 374-run target. India's total, 396. More than runs, it was a mountain of belief. And then came the final drama of the day. England's openers, Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett, strode out with bravado, determined to lay the foundation of another historic chase. For a while they succeeded. Duckett looked breezy, Crawley firm, but Mohammad Siraj had one trick left. With the final ball today, he disguised his intentions, pushed Jeswell deep to bluff, then unleashed a Syrian Yorker that sent Crawley's stumps cartwheeling. It was not just a wicket, it was a gut punch, a thunderclap that shattered England's day. Siraj, who has carried the burden of India's fast bowling in Bumrah's absence, delivered the moment of the match when the moment demanded a hero. The scorecard story. India 224 and 396. England 247 and 51 need 324 more. Match poised, tension coiled. 8 wickets for India to square the series. A marathon chase for England without Stokes or Wokes. What lies ahead? Day 4 will not just be a battle of bat and ball. It will be a test of soul. For England, the dreams of a comeback series win hang by a thread. For India, redemption awaits after heartbreak in Manchester and adversity in leadership. Gill's captaincy, Jeswell's magic, Siraj fire, Washington's grit. This is more than a team. It is a statement of intent. At the Oval, on a day where heroes stood tall and hope soared higher, India didn't just dominate, they danced with destiny.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall Shall India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner art. India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall India rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Champions Trophy 2025 semifinalists confirmed. Who will lift the trophy? The semifinalists for the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 have been confirmed after an intense group stage battle. India, New Zealand, South Africa, and Australia have emerged as the final four contenders, setting the stage for an exciting conclusion to the tournament. However, the exact matchups will be decided after the India versus New Zealand clash, which will determine who finishes first and second in Group A. Here's an in-depth breakdown of the four teams and their chances of winning the Champions Trophy 2025. 1. The final four semi-finalists at a glance. India, Group A. Performance dominant so far with a well-balanced squad. Key players: Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, Mohammad Shami, Jasprit Bumrah. Strengths: batting depth, world-class pace attack, experience in high-pressure games. Concerns: middle order inconsistency, over-reliance on top three. New Zealand, Group A. Performance tactical and efficient, typical of the Black Caps. Key players: Rachan Ravindra, Tom Latham, Michael Bracewell, Trent Bolt. Strengths: disciplined bowling, adaptability, ability to play spin well. Concerns: inexperience in lower middle order, pace attack can be vulnerable on flat pitches. South Africa, Group B. Performance: the most dominant bowling attack in the tournament. Key players: Henrik Klassen, Marco Johnson, Kagiso Rabada, Vian Mulder. Strengths: deadly pace attack, middle order power hitters, great fielding. Concerns: choking history in knockouts, unpredictability under pressure. Australia, Group B. Performance: confident despite rain-affected games, unbeaten. Key players: Josh Inglis, Travis Head, Adam Zampa, Nathan Ellis. Strengths: depth in batting, winning mentality, experience in ICC knockouts. Concerns: dead bowling inconsistency, reliance on part-time spinners. 2. The semi-final fixtures. Semi-final 1. India versus TBD, Dubai, 4th March. If India beats New Zealand, they will top Group A and face the second-place team from Group B, South Africa. If India loses, they will finish second and play against Australia in Dubai. Semi-final 2, New Zealand versus TBD, Lahore, 5th March. If New Zealand loses, they will finish second and face Australia in Lahore. If New Zealand wins, they top Group A and take on South Africa in Lahore. 3. Who are the favorites to win the tournament? India's strongest contender. India's depth, experience, and world-class batting make them a formidable force. If Virat Kohli and Shubman Gill continue their form and Bumrah and Shami strike early, they are very hard to stop. However, their middle-order weakness could be exploited by South Africa or New Zealand's pace attack. Their ability to handle high-pressure knockouts will be crucial. Chance of winning, 4 out of 5. New Zealand the silent threat. New Zealand are masters of consistency, always punching above their weight in ICC events. If Rachin Ravindra continues his brilliant form and Trent Bolt delivers in the power play, they could go all the way. However, their middle order needs to step up and they must avoid collapses in tricky run chases. Chance of winning, 4 out of 5. South Africa, the X-Factor team. South Africa have been the best bowling unit in the tournament, with Johnson, Rabada, and Mulder consistently dismantling teams. Their big-hitting middle order, Klaasen, Van der Dussen, and Miller, is a huge asset. But history isn't on their side. They have a tendency to crumble in ICC knockouts. If they hold their nerve under pressure, they could win their first ever ICC trophy. Chance of winning, 3.5 out of 5. Australia, the ultimate big game team. Australia never go away in ICC tournaments. They have a perfect balance of experience and youth, with Head and Inglis leading the charge. However, their bowling could struggle at the death, and they have had rain-affected games, which means they haven't been fully tested. If they hit top gear in the knockouts, they could easily lift the trophy. Chance of winning, 4 out of 5. 4 prediction. Who will reach the final? If India tops the group, they will face South Africa in Dubai, a match that could go either way. India's ability to handle South Africa's pace attack will be key. Meanwhile, New Zealand versus Australia in Lahore would be another fascinating contest, with Australia's aggressive style clashing with New Zealand's tactical discipline. Possible final matchup: India versus Australia, a repeat of the 2023 World Cup final. New Zealand versus Australia, a battle of two of the most successful ICC tournament teams. India versus South Africa, if South finally breaks their ICC knockout curse. 5. Who will win the Champions Trophy 2025? With all factors considered, the most balanced team with the highest chance of winning is India. However, if history repeats itself, Australia or New Zealand could once again spoil India's dream in the knockouts. Final prediction: India or Australia to win the tournament, with New Zealand as the dark horse. Everything now depends on the semi-finals. Expect fireworks.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind they are rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
IPL 2025 Eliminator. No second chances. Titans versus Indians. The stakes are sky high as Titans and Indians lock horns in the IPL 2025 Eliminator. Both sides have journeyed through a grueling season, finishing third and fourth respectively. But now, there's no safety net. One team marches closer to the trophy, the other waves goodbye to their campaign. Titans, the big blow. GT's season has been marked by top-heavy brilliance. With Gill, Butler, and leading from the front, their batting order often did need a plan B. But now, that safety net is gone. Butler has left for national duty, and while Mendes steps in, he lacks IPL experience and form. His inclusion is a roll of the dice in a must-win clash. Their bowling, once their crown jewel, is now their concern. Is enduring his worst IPL season with just 9 wickets in 14 matches and a bruising economy nearing 10. At a dip in form, and GT's once invincible armor suddenly shows cracks. Yet, don't count them out. They've beaten them twice already this season. Rutherford and Tavasha have been under pressure before. And with Gill and sublime touch, the Titans still pack a punch. Indians, star power and stumbling blocks. Indians are star-studded, but not flawless. Has lead the charge with over 600 runs, but the next best is far behind. With Rakultan and Jacks gone, the entry of Johnny Bairstow is timely. Fresh of twin red ball 50s for Yorkshire, Bairstow's big match temperament could be crucial. Their edge, however, lies in the bowling. Even after missing 4 games, has produced his best IPL numbers yet. 17 wickets at a ridiculous economy of 6.33. Trent Bolt, Santner, and Roundoff, an attack that thrives under pressure. But IMMERSIVE have a stat problem. They haven't beaten any of the other 3 playoff sides this season. That's the narrative they'll want to flip tonight. Player spotlight. Shubman Gill, calm, composed, and clinical. He's been GT's heartbeat. The death over demon. Mies matchwinner in chief. Needs a resurrection on the big stage. Bairstow the wild card. Can he ignite fireworks? Key matchups and stats. Versus Gill? Gill has fallen 2-4 times in 23 balls. Versus Sky hasn't dismissed in T20s, but has conceded 117 runs in 77 balls. Santner versus Mendes, 4 dismissals in 1939 balls. Santner has had Mendes' number. Versus 0 runs, 2 dismissals in 7 balls. Conditions and pitch report. The new surface is unpredictable. It's seen chases of 111 defended and totals of 201 lost. Expect help for seamers early and some turn as the game progresses. Batting first could be tricky, but chasing under pressure isn't easier. No rain threat, but a cloudy sky may favor the quicks. Final word. This eliminator is more than just a match. It's a litmus test of composure, adaptability, and squad depth. Can the Titans find new heroes in Butler's absence? Will Me's bowling brilliance overcome their inconsistency? Both teams carry questions, but only one will walk into qualifier 2. The other? Time to pack up.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Java India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India versus Pakistan, the rivalry reborn, a clash bigger than cricket. The heat of Dubai will pale in comparison to the fire that erupts when India and Pakistan face off once more. The legends, Kohli, Rohit, Barber, Rizwan, now watch from the sidelines, but the rivalry they helped define only burns brighter. Sunday's clash isn't just another T20I. It's a battle of eras, a contest of cultures, and a duel that trans cricket. A new generation takes the stage. For years, this rivalry has been carried by giants. Now, new faces step into the arena. Shubman Gill versus Shaheen Shah, Afridi the elegant technician against the fiery left-arm spearhead. Abhishek Sharma and Sayem Ayub, fearless young openers redefining aggression. Suryakumar Yadav versus Salman Argar, the creative, unorthodox genius against Pakistan's newly aggressive leader. Both teams are building for a future beyond superstardom, but tonight they'll need nerves of steel. India, a side of depth and mystery. India's lineup blends spin mastery with all-round versatility. Boomer's precision supported by all-round seam-options in Hardik Pandya and Shivam Dube. Kuldeep Yadav and Varun Chakravarti's spin variations could turn the Dubai track into a web of deception. Captain Suryakumar Yadav will aim to shake off a quiet record against Pakistan and lead with audacity. Key stat, India's run rate since the last T20 World Cup is 9.66 RPO, third highest among full members. Pakistan, spin, fire, and fearless leadership. Pakistan's captain Salman Argar has reshaped their batting DNA with intent and aggression, backed by the artistry of Abrar Ahmed and Sufyan Mukim, a spin duo made for Dubai. Shaheen Afridi's power play threat, paired with Harris Reef's roll pace, if recalled. A batting lineup featuring Saim Ayub's flair and Fakhar Zuman's big match temperament. Pakistan know they'll need their best game to topple India, but relish being the underdogs. Then you watch. Dubai drama awaits. Average first innings run rate, 7.7. Chasing teams, 1-7 of last 8 India versus Pakistan T20 is since 2014. Expect spin-friendly surfaces with stifling heat under lights. Battles within the battle. Gill versus Shaheen. Early power play control will shape the game. Pandya's all-round impact. India's biggest weapon with ball and bat already has 13 wickets versus Pakistan in T20 years. Saim Ayub versus Bumrah, a fearless youngster against the world's deadliest Yorker specialist. Voices from the camp. We're lucky with the versatility of Sanju, Axar, and Hardik. It's about using that flexibility to break pressure in tough conditions. Ryan Tendulkar, India assistant coach. Fans from both countries care deeply about this. For us, it's about execution and focus. Saim Ayub, Pakistan opener. The stakes. This isn't just a group stage game. This is heritage, pride, and history compressed into 40 overs. India enter as favorites with an unbeaten record since their Asia Cup opener, but Pakistan's mix of youth and mystery could spring a surprise. One moment of brilliance could tilt this clash, as it has so often before. India do not only want to win this match, but humiliate Pakistan. That might be bigger than the trophy itself. A nation waits with bated breath. The Dubai skyline will glow brighter tonight, but it's the cricket that will ignite hearts across continents. Forget the numbers, forget the odds. This is India versus Pakistan, a rivalry that rewrites itself every time.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India vs New Zealand, the grand showdown for Champions Trophy glory. Big picture, a clash of titans in Dubai. The ICC Champions Trophy 2025 has reached its grand final, and the cricketing world is set for an electrifying contest as India and New Zealand lock horns in Dubai. With both teams bringing their A-game, the stakes could not be higher. India, the pre-tournament favourites, have lived up to their billing with a dominant run, while New Zealand, a team accustomed to defying expectations, once again stand on the precipice of cricketing immortality. India's unbeaten journey through the tournament has been marked by clinical performances with both bat and ball. Their spin-heavy attack has wreaked havoc on opposition lineups, and their top order, led by the legendary Virat Kohli and the explosive Rohit Sharma, has shown remarkable consistency. On the other hand, New Zealand have showcased resilience, with Rachan Ravindra and Kane Williamson spearheading the batting efforts and Mitchell Santner leading a versatile bowling attack. Key battle: India's spinners versus New Zealand's batters. Dubai's sluggish pitch has played into India's strengths, with their quartet of spinners Kuldeep Yadav, Varun Chakravarti, Ravindra Jadeja, and Axar Patel accounting for 21 wickets in the tournament. The challenge for New Zealand will be countering this formidable attack, especially after struggling against them in their group stage encounter. Kane Williamson's ability to anchor the innings and Glenn Phillips' power hitting will be crucial in neutralising India's stranglehold in the middle overs. However, New Zealand's spinners Santner, Michael Bracewell, and Rachan Ravindra have been equally effective, taking 17 wickets. The battle of spin will define this contest, and whichever team adapts better to the conditions will likely emerge victorious. India's edge: confidence, experience, and depth. India hold a psychological edge, having already beaten New Zealand convincingly in the group stages. With a settled squad and a well-balanced lineup, they are unlikely to make changes. Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill have provided solid starts, while Kohli has continued his masterful consistency in chases. Hardik Pandya's all-round ability adds depth, and KL Rahul's reliability as a finisher gives India the confidence to chase any target. Moreover, their pace attack, led by Mohammad Shami, has complemented their spin prowess perfectly. Shami's ability to strike early and keep things tight in the death overs will be crucial. New Zealand's hope, redemption and history. For New Zealand, this is yet another chance to break their ICC final jinx. They last won an ICC ODI trophy in 2000 when they defeated India in the Champions Trophy final. Since then, they have been the perennial bridesmaids, finishing as runners-up in the 2015 and 2019 World Cups and the 2021 T20 World Cup. This time, under Santner's leadership, they will be desperate to go one step further. Kane Williamson, who has been the backbone of New Zealand cricket for over a decade, will be looking to leave his mark. Rachan Ravindra, who has lit up the tournament with his dazzling stroke play, will be key at the top of the order. Matt Henry's availability remains uncertain, but if he plays, his experience with the new ball could make a huge difference. What to expect? A tactical battle. The toss could be crucial. The trend in Dubai suggests that teams batting first have had an advantage, as run scoring becomes harder as the match progresses. Both captains will be keen to post a total and let their spinners dictate terms under lights. If Dew stays away, the team batting first could have a significant advantage. New Zealand will need to find ways to disrupt India's rhythm. Attacking the spinners early could be one approach, but that comes with risks. Conversely, India's approach will likely be one of patience, building partnerships and ensuring their spinners have a target to defend. Final thoughts: will India reign supreme or will New Zealand stun the world? India enter the final as favourites, but New Zealand thrive in the underdog role. If the Black Caps can hold their nerve and execute their plans with precision, they could finally get their hands on an ICC 50-over trophy after 25 years. However, India's all-round firepower, experience, and spin prowess make them a formidable force. One thing is certain: cricket fans are in for an unforgettable showdown as two of the world's best teams battle for the ultimate prize. Will it be redemption for New Zealand or another ICC triumph for India? We are about to find out.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
we face. You'll find me a rising high underneath the painted sky. With every check the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Handshake Gate. Spirit of cricket or statement of sovereignty. India's resounding win over Pakistan overshadowed by post-match controversy. India's emphatic 7-wicket victory over Pakistan in the Asia Cup should have been a celebration of top-tier cricket. A game where Kuldeep Yadav spun a web around Pakistan-S batters. Jasprit Bumrah reaffirmed his menace with the new ball, and Surya Kumar Yadav sealed the chase with a majestic 6. Instead, the headline moment came after the final ball, when India's players chose not to shake hands with their Pakistani counterparts. What should have been a routine act of sportsmanship has sparked fiery debate. Was it a necessary gesture of solidarity with victims of April's devastating Pahalgam terror attack, or a violation of cricket's much-cherished ethos of respect beyond borders? Context beyond cricket, the shadow of politics loomed large even before a ball was bowled. The April attack in Kashmir, which killed 25 Indians and a Nepali national, triggered one of the most tense military confrontations between India and Pakistan in decades. Airstrikes, missile exchanges, and diplomatic freezes followed. Many questioned whether the Asia Cup fixture should have taken place at all. Yet cricket, often hailed as a bridge between divided nations, was meant to provide respite. Fans across the globe hoped for a contest that could transcend borders. A reminder of why cricket is called the gentleman's game. But India's captain Suryakumar Yadav made the team's stance clear. We stand with the victims and their families. Today's win is a tribute to the bravery of our armed forces. We came here to play cricket, but we won't forget what happened in April. For Pakistan, Coach Mike Hesson expressed disappointment. We were ready to shake hands. Regardless of politics, sportsmanship matters. To see India leave the field without greeting us was a bitter way for the match to end. A rivalry like no other, India versus Pakistan has always been more than cricket. It's theater. But even by these standards, this fixture was played under immense emotional weight. The toss offered the first flashpoint, with both captains avoiding eye contact or handshakes. Then came the cricket. Pakistan's collapse. Hardik Pandya struck with the first legal delivery, followed by Bumrah's early breakthroughs. Spin supremacy. Kuldeep Yadav 3-2-18. And Axar Patel 2-2-18 spun Pakistan into knots. Their variations too good for a hesitant batting lineup. Shaheen S. late resistance. Afridi S33 off 16 was a rare moment of fight, lifting Pakistan to 127-9, a total well below par on Dubai's flat track. India's reply was commanding. Abhishek Sharma's fearless 6-over cover on the second ball of the chase set the tone. Suryakumar's unbeaten 47 off 37 showcased composure, sealing the win with 25 balls to spare. India's record against Pakistan in T20 now stands at 11-3. A statistic that speaks volumes about the gulf between the two sides. Spirit of cricket versus sovereignty. Cricket has always been about respect for opponents, umpires, and fans. Handshakes are symbolic, a simple gesture that transcends political divides. From the handshake series in 1977 that restored ties between Australia and England to the sight of England players embracing Pakistani opponents after the 2005 Lahore Test. Cricket has long been a soft power tool for diplomacy. However, this was not an ordinary match. India's refusal to shake hands wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was a deliberate message backed by the BCCI and government alignment. Supporters of India's stance argue solidarity first. With tensions still raw, the team stood united with victims and security forces. Professional boundaries. Sportsmanship doesn't always mean physical gestures. Mutual respect can exist without handshakes. Critics, however, say spirit of cricket lost. If cricket loses its ability to foster dialogue and unity, it risks becoming another tool for division. Players caught in politics? Athletes from both sides trained for years to play this game. They deserve the dignity of mutual acknowledgement. What happens next? This controversy will likely linger long after the tournament. India and Pakistan could meet again in the Super 4 or even the final. The cricketing world will be watching closely. Will players shake hands next time? Or has this become a symbol of hardened relations? For now, the scoreboard reads: India, 131 thirds, 15.5 overs. Pakistan, 127 ninths, 20 overs. Result: India win by 7 wickets. But the bigger question isn't about runs or wickets. It's whether cricket can still be the gentleman's game when diplomacy falters. Or if gestures like this will become the new normal in one of sport's fiercest rivalries.
Arya and Prabhsimran light up Kolkata, but rain washes away PBK's surge at Eden Gardens. Kolkata on the 26th of April, 2025. Match abandoned. Punjab Kings 20144 from 20 overs versus Kolkata Knight Riders 7 without loss from 1 over. Point shared, PBKS 1 and KKR 1. Punjab Kings PBKS conjured a batting exhibition full of poise, power, and precision, only for the weather gods to intervene cruelly, as heavy evening showers denied them a shot at victory against Kolkata Knight Riders KKR at Eden Gardens. On a pitch described as very, very slow even before the first ball, Priyansh Arya and Prabhsimran Singh crafted a masterful opening partnership that defied the conditions, lifting PBKS to a commanding 201 for 4. It was a statement innings, suggesting PBKS had done more than enough, only for the rain to wipe out KKR's chase after just one uneventful over. PBKS, while frustrated, climbed to number 4 on the points table, while KKR edged up slightly to 7th, their campaign still stuttering. Arya and Prabhsimran timing the key, not muscle. This was a batting masterclass built on timing rather than brute force. Both Arya and Prabhsimran understood the surface quickly. The ball gripped, skidded, and didn't always come on. Instead of overhitting, they stayed upright, held their shape, and picked gaps with surgical precision. Priyansh Arya was elegance personified early on. His first 4 boundaries, crisp drives threading mid-off and cover, set the tone. Arya raced a 50 off just 29 balls, brutal against pace 50 off 20 against seamers, but cautious against spin 19 off 15. Prabhsimran Singh, initially scratchy, simmered to life with a moment of audacity, an outrageous switch-hit 6 off Sunil Narine. That shot flipped a switch. Prabhsimran exploded, scoring 49 runs off his last 17 balls, finishing with 83 off 49. Together, they raised PBK's only century opening stand this IPL, a vital sign of a top-heavy unit finally clicking at the right time. PBKS outsmart conditions. While Arya punished seam, Prabhsimran dissected spin. Against Narine and Varun Chakravarthi, PBKS plundered 74 runs from 8 overs, a serious dent to KKR's plans. Harshit Rana, KKR's designated slow ball expert, was dismantled for 27 runs in just 2 overs. Even in the death overs, when scoring typically surges, PBKS had to battle Verne and Naren choked the 18th and 19th overs to just 13 runs combined, and Andre Russell found late reverse swing. But the early assault had done the damage. Though they scored just 42 runs in the final 6 overs, PBKS knew that 201 was more than defendable on a tacky surface. Rain denies a thrilling contest. Sadly, we will never know how KKR would have approached the mountain. The skies darkened, thunder growled, rain lashed Eden Gardens. Covers came on, and stayed on. Only one over was possible in KKR's reply. 7 runs scored, no wickets lost, before the match was called off and points were split. Quick stats. Priyansh Arya 69 from 35 balls, 7 fours and 3 sixes. Prabhsimran Singh 83 from 49 balls, 5 fours and 5 sixes. Tremendous. Highest opening stand for PBKS in IPL 2025, 120 runs. Sunil Naren had an expensive over with 22 runs coming off it. Standout performer, Prabhsimran Singh, 83 or 49, turned the tide with audacity, anchored with maturity. Final word. For Punjab Kings, the partnership between Arya and Prabhsimran will feel like a major gain. A fresh template, timing, clarity of role, and better reading of surfaces was unveiled. Had the rain stayed away, they looked set for back-to-back wins that would have firmly bolstered their playoff ambitions. For Kolkata Knight Riders, there's introspection ahead, bowling plans undone, middle-order reshuffles needed, and playoff hopes now on life support. In the end, Arya and Prabhsimran shone like the sun, but the rain had the final say in Kolkata. Potential weaknesses of India's Champions Trophy 2025 squad. While the squad for the Champions Trophy 2025 is strong on paper, a few potential weaknesses and areas of concern could affect India's campaign. Here's a detailed assessment of these vulnerabilities. 1. Fitness concerns of key players. Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah's fitness remains a significant concern. Returning from a stress-related injury, his workload management will be critical. If he isn't fully fit or has to be rested in crucial games, the bowling attack could lose its cutting edge. Kuldeep Yadav. Though Kuldeep has been training at the NCA, he hasn't played competitive cricket since November 2024. His ability to immediately regain match rhythm under high-pressure tournament conditions remains untested. Hardik Pandya. Hardik's recurring injury issues could limit his ability to contribute fully as an all-rounder. If he's unable to bowl his full quota, it could disrupt the team balance. 2. Lack of depth in specialist pacers. Limited options beyond Bumrah and Shami. With only 3 specialist fast bowlers, Bumrah, Shami, and Arshdeep, in the squad, there's minimal depth in the pace department. If Bumrah or Shami are unavailable, the reliance on Arshdeep or part-time seamers like Hardik could prove risky. Exclusion of Mohammad Siraj. Siraj's omission, despite his stellar recent performances, reduces India's ability to exploit conditions favoring swing and seam. His absence could be felt, especially if Shami or Bumrah struggle with fitness or form. 3. Over-reliance on spin all-rounders. 4. Spin options in the squad. While the inclusion of Ravindra Jadeja, Axar Patel, Washington Sundar, and Kuldeep Yadav provides variety, relying on spinners to make up the bulk of overs could backfire in matches where pitches don't offer significant turn. Potential lack of penetration. If opposition teams successfully negotiate the spinners, India might struggle to take wickets in the middle overs, especially on flat tracks or under due conditions. 4. Dependence on top-order batting. Fragility in the middle order. While the top order, Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, and Virat Kohli is world-class. There's heavy dependence on them to provide runs. If the top order collapses, the middle order comprising KL Rahul, Shreyas Iyer, and Hardik Pandya may lack the firepower or experience to consistently rescue the innings. Unproven left-hand options. Yashasvi Jaiswal, as the reserve left-handed batter, is talented but untested in high-pressure ICC games. If called upon, he'll need to step up quickly. 5. Lack of genuine lower-order power hitters. Tail-end batting depth. The lower-order batting, while composed of capable all-rounders like Jadeja and Axar, lacks the explosive power to accelerate in the final overs. This could hurt India in close games or while setting large totals. Dependence on Hardik Pandya. Hardik remains India's primary finisher in the lower middle order. If he fails or isn't fully fit, the team might struggle to finish innings strongly. 6. Limited match practice for some players. Long gaps between ODIs. India hasn't played 50-over cricket since August 2024. Players like Shreyas Iyer, KL Rahul, and Kuldeep Yadav are coming back after injury layoffs and might need time to regain match sharpness. 7. Potential issues with adaptability in Dubai conditions. Challenges with dew. Matches played under lights in Dubai are often affected by dew, making it difficult for spinners to grip the ball. With a spin-heavy attack, this could tilt the balance in favor of opposition teams during second innings. High temperatures and fatigue. The combination of intense heat and back-to-back games could test the physical fitness of the squad, especially players returning from injuries. Conclusion: while India's squad is robust and balanced overall, fitness concerns, lack of depth in specialist pacers, and over-reliance on specific players, especially in the top order and lower middle order, are areas of potential vulnerability. Addressing these challenges through effective rotation, workload management, and adaptability to conditions will be critical to India's success in the Champions Trophy 2025.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Pakistan, the comeback kings, beats Bangladesh. Pakistan, 135 for 8 from 20. Overs beat Bangladesh, 124, 4-9 in 20 overs by 11 runs. The setup. A clash of survival with India, already storming into the final. This match carried a semi-final flavor. Pakistan, desperate to keep alive their hopes of setting up the dream final against India, needed to turn a faltering campaign into a statement. Bangladesh, buoyed by Saif, Hassan's recent form, were sniffing a famous scalp. The pitch, a used Abu Dhabi surface, dry, holding, and tailor-made for spinners and clever seamers. Pakistan's innings. From paralysis to pulse, power play Taskin and Mahedi choked the start. Pakistan's innings began with tension rather than fluency. Taskin Ahmed banged the ball into the deck and moved it both ways. Mahedi Hazen fired in arm balls that gripped. The pressure told early. Sahibzada Farhan feathered behind, and Same IOB, enduring a nightmare tournament, nicked a 3-ball duck. His fourth in 6 innings? Fakhr Zaman tried to anchor, but the gears wouldn't shift. His 13 from 20 balls sucked momentum out of the innings. By the end of 6 overs, Pakistan were limping at 27 for 2. Their lowest power play return of the competition, middle overs, 7-15 Rishad's Webb, Haris Stallone, bright spot, and a Rishad Hussain. Within the next few overs, Hussein Talat and Captain Salman Uga also departed, undone by cutters and clever At 49-4-5 in the 11th over, Pakistan were sinking. Muhammad Haris, however, refused to sink with them. Using angles in the crease, he swept, scooped, and even produced a lap 6 off Mustafizur Rahman. His 31 from 23 balls was in. Flamboyant, but it was defiant. The only innings in that middle phase that carried conviction. Death overs! Shaheen's surprise. Navaza's nerve, then came the gamble. For a moment, it looked mad, until Afridi launched 2 towering 1, a 95-meter monster, into cow corner. Though he perished quickly, the intent flipped momentum. That set the stage for Mohammad Nawaz, dropped early on. He punished the lapse with 2 meaty 6s in the 17th over, especially brutal on Mahedi. Fahim Ashraf chipped in with late slashes, and the tail smartly pinched 2s into the vast Abu Dhabi outfield. Pakistan had staggered, scrambled, and somehow stitched 135 for 8. A total that felt 15 short, yet was just defendable. Bangladesh's chase. Control lost through Chosa's power play. Shaheen sets the tone. Bangladesh's openers began brightly. Parvez, Hussain, Eamon struck a crisp boundary, but Shaheen Afridi was breathing fire. His first 3 overs cost just 11 runs and yielded 2 wickets. Eamon and Haidoy both beaten for pace and shape. Still, Bangladesh's 36-4-3 after 6 overs kept them in touch. Middle overs, Ayub's redemption. Shamim's lone fight Pakistan turned to spin, and Nawaz obliged by nipping out Mahidi. But the true turning point was same. Ayub's unlikely redemption. After 4 ducks with the bat, he bowled 4 overs of calm. Disciplined off-spin, conceding just 16 runs and prizing out Nurul Hazen and Jakar Ali. At the other end, Shamim Hussain kept Bangladesh afloat with inventive slog sweeps and straight hits, scoring 30 from 25. Yet wickets kept tumbling. By the 15th over, Bangladesh were 85 for 6, still needing 51 from 30 balls. Chaseable, but precarious. Death overs. Roth slams the door. The decisive moment came in the 16th over. Shamim, feeling the squeeze, tried a premeditated reverse lap against Shaheen. Fatal mischance. Timber shattered. Pakistan roared. Then Haris Roth took charge. In the 17th and 18th overs, he unleashed his trademark mix of raw pace and cunning off-cut. Tanzim was bold, Taskin was bold, and suddenly Bangladesh's chase unraveled. By the time the final over arrived, they needed 23. A 6 sparked a flicker of hope, but Dotson tight wide-line deliveries killed it. Bangladesh ended 124 for 9 minus 11 runs short. The big picture! Why Pakistan triumphed. Fielding lapses. Bangladesh. S-drops of Nawaz and Shaheen cost them approximately 30 to 40 runs in a game decided by 11. Spin squeeze. Pakistan milked 4 overs from part-timer Ayub at 4 and over, while Bangladesh's decision to keep a spinner on in the 17th backfired. Death execution! Roth and Shaheen mixed hard length with disguised cutters. Bangladesh's seamers, by contrast, missed their Yorkers and leaked. Mental discipline. Where Pakistan's lower order scrambled every possible to Bangladesh's middle left, too many singles on the table. Man of the match, Shaheen Shah Afridi, -3 for 17 with the new ball. A killer's slower ball at the death and 19 priceless runs in the slog overs. He bent the match twice. First with the ball, then with the bat. The verdict. It wasn't beautiful cricket, but it was classic Pakistan. Scrappy, chaotic, yet lethal when it mattered. They dragged a modest 135 into an 11-run win and, more importantly, into history's books. For Bangladesh, it was an avoidable defeat. The game was theirs in moments, but impatience, fielding errors, and poor shot selection cost them dearly. The outcome! After 4 decades of waiting, we finally have it. An India versus Pakistan Asia Cup final.
South Africa arrived in Cairns with questions swirling over their consistency, but they left with answers written in bold, courtesy of a resounding 98-run victory that gave them a 1-0 lead in the ODI series against Australia. At the heart of it all stood Keshav Maharaj, the unflappable left-arm spinner who delivered a career-best 5 for 33, a spell of guile and precision that cut through Australia's lineup like a surgeon's scalpel. Batting first, South Africa set a daunting 296 on a slow surface that begged for patience and skill. Aiden Markram rediscovered his fluency with a classy 82, Temba Bavuma added a measured 65, and Matthew Breeds justified his selection with a confident 57. Each innings was stitched with resilience, composure, and timely aggression. Together they ensured South Africa posted the highest total ever seen at this venue, a score that at first looked competitive, but under Maharaj's spellbinding touch proved to be more than enough. Australia's reply began like a runaway train. Mitchell Marsh and Travis Head plundered 60 in the first 7 overs with Head's assault on Nanry Berger, a statement of intent. But when spin entered the picture, the entire script changed. Sabrina removed Head with sharp flight in turn, and then Maharaj ended with his own masterpiece. First ball, Manin's Labuschagne trapped LBW, review wasted. Next over, Cameron Green's off stump sent cartwheeling by a delivery that pitched middle and straightened just enough to whisper past his bat. Then Josh Inglis was bold. Alex Carey swept across the line and perished LBW, and Maharaj completed his 5-4 by dismantling Aaron Hardy's stumps. At one point, Moharaj figures read 5 for 9. Australia had no answers. Mitchell Marsh battled valiantly with a blistering 88, his power hitting momentarily reviving Australian hopes. Partnering with Ben Dorshuis, he added 71 for the 7th wicket, dragging his team from the brink. But Berger returned to dismiss both, and once Marsh holed out, Australia's resistance evaporated. The innings folded meekly at 198, giving South Africa their heaviest win on Australian soil in over 3 decades. Beyond the wickets and runs, this match carried deeper significance for South Africa. Moharaj, omitted from the T20 showed that his craft is still indispensable in white ball cricket. Markram, opening for the first time in 4 years, looked comfortable and authoritative. Bavuma, back at number 3, brought stability, and Breitsk, the new face, showed he belongs at his level. For Australia, the loss exposed brittle middle order batting in over-reliance on their captain. Their record of dominance at home cracked, and the aura of invincibility looked shaken. For South Africa, however, this was a statement. Not just a win, but a reminder that with the right balance of youth and experience, they can compete and win against the very best. Cairns witnessed a day of Maharaj's magic, Markram's class, Bavuma's resilience, and Brevi's energy in the field. But above all, it was a day when South Africa showed they are no longer here to make up the numbers. They are here to set the agenda. The series now heads to its next battle, but with a 1-0 lead and momentum in their sails, South Africa will believe this could be the start of something bigger.
Markram sets hittingly ablaze as South Africa crush England. It was supposed to be a 50-over contest. Instead, Headingley played host to a demolition job that looked more like a T20 shootout in just 272 balls. Less than a full T20 match. South Africa dismantled England, bowling them out for 131 and 24.3 overs before chasing the target in a mere 20.5 overs. This was cricket at breakneck speed. Orchestrated by Keshav Maharaj's precision, Wyon, Mulder's movement, and Aidan Markram's stunning batting masterclass. England's early spark fizzles. England's innings started brightly. Jamie Smith, fresh off back-to-back 50s, caressed Nandre Berger through the covers, while Ben Duckett looked to assert himself. But Berger and Ngiddy's probing lengths exposed England's footwork quickly. Duckett was first to go, fencing at a moving delivery. And Joe Root, after one elegant drive, nicked Ngiddy behind to a juggling Ryan Rickleton. Smith, however, continued with intent. He drove fluently, reverse-swept Maharaj, and brought up his second consecutive 50 with ease. England ended the power play at 57 for 2. Far from alarming, but a catastrophic collapse was lurking. Maharaj and Mulder trigger a meltdown Harry Brook. Run out, courtesy of Tristan Stubbs, pinpoint throw. Was the spark South Africa needed? Mulder bowling with guile, struck again, and Maharaj's spin magic took over. Jacob Bethel edged one to slip via Rickleton's gloves. Will Jacks chipped a tame return catch, and Joe's Butler's feet froze as he chopped Mulder on. The procession continued. Archer nicked off to Markram. Rashid was pinned plumb, and debutant Sonny Baker had his stump shattered. England lost 7 wickets for 29 runs and 43 balls, undone by sharp bowling and brilliant catching. Maharaj finished with 4 for 22, Mulder with 3 for 33, and South Africa walked off having bowled out England in just over 24 overs. Markram's batting firestorm. If the bowlers had set the tone, Markram lit the fire. Facing debutant Baker, he tore into England's attack with audacious drives and effortless six. Baker's first over went for 14, his second for 20, and his final figures, 7 overs. 76 runs, 0 wickets, were a brutal initiation into international cricket. Markram brought up his 50 in just 23 balls, smashing 44 runs and boundaries. Ryan Rickleton, who survived a close LBW shout and a contentious slip catch early, eventually found rhythm and rotated strike, while Markram showcased full dominance. By the time Markram fell for 86 off 54 balls, South Africa were on the brink of victory. Dewald Brewy supplied the finishing touches with a towering 6, sealing a 7-wicket win and their 3rd consecutive victory over England. England outgunned. South Africa sent in England's preparation, rolling in from the 100 with minimal training, showed in their loose batting and misfiring bowling. South Africa, meanwhile, were clinical. Maharaj reaffirmed why he's now no. Won in the ODI bowling rankings, Mulder proved his value as a seaman, and Markram reminded everyone of his white ball brilliance. The scoreboard may show a simple chase of 132, but the tone was clear. South Africa, brimming with confidence after their Australian conquest, are building a ruthless, fearless brand of ODI cricket. England were swept aside not just by skill but by intent, and Headingley witnessed a statement of South Africa's growing dominance.
माथे की बिंदिया चमके चमके मेरे सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे हो मेरे माथे की बिंदिया चमके चमके मेरे सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे हो सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे शाम सवेरे छेड़ी मुझको मेरे सखिया रे सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे शाम सवेरे छेड़ी मुझको मेरे सखिया रे एक पल भी लगे ना जिया तेरे बिना मेरे सोना एक पल भी लगे ना जिया तेरे बिना मेरे सोना चाहती हूँ दिखता रहे इन अखियों को ये चेहरा तेरा चाहती हूँ दिखता रहे इन अखियों को ये चेहरा तेरा कैसे दिल माने एक तुम्हें ना जाने क्यों ये दिल ना माने एक तुम्हें अनजाने माथे की बिंदिया चमके चमके मेरे सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे हो मेरे माथे की बिंदिया चमके चमके मेरे सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे हो से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे शाम सवेरे छेड़े मुझको मेरे सखिया रे से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे
King Gill rises 269 at Edgbaston. A knock for the ages. India 575 and batting on day 2. Second test versus England Edgbaston 2025. Move aside history. Make room for majesty. At Edgbaston, a ground that once haunted Indian dreams, Shubman Gill turned dread into destiny, crafting an innings so commanding, so silken, so steely, that it instantly belongs among the pantheon of great Indian knocks abroad. Not since the imperial elegance of Dravid, the defiance of Tendulkar, or the artistry of Laxman have we witnessed such an innings that fused poetry and punishment with such perfection. 269, 384 balls, 34s, 3 sixes, and not a false note in the entire symphony. The coronation of a modern ranger. If Headingley was his proclamation as captain, then Edgbaston is his coronation. The innings was not just about runs, it was about reign. Gill didn't bat, he ruled. Every drive caressed, every punch timed, every leave laced with authority. He walked into a cauldron of expectation, aside under pressure, and emerged not just unscathed, but unshakable. It wasn't about dominating England. It was about dismantling doubt, about declaring once and for all that India has a new batting monarch, and his name is Shubman Gill. The foundation steadied Jaiswal, gritty Jadeja. But as every monarch needs an empire, Gill was supported by a gallant court. Yashasvi Jaiswal, once again bold and brilliant, set the early tone with a sparkling 87 his 750 in as many tests against England. He cut, drove, and hooked his way into rhythm before Stokes finally outwitted him. Then came Ravindra Jidger, ever the soldier in India's red ball wars, stitching a masterful 89 firm when England poked, fluid when they flagged. The 6-wicket stand between Gill and Jadeja was worth 253 breathtaking runs across 276 balls, the pivot on which India turned the tide. Turning points and milestones, Gill reached his century on day 1 with a clinical flourish. He returned on day 2 and marched to 150, showing no signs of nerves, only intent. He raised his double century off 311 balls with a flurry of 4s and a flicked 6 that oozed elegance. And finally, in the post-lunch session, came the sublime 250, brought up with the serenity of a saint and the sharpness of a sword. All this while England rotated their attack tirelessly, Wokes probing, Carr steaming in, Bashir spinning, and Stokes scheming. But Gill remained a fortress in whites. England had no answers, only admiration. Masterclass in mental fortitude. Gill's innings wasn't flashy. It was focused. He played the situation, not the scoreboard. He resisted temptation when England crowded his cover region. He managed his physical fatigue and soaked up over 9 hours of high-stakes pressure. And he carried the bat from day 1 through to the close on day 2, something only the greats do when the team needs it most. This wasn't just Gill's highest test score. It was the highest score by an Indian captain in England. It will now be whispered in the same breath as Gavaskar at the Oval, Dravid at Headingley, and Kohli at Nottingham. India's monumental 587. India's batting cards gleamed with intent. Jaiswal's 87 provided thrust. Jadeja's 89 brought glue. Washington Sunder's 42 and Akash Deep's late resistance added polish. And amidst them, Gill's 269 not-out towered like a lighthouse above a turbulent test tide. The scoring rate, a brisk 4.01 PRE across 143 overs, shows India's intent. But it was never reckless. It was calculated, clinical domination. A new era, a new emblem. Make no mistake, this innings isn't just about Edgbaston. It's a signpost. It declares that the next chapter of Indian batting isn't waiting in the shadows, it's already on the throne. Gill is not just the future anymore, he's the present. And with his bat, he's writing a legacy in real time. The era of King Gill has begun.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Big Memorial Unleash. Shepherd's 14-ball mayhem stunned CSK in Bengaluru at M. Chinnaswamy Stadium, Bengaluru on May 3, 2025. Match: Royal Challengers Bengaluru versus Chennai Super Kings. Highlight: Memorial Shepherd 53 not out off 14 balls, 4 fours, and 4 sixes. Death overs are often where games are decided, but what Romario Shepherd did tonight wasn't just decisive, it was destruction. Total, unapologetic, thunderous destruction. The Chinnaswamy crowd had gone a little quiet. Royal Challengers Bengaluru, despite a solid foundation, seemed to be heading toward a par total. Then walked in Big Memorial and rewrote the script with one of the most brutal cameos in IPL history. What followed was a storm. No, a cyclone of sixes and screaming boundaries that shredded Chennai Super Kings' death bowling attack. The over that ignited bedlam. 19th over bowler Khalil Ahmed. Ball 1-6 launched over deep mid-wicket. Ball 2-6 clean as daylight over long. Ball 3-4 a slower ball slashed over short third. Ball 4-6 full and punished over long again. Ball 5 7 runs, a 6 plus no ball. A back of length ball hammered over deep extra cover. Ball 6, dot, finally some calm. Ball 7, free hit 4, swiped over short fine leg. 33 runs off the over. The entire stadium turned into a cauldron of disbelief and euphoria. Paterana pays 2. But Romario wasn't done. In the final over, the baby Malinin, Matisha Paterana, was the next to field a fire. 2 boundaries pierced the infield like missiles. Then came the 2 towering sixes, leaving the white ball soaring into Bengaluru's night sky. From 1 off 2 balls, Romario raced a 53 off 14, equaling the second fastest IPL 50 ever, just behind Yashavi Jaiswal's 13-ball milestone. The final death blow. RCB racked up 54 runs in the final 2 overs. Romario scored 52 of those. Let that sink in. No one expected this level of carnage. CSK were ready for the threat of David. Instead, they were ambushed by Shepard, a man who turned up out of the syllabus and smashed every line and length out of the playbook. Final verdict. Romario Shepard's 53 all 14 balls will go down as one of the most explosive death over innings in IPL history, not just for the stats, but for the way he changed the entire narrative of the game in just 2 overs. A silent crowd became a roaring mob. A standard finish became a statement. And a strong finish became legendary. Manchester magic and mayhem, Pant's bravery, Stokes' strike, and England's ruthless reply. It was a day where courage danced with calamity, where history walked out wearing a moon boot, and where India's grip on the 4 tests loosened under relentless pressure of England's opening salvo. Day 2 of the Manchester Test will be remembered not only for the scoreboard swings, but for the sheer audacity of Rishabh Pant and the calculated aggression of Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley. Pant's brave heart act. Morning at Old Trafford began quietly, overcast, cool and unsuspecting. But before long, Rishabh Pant seized the day's narrative, limping down the stairs, bat in hand, striding out with a fractured foot that should have kept him out for weeks. The roar from the Manchester crowd wasn't just noise, it was recognition of grit, of guts, of a cricketer who redefined commitment. Pant's 54 off 75 wasn't a cameo, it was a warrior's charge. He hit his 90th 6 in Test cricket, equaling Sehwag's Indian record, and surpassed Alex Stewart to notch the most Test runs by a wicket-keeper in a series in England. It was cricket theatre at its purest, a limping hero, an expectant crowd, and a series on the edge. Stokes finds his magic, but Pant's bravery could only drag India to 358. A total that looked robust but not imposing. That's largely because Ben Stokes turned back the years with the ball, aggressive, inventive, relentless. His 5-wicket haul, 5 for 72, was his first in 8 years. Whether it was trapping combos with a ball that kissed the outside edge, or pitching it up with sharp movement, Stokes showed why he's more than captain, he's an instigator. The supporting act came from Jofra Archer 3 for 73, but it was Stokes who held the script. His 16 wickets in the series so far mark his most prolific Test series with the ball, surpassing even his Ashes debut heroics. Duckett and Crawley, demolition men. Then came England's counterpunch, a brutal, clinical, boundary-laced partnership from Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley that drained every ounce of energy from the Indian attack. In just 46 overs, the pair added 166 runs, flattening any plans India might have had for taking control. Duckett was merciless. He scored 94 runs, finding the boundary behind the square leg with surgical precision. Not one of his first 50 runs came through the offside, an oddity that underlined his control of line. One flick through mid-wicket from a good-length delivery had the crowd chanting before the ball crossed the rope. Crowley, more circumspect, endured early discomfort, including a rising snort from Boomer that struck his bottom hand. But once settled, his 84-run effort was filled with glorious drives and firm resolve. The ease with which he punished anything remotely full made India's bowlers look out of sorts. Indian bowlers misfire. It was India's bowling truly let the side down. Tactics were muddled, lengths inconsistent. The Duke's ball, notorious for getting dangerous after the 15th of October overs, was not exploited. Unsure Kamboj, the debutant, was expensive early on, and while Siraj and Boomer tried, the discipline wasn't there. England raced along at nearly 5 runs per over, and even when Jadeja removed Crawley and Kamboj got Dickett late in the day, the damage had been done. By stumps, England had racked up 225 for 2, trailing by just 133 runs with 2 fresh batters, Ollie Pope and Joe Root, ready to resume. Looking ahead, Day 2 closed with a poignant sense of what if for India. Pant gave them heart. Stokes showed them how. But Duckett and Crawley exposed a bowling unit in its rethinking and recalibration. Day 3 will now be pivotal. If India can't strike early and often, England could run away with the match in the series. They bowled to the left, they bowled to the right. The chant in the party stand said it all. India need to respond, and fast.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soars, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner hour. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
IPL 2025 Match 36 report. Iceman Aves freezes Royals as LSG pull off last over classic at Jaipur Calendar on the 19th of April 2025. Lucknow Super Giant 180 for 5 Markram 66, Badoni 50. Samad 30 beat Rajasthan Royals 178 for 5 Jeswal 74, Sirvanshi 34, Aves 3 for 37 by 2 runs. Rajasthan Royals were coasting. 9 runs required off 6 bowls, 6 wickets in hand, and a well-set batting lineup ready to close out the chase. But cricket has a funny way of flipping the script, and Aves Khan had the pen in hand. In one of the most dramatic final overs of IPL 2025, Aves held his nerve like a seasoned ice sculptor, delivering 5 searing Yorkers to squeeze out a stunning 2-run win for Lucknow Super Giants. Just days after choking in a similar situation against Delhi Capitals, stumbled at the doorstep again. From near certainty to sheer despair, Aves Khan's cold-blooded finish sent Lucknow soaring and left Jaipur silent. Aves Shah's nerve, Royals' nightmare. The final over deserves to be carved in granite. Needed just 8 runs. Shimran Hetmir started with a lucky edge for 2. Then came a fumble from Shardul Thakur that gifted another brace. But pressure does funny things. Hetmir's powerful flick next ball landed straight into Thakur's hands, this time at backward square. Revenge was instant. 2 balls left. For needed. Shubham Dubey was dropped the previous ball by David Miller, but no redemption came. A straight drive was parried by Aves himself. 1 ball remained. 3 to win. 2 to tie. Dubey drilled it hard, but again, Aves was in the way, sticking out a left arm like a wall. It was over. Had bottled it. LSG had stolen it. The spark that was Sirvanshi. Before the finish, there was 14-year-old Vaibhav Sirvanshi fearless, flamboyant, and utterly unfazed on debut. Coming in as impact player, he bludgeoned his first IPL ball for 6 over cover. He then cleared his front leg to smoke Aves over long off and launch another 6 down the ground off Ravi Bishnoi. Even a drop catch off a top edge didn't halt the show. Sirvanshi was in the zone. It took a turning delivery from Aiden Markram and a sharp piece of glove work from Rishabh Pant to finally dismiss him for a sparkling 34 off 16. By then, he and Yashasvi Jaiswal had put on 85 in 8.3 overs, turning heads and tilting the balance in R's favor. Jaiswal's brilliance, 1 mistake too many. Yashasvi Jaiswal's purple patch continued with another elegant 74 off 47. His timing was exquisite, his footwork against spin fearless. He pulled, swept, lofted, and manipulated the field like a veteran chess player. But one moment of overconfidence became the crack in the wall. Backing away to slice a Yorker-length ball from Aves behind point, he found only timber. LSG saw their chance, and they took it. Samad's late blitz, the match within the match. LSG's final flourish came courtesy Abdul Samad, whose unbeaten 30 off 10 turned what looked like a middling total into a target just out of R's reach. Having been held back for the death overs, Samad exploded in the final over, smashing 4 sixes in a 27-run cameo that stunned Rajasthan. His timing and clean hitting shifted momentum dramatically. And while Aves would later claim the limelight, Samad's knock was a pulse that kept LSG alive. Tactical moves, Badoni's anchor, Markram's calm. Earlier, Ayush Badoni was brought in as an impact player to stabilize the innings after the top order stuttered. Replacing Marsh, he worked the angles, rotated strike, and then accelerated, finishing with composed 50 off 34. At the other end, Aiden Markram anchored the innings with a fluent 66, smartly rotating against spin and using the big boundary to his advantage. Together, they rebuilt after early wickets, before handing over to Samad for the grand finale. Another heartbreaker for Royals. Back-to-back failures in tight chases will haunt Sanju Samson's side. Despite Jaiswal's brilliance, Sirvanshi's stardust, and an experienced finishing pair, R's execution once again faltered when it mattered most. What could they have done differently? Rotate better in the middle? Attack Aves earlier? Hold back their composure? The questions are many. The answers, elusive. Player of the match, Aves Khan. For that final over. For the nerves of titanium. For rewriting the script when it was nearly finished. Aves Khan, take a bow. Lucknow Super Giants surge into the top 4. Rajasthan Royals, once cruising, now face introspection and a crucial turning point in their campaign. As the league heats up, one thing's clear. IPL 2025 doesn't do predictable.
England crush West Indies as Brooke era begins with a bang. Edgbaston, May 29th, 2025, first men's ODI. In a performance that could only be described as a dream debut for a new captain, Harry Brooke led England to a massive 238-run victory over the West Indies at Edgbaston, igniting hopes of a bold new chapter for English cricket. Not only was it a win, it was a statement of renewal. A statement performance, 400 plus and ruthless with the ball. Winning the toss and electing to bat would have been the traditional move, but being put in gave Brooks England the chance to dictate, not react. And dictate they did. England 400 for 8 in 50 overs. West Indies all out for 162 in 30.3 overs. From the opening 10 overs, England batted like a team with purpose, maturity, and firepower. It marked a reversal of their recent ODI woes, snapping a 7-match losing streak, their worst since 2000-2001. Batting highlights, intent meets intelligence. Jacob Bethel, 82 off 52 dynamic. His late innings acceleration, scoring 56 off his last 22 balls, turned a great score into an imposing one. Harry Brooke, 58 off 47, calm, authoritative, and fluent. A captain's knock that set the tone. Ben Duckett and Jamie Smith set the tone early with an assertive 90-run power play. Well, Jack's 45 off 22, a late innings blitzkrieg with Bethel that left the Windies reeling. The team struck the ideal ODI balance. Build with tempo, explode late. Bowling brilliance, ruthless and relentless. England's bowlers backed up the batters perfectly. Saqib Mahmood and Jamie Overton, 3 wickets each, mixing pace with discipline. Brooks' record 5 catches underlined his fielding instincts and positional intelligence. West Indies were never in the chase. The collapse was stark. Only Seals 29 showed resistance. Their power play score of 45 for 3 quickly unraveled into chaos. Brooks' message, forget the past, embrace the new. In his post-match interview, Brooks' tone was philosophical yet forward-looking. We're trying to forget about the past, take one game at a time. We done pretty well today. Hopefully we can top that. It wasn't just about victory, it was about rewriting the script. England's recent ODI form had been dismal, and Brooke knows results must replace reputations. West Indies falter, tactical confusion, and indiscipline. Head coach Darren Sammy was visibly frustrated post-match. Our bowlers were not disciplined enough. We were chasing the game from early. Captain Shai Hope's decision to bowl first backfired as the Windies failed to maintain tight lines, especially on a surface that demanded it. With square boundaries easily accessible, the lack of discipline proved fatal. What this means going forward, England's new era could not have started on a better note. The squad, featuring young blood like Bethel, Jacks, and Smith, offers depth, clarity, and fearlessness. For the West Indies, it's back to the drawing board. Their batting fragility and bowling inconsistency remain pressing concerns. Player of the match, Jacob Bethel. For his match-defining 82 in a crucial phase, Bethel takes the honor. His innings changed the tempo and ensured England crossed the psychological 400-run barrier. Final word. This wasn't just a victory, it was a cleansing. England's white ball side needed a fresh spark after years of inconsistent returns, and Brooks' men lit the flame in style. It's early days, but if this match is a sign of things to come, English fans have every reason to dream again.
New horizons in the Caribbean. Australia face reinvigorated Windies in Test Showdown. The island breeze is steady in Barbados, but it's the cricketing climate that's shifting dramatically as Australia and a new-look West Indies clash in the first test of their World Test Championship WTC 2025-27 cycle. Anticipation crackles at Kensington Oval. Fresh leadership, reshaped squads, and raw ambition mark a pivotal reset for both sides. Chase takes the helm, hope rekindled for Windies. It's a bold new chapter for the West Indies. Ralston Chase, who hasn't featured in a test since March 2023, is now at the reins of a side looking to rediscover its fighting spirit. The batting order has a refreshed spine. Brandon King steps in for his test debut. Shai Hope returns as wicketkeeper. John Campbell is back up top. Surprisingly, veteran Kamar Roach misses out entirely, while Joshua D.A. Silver's Gabba heroics remain unrewarded. Australian lineup looks to the future. While Australia's changes aren't as dramatic, they're no less significant. For the first time since 2018, neither Marnus Labuschagne nor Steve Smith appears in a Test 11. Smith is recovering from injury, and Labuschagne, after 53 straight tests, has finally been axed. Income: Sam Consters, the rising star who burst onto the scene against India. Josh Inglis, stepping into the unfamiliar number 4 slot. A classic pace attack of Cummins, Stark, and Hazelwood, anchored by Nathan Leon. Jewel of the day matchups that could decide it all. Matchup what's at stake. Shamar Joseph versus Aussie top order. Can Joseph relight his gabber fire and rattle the inexperienced Costas in Inglis? Spin versus spin Leons. Finesse versus Warrican's home advantage on a slow deck. Chase's captaincy debut versus Cummins. Consistency the bold and untested against the proven and composed. Hope's return behind the stumps, a make-or-break moment for West Indies middle order stability. Green and Head versus Seals, and A. Joseph, Australia's middle order, will be key on a wearing pitch. Confirmed 11s, fresh faces in focus. Australia. Kawire, Consters, Green, Inglis, Head, Webster, Carey, wicketkeeper. Cummins captain, Starkington, Stark, Leon, Hazelwood. West Indies. Brathwaite, Campbell, Carty, King, Chase captain, Hope wicketkeeper. Greaves, Warrican, A. Joseph, S. Joseph, Seals. The Kensington factor, pitching conditions. Dry, with grassy patches and bare sections. Classic Caribbean unpredictability. Spin lightly from day 3 onwards. Expect variable bounce, especially late on. Forecast mostly clear, though Saturday may bring storms. Quirky stats and golden milestones. Chase's captaincy debut is also his 50th test. Rican to play his 100th first-class match. Last time Australia played a test in Barbados 2012, Smith scored 199. West Indies haven't won a home test versus Australia since 2003. Australia are on a 3-match winning streak in Bridgetown. Players in the spotlight. Shamar Joseph, can lightning strike twice? His Gabber 7-4 made headlines. Since then, a mix of injury and underwhelming spells. But Australia brings out the best in him. Sam Consters, trial by fire. After a fairy tale debut, Consters now faces Caribbean pitches and high expectations. This could be his true test of mettle. Series stakes, much more than points. Australia want to maintain dominance and blood the next generation. West Indies aim to restore pride, play with flair, and show the world the Caribbean heartbeat still beats strong. Captain's call. Pat Cummins, this pitch has mystery. We'll trust our pace trio to adapt fast. Ross and Chase, we want to bring back joy to Caribbean cricket, flamboyant, proud, and fierce. Final word, who will seize the sunrise? Australia are favourites on paper, but West Indies at home would win a point to prove, and Chase, determined to make a mark, could just pull off something special. All eyes on Barbados. Locked at 387, a day of grit, glory, and gathering storms at Lord's. Day 3 at Lord's was less a cricket match and more an emotional opera, full of suspense, theatre, fire, brilliance, and just the right touch of chaos. When the dust finally settled, India and England stood on exactly the same score, 387 each. Tied. Perfectly. Like a test match arm wrestle frozen in a photo finish. But the day truly belonged to K.L. Rahul, Rishabh Pant, Ravindra Jadeja, a trio that weathered storms, overcame nerves, and kept India's hopes alive against all odds. K.L. Rahul, calm, composed, and centurion again. K.L. Rahul walked into this match with the confidence of a man who had seen the lows and fought his way back. His innings of 100 was more than just a personal milestone. It was a statement. Controlled, elegant, unflappable, Rahul set the tone for India's innings, but it wasn't all smooth sailing. With lunch looming and Rahul stranded on 98, Rishabh Pant attempted a desperate single that led to a brilliant Ben Stokes run-out, ending their century stand and adding drama to what had been a stoic session. Ryu's eventual dismissal came 11 balls after reaching his ton, a soft ending to what had been a masterclass in temperament and timing. Rishabh Pant, unpredictable, unstoppable, unforgettable. Still recovering from injury, Pant refused to be passive. He charged Jofra Archer, attempted reverse scoops, smashed sixes, and even took on the short ball barrage from Ben Stokes. His 74 was stitched from courage and chaos quintessentially Pant. Even when reckless, his intent fired up the dressing room, the kind of spark that inflames belief. And with 88 test sixes, he's just too short of Sehwag's all-time India record. Ravindra Jadeja, the rock in the middle order. Comet the hour, Comet Sir Jadeja. His 72 off 131 balls might not earn screaming headlines, but it was the silent steal in India's innings. Archer was breathing fire. Stokes was snarling, but Jadeja stood tall, showing the technique of a top-order batter and the tenacity of a street fighter. His wicket fell with India 11 short of England's total. The tail wagged briefly, and the match was beautifully, poetically, ridiculously tied at 387. England's fire and frustration. Ben Stokes looked closer as been its best, aggressive, confrontational, and incredibly sharp in the field. His direct hit was pure theater. His short-pitch spell was pure venom. And then there was Jofra Archer. Clocking 150-plus kilometer H, Archer produced his fastest ever test spell, hurling down lightning bolts that had Jadeja and Reddy dancing on the edge. It felt like 2019 again, only this time India didn't flinch. Despite the pressure, England couldn't force a collapse, and when England came out to bat again, the deliberate slowing down of play and exchanges with Shubman and Gill only underlined the pressure cooker this test has become. He succeeds, a second-inning shootout at Lord's. As Day 3 closed with England 2-0, this test is now delicately poised for a second-inning shootout. With Jasper Bumrah and Akash deep waiting in the wings and India's belief sky high, the momentum is subtly shifting. India has already outplayed England's bowlers across 2 tests. They've matched them in the field. Now they must bowl with control and intend to press on the advantage. England's top order is under scrutiny. Root is yet to fire in this innings, but looms large, and India's quicks are rested, hungry, and battle-tested. Key to Day 4. Early wickets, India needs to strike quickly before Root or Brooks settle. Bumrah factor, back on his hunting ground, Bumrah could be the difference maker. Pant's fitness, his ability to keep him bat again, will influence India's strategy. Pitch behavior, Lords might flatten out, making the first 2 sessions vital. Final word. If Day 2 was about fire and domination, Day 3 was about finesse, fightbacks, and emotional swings. And now, heading into Day 4, India smells opportunity. This test is no longer just a match. It's a mental duel, a tug-of-war of intent, belief, and execution. The team that blinks now loses.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall I India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Why India should win the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. The ICC Champions Trophy 2025 is one of the most eagerly awaited cricket tournaments of the decade, and India's campaign is laden with anticipation and potential. As one of the tournament's most successful teams, India enters the fray with a blend of historical success, a formidable squad, and an unyielding desire to assert their dominance on the world stage once again. Despite some challenges, including the likely absence of star pacer Jasprit Bumrah due to injury, India's chances remain bright, backed by a well-rounded team and strategic preparation. A balanced squad with depth. India's roster for the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 is a testament to the team's strategic depth and talent development. The squad boasts a mix of seasoned stalwarts and promising young stars, each bringing unique skills to the table. Rohit Sharma, the captain and one of the most consistent ODI performers, leads the team with an unparalleled wealth of experience. His opening partnership with the young and dynamic Yashasvi Jaiswal promises explosive starts and sets the foundation for the innings. The middle order is fortified by players like Shubman Gill and Virat Kohli. Gill, with his remarkable ODI average and an ability to adapt to varying conditions, complements Kohli's legendary consistency and leadership in pressure situations. Kohli, often regarded as one of the greatest ODI batters of all time, provides stability and an anchor around which the innings can be built. KL Rahul adds further depth to the batting lineup. As a wicketkeeper batsman, he combines technical finesse with an ability to accelerate when required. His performances at the number 5 position have often proven to be match-winning, showcasing his capability as a finisher in high-stakes games. The bowling unit, resilient despite Bumrah's absence. While Jasprit Bumrah's injury casts a shadow over India's bowling lineup, the team has ample firepower to compensate. Mohammad Shami steps up as the leader of the pace attack. Shami's exceptional record in ODIs, combined with his ability to deliver under pressure, ensures India has a reliable option for both the power play and death overs. Mohammad Siraj, another key bowler, brings swing and discipline, complementing Shami's aggression. Adding diversity to the pace attack is Arshdeep Singh, whose left-arm seam and control make him a vital weapon, particularly in the middle and death overs. His ability to bowl under pressure adds a new dimension to India's bowling arsenal. The spin department, led by Kuldeep Yadav, ensures balance. Yadav's wrist spin has proven to be a game-changer, especially on pitches offering turn. All-rounders like Ravindra Jadeja, Hardik Pandya, and Washington Sundar further strengthened the bowling unit. Jadeja's left-arm spin, coupled with his fielding brilliance, makes him indispensable. While Pandya's medium pace and Sundar's off-spin provide valuable overs in the middle stages of an innings. Recent form and momentum. India's recent performances in international cricket instill confidence. Winning the 2024 T20 World Cup was a major morale booster, breaking a prolonged ICC title drought. The triumph demonstrated the team's ability to handle pressure and deliver in knockout games, a quality essential for Champions Trophy success. Players who were instrumental in that victory, such as Hardik Pandya and Shubman Gill, are expected to replicate their form. Strength in the batting department. India's batting lineup is arguably one of the most formidable in the tournament. Rohit Sharma's ability to produce big scores in ICC tournaments is well documented. Jaiswal, with his aggressive style and penchant for dominating bowlers, provides the perfect foil to Sharma. The pair's synergy can set the tone for high-scoring games. In the middle order, Gill and Kohli stand as pillars of consistency. Gill's ability to pace his innings and Kohli's unmatched chase master credentials make them a daunting pair for any opposition. KL Rahul's versatility adds another layer of security, capable of playing both an aggressive or consolidating role depending on the match situation. The all-rounder advantage. India's strength lies in its well-rounded team composition, particularly in the all-rounder department. Hardik Pandya's explosive batting and ability to bowl at crucial junctures make him a key player. Ravindra Jadeja, with his all-around contributions, ensures balance. His prowess with the ball and ability to play impactful cameos with the bat make him indispensable. Washington Sundar, another promising all-rounder, offers control with his off-spin and utility with the bat in low-order situations. Hush historical success in the Champions Trophy. India has a storied history in the ICC Champions Trophy. The team has reached the final on 4 occasions and clinched the title twice, including a memorable win in 2013. This legacy serves as both an inspiration and a benchmark for the current squad. India's consistency in this tournament format reflects its adaptability and capability to perform under diverse conditions. Neutral venues, a strategic advantage. While political tensions mean India's matches will be played at neutral venues in the UAE, this could work in their favor. Indian players have significant experience playing in the UAE due to IPL and other tournaments, giving them a strategic edge over opponents unfamiliar with the conditions. The pitches in Dubai, known for being balanced between bat and ball, suit India's versatile lineup. Leadership and tactical acumen. Under Rohit Sharma's captaincy, India's tactical approach has evolved. Sharma's calm demeanor and ability to make decisive on-field decisions are vital assets. His leadership, supported by the experience of players like Virat Kohli and KL Rahul, ensures the team operates with clarity and focus. The emotional and geopolitical context. India's participation in a tournament hosted by Pakistan and the UAE carries immense emotional weight. The geopolitical backdrop adds intensity to matches, particularly the much-anticipated clash with Pakistan. Such circumstances often bring out the best in Indian teams, galvanizing players to rise to the occasion and deliver memorable performances. The path forward. India's journey in the ICC Champions Trophy 2025 promises to be an exciting chapter in cricket history. The team's preparation, depth, and resilience are key factors that make them strong contenders for the title. Even without the services of Jasprit Bumrah, India's balanced squad and recent momentum position them as one of the favourites to lift the trophy. The tournament will not only test their skill and temperament but also offer an opportunity to further solidify their legacy in world cricket. India's campaign is more than just a pursuit of silverware. It's a statement of their standing as a cricketing powerhouse. With a well-prepared team, unwavering focus, and a hunger for victory, India has every reason to believe that they can emerge victorious in the ICC Champions Trophy 2025.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch. Of our India rising the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
Asia Cup 2025 preview. Why India are nailed on favorites to reign supreme. Again, the cricketing spotlight shifts to the UAE as the Asia Cup T202025 kicks off on September 9th. 8 teams, 2 weeks, and 1 glittering trophy. But all eyes are firmly fixed on India, the reigning champions and the most dominant force in the tournament's history, with 8 Asia Cup titles already. 7 in Otis, 1 in T20 and an unbroken streak of T20 excellence since their 2024 World Cup triumph. India head into this edition as the team to beat, perhaps even untouchable. A record of dominance since lifting the Asia Cup T20 trophy in Colombo in 2023. India have evolved from a team with enviable talent to a well-oiled juggernaut. Their tournament record is unmatched. 8 Asia Cup titles, more than Sri Lanka and Pakistan combined. 2024 T20 World Cup winners with a flawless record. Series wins against Australia, England, and South Africa in the last year, showcasing adaptability across conditions. The team-asked remarkable consistency and depth means they rarely fielded their full strength. 11 in recent bilateral series, yet they V-dominated. Now, with every star aligned, this squad looks primed for another title run. Leadership, SKY's vision. Gill's poise, Captain Suryakumar. Yadav brings flair and fearlessness, leading by example with his innovative stroke play. While Vice-Captain Shubman, Gill, fresh from a stellar IPL season and a record-breaking Asia Cup campaign in 2023, provides calm authority at the top. Together, they represent the perfect leadership blend. Sky's explosive instincts matched by Gill's tactical precision. Gill's return to the T20I, she is a significant boost. His ability to anchor an innings at blistering pace, strike rate 155 in IPL 2025, makes him arguably the most reliable T20 opener in the world. A batting lineup with no weak link. India's batting order is a nightmare for opposition. Bowlers Abhishek Sharma, the fearless left-hander, who dominated power plays in IPL 2025, Tilak Varma, and Ring Singh. Middle order powerhouses who finish games with authority. Hardik Pandya and Shivam Dube, all-rounders who bring balance and explosive finishing. Jitish Sharma, likely first-choice keeper, a 360 striker who's been earmarked as India's long-term finisher. Even stalwarts like Sanju Samson and Yashasvi Jaiswal are waiting in the wings. Proof of India's ridiculous depth. Bumrah and the bowling arsenal. No team in world cricket boasts a better T20 bowling attack. Jasprit Bumrah, the master of Yorkers, whose tournament temperament is unmatched. Arshdeep Singh and Harshit Rana, left and right arm-paced. Variety to keep batters guessing. Varun Chakravarthi and Kuldeep Yadav, mystery spin meets guile, offering relentless control. Axar Patel, a dependable all-rounder capable of tying down batters in the middle overs. Bowling coach Morn Morkel has made it clear India will cover all bases, with Dubai's grassy pitches adding intrigue. India have the flexibility to field 3 frontline seamers or deploy a spin-heavy attack, recalling their 4-spinner dominance during the 2025 Champions Trophy. Key storylines to watch: the No. 8 debate. Shivam Dube's all-round ability could give India more batting depth, but Harshit Rana's pace adds firepower. A tactical dilemma for Sky. Gill's golden touch can Gill replicate his record break in 2023 Asia Cup run. 302 runs at 75.50. Rinku Singh's finishing prowess. The man who redefined T20 finishing in the IPL now steps onto the continental stage. Pakistan, Clash, Sep, Katorsa, the mother of all contests. And India's ultimate litmus tests before the Super 4. Opposition threats. While Pakistan's pace trio and Sri Lanka's spin attack promise competition. India's bench depth, tournament experience, and winning culture make them stand tall. Afghanistan's unpredictability and Bangladesh's fighting spirit may produce upsets, but the golfing class is stark. India's fixtures September 10th, versus UAE Dubai, SEP 14. Versus Pakistan, Dubai SEP 19. Versus Oman Abu Dhabi, Super 4. And final. September 21st to 28th, why India are favorites, World Cup momentum? India have not lost a T20I series in over 18 months. Depth of talent. Every position has at least 2 world-class backups. IPL advantage. Players are battle-hardened against the world's best under pressure. Leadership stability. Sky and Gill bring the perfect mix of audacity and calm. Bowling, versatility. Seam spin balance and match winners for every condition. Simply put, India as second, she could challenge for the title. That is, how dominant this side has become.
Mumbai Indians vs Royal Challengers Bengaluru, 7th April 2025. RCB survive Hardik Tilak storm to break 10-year Wankhede curse. Result, Royal Challengers Bengaluru to 21 for 5, Kohli 67, Patidar 64, Hardik 2 for 45, Bolt 2 for 57 beat Mumbai Indians to 0-9 for 9, Tilak 56, Hardik 42, Krunal 4 for 45, Hazelwood 2 for 37, by 12 runs. Venue, Wankhede Stadium, Mumbai. Introduction, RCB end another long drought in a thriller. RCB continued their jinx-breaking spree in IPL 2025 by clinching their first win at the Wankhede Stadium in a decade, just days after ending a 17-year drought at Chepauk. In a high-scoring clash filled with big hits, standout performances, and late drama, they held their nerve to edge past Mumbai Indians by 12 runs. It wasn't a cruise despite posting a massive 221, as Hardik Pandya and Tilak Verma threatened to pull off a miraculous heist. But the composed Krunal Pandya and death bowling brilliance from Hazelwood and Bhuvneshwar secured the crucial win. Kohli's intent lights the fuse. Trent Bolt started proceedings with his 31st first-over wicket in the IPL, but it was all RCB after that. Devdutt Padikkal responded immediately with a boundary, and the aggression never stopped. Virat Kohli, often an anchor, flipped the script with a blazing 29-ball 50, his fastest since 2019. Kohli took 36 off 19 balls in the power play and displayed rare aggression against spin, unleashing slog sweeps in the middle overs. His early charge set the tone, allowing Patidar to settle at the other end. Patidar's middle-order firepower. Hardik Pandya initially choked the flow with his wide lines and pace variations, picking up the key wickets of Kohli and Livingstone in the same over. But Rajat Patidar turned the tide, launching into Hardik and dismantling Santner's figures with 20 off a single over. Patidar went from 8 off 10 to a 33-ball 64, creating the platform for a big finish. Jitesh Sharma joined the onslaught, smashing 24 off just 8 balls as Bolt leaked 57 in his 4 overs, his most expensive IPL spell. Despite 3 clinical overs from Bumrah, who conceded only 14, RCB pushed the total to 221 for 5. Hazelwood and Suyash stalled the chase. The MI chase began in stuttered fashion. Hazelwood's tight lengths and Suyash Sharma's unorthodox action created early pressure. Hazelwood removed Rickalton with help from a sharp DRS call, and after the power play, MI had only 41 on the board. Suryakumar Yadav, unable to find rhythm, laboured to 8 off 13 before falling to Suyash. With Will Jacks also failing to accelerate, MI needed a miracle with 123 required off the last 8 overs. Hardik and Tilak spark hope. Enter Hardik Pandya and Tilak Verma. The pair added 89 off 34 balls, injecting belief into Me's camp. Tilak took 17 off Suyash's final over and raced to a 29-ball 56. Hardik was electric, smashing 42 off just 15 balls with a mix of straight lofts and flicked sixes. From a near-impossible equation, MI brought it down to 41 off the final 3 overs. Krunal, Bhuvneshwar and Hazelwood delivered a death bowling masterclass, yorkers, slower balls, and variations that kept MI at bay. Krunal's final blow. With 19 needed off the final over, Krunal Pandya was handed the responsibility. Bowling to his former side, he kept his composure. He dismissed Santner and Deepak Chahar, denying MI the boundaries they craved. Krinal's 4 for 45 were his best IPL figures and the final dagger in Me's hopes. Key performers: Virat Kohli, 67 from 38, blistering knock that set the tone. Rajat Patidar, 64 from 33, high-impact middle-order innings. Hardik Pandya, 42 from 15 and 2 for 45, an all-round spark that almost stole the game. Tilak Verma, 56 from 29, smart acceleration and stroke play. Krinal Pandya, 4 for 45 from 4, nerves of steel in the final over. Josh Hazlewood, 2 for 37, clinical execution in both power play and death. Final word, RCB saw, MI stagger. RCB will be elated with another statement win away from home and the breaking of long-standing venue hoodoos. Kohli's intent, Patidar's power, and Krinal's poise were key ingredients in this balanced performance. For MI, this was a missed opportunity. Despite the late fireworks, they remain plagued by inconsistent top-order starts and leaking runs at the death. 2 losses in a row will ring alarm bells, especially with their bowling depth stretched. Final result, Royal Challengers Bengaluru won by 12 runs. Player of the match, Rajat Patidar, 64 from 33.
Halftime in Dubai. India squeeze. Pakistan scrabble. Minus 127 ninths on a tacky deck mood check. India have one glove on this game. They bossed the new ball. Smothered the middle with spin. And only a last-over Shaheen sledgehammer nudged Pakistan to 127 ninths. Target for India. 128 RIR, or 6.4. On this surface, that's doable with discipline. The story so far as it unfolded. 1. The tone setter. Hardik, plus. Bumrah, crack. The door opens 0.1. Hardik goes wobble seam on a grippy length. Say Mayub, spoons, point first ball. 1.2 Bumrah, wins the Haris duel immediately. 137 kph. Skiddy picked out Pandya at deep backward square. Early read. 2 paced. Variable bounce. Anything cross-batted felt risky. Pakistan 7 halves after 2.2. Pakistan tried to breathe. India removed the oxygen. Fakhar Zaman countered with clips and a ramp. But Axar Patel arrived like a metronome. Hard lengths at 92-94 kph. Skidding on Zaman Tujiblas off 15 toppages the rush ball. 7.4. Samanaga's 12-ball grind ends with a top-edged sweep 9.6. Axar spell. 401, 8-2. Pakistan 47 thirds at 9 and suffocating. 37 dot balls by the 10th. 3. Kuldeep's 2-2. The Hinch 12th over Kuldeep's Rangan party. Hazen Nua skies the slog sweep. Saxar 12.4. Mohamed Nuaz LBW next ball 12.5. Hawkeye smashing leg by 13.0. Pakistan 62 quarters 65 sixths in a blink. Kuldeep finishes 401 8-3 plus a late catch safely cushioned by Pandya and long on 40-44 at 16.1. For Varun's fast mystery and Bumrah's book. Varun Chakravarthi, brisk leggies, googly, stump to stump, 40241 LBW Fahim on review, 17.4. Bumrah returns at the death. A no-ball drama, 18.1. But then Yorkers on demand and Safian's polls, 18.6. Bumrah, 4 kurang 0, kurang 20, 8 kurang 25, the sting in the tail. Shaheen goes street cricket at 111 ninths after 19. Shaheen Afridi uncorked a cameo against Hardik. 6.2 in the 20th from the logs. That closes him on 33-15 asterisk in Pakistan on 127 ninths. A salvage job, not a springboard. Why India are in command, new ball discipline. Hardik's heavy length plus. Boomer split finger short of Yorker. Mix the bounce and pace. Spin template built for Dubai. Axar rushed strokes off a length. Kuldeep turned the screws with the Rangan. Varan removed options by attacking the body and the stumps. Run choke, math. Long boundary droughts, one stretch 27 balls. Pakistan's tempo never cleared 7 RPO until Shaheen's burst. Pakistan positives, yes. There are a couple. Sahibzada, Farhan, 40-44. Held shape on a tricky deck. Picked his 2 6s smartly off Bumrah. Shaheen's energy at number 9. Momentum for the break. And a reminder he'll come hard with the new ball. Chasing 1028. India's blueprint, no hero ball required. First 18 balls equals exam. Gil Abhishek, play Shaheen, late and straight. Leave the flirts outside off. 25-30 zeroths is a win. Rotate the mystery spin. Don't let Ebrar Mukim settle. 1 south 2, south through the ring, punish the rare short one. Hold resources. With Samson, SKY T-Lock, Hardik, Dube stacked, wickets in hand, flips this pitch from tricky to tame. Target lanes. Deep mid-wicket is long. Extra cover straight. Or truer, keep the sweep selective versus bounce. Paches cadence. 1分の 44pp, 82. 2 avos 12 home. By 17 to 18 overs, India may chase this within 8 to 10 overs. ... Well done, India. Jalwa, India.
India's great escape at Old Trafford. A test of character. Grit and unyielding spirit in the heart of Manchester. Beneath the graying skies and the fierce scrutiny of history, India pulled off one of the most audacious fightbacks in recent memory. What began as a test teetering towards a crushing defeat slowly transformed into a tale of resilience, endurance, and silent heroism. The 4th test at Old Trafford didn't just end in a draw. It was a hard-earned survival story. A masterclass in mental fortitude and a stark warning. India does not go quietly. It was a test England thought they had in their pocket. At 1-4-2 in the second innings, 300 runs still to climb, just to level the scores, India looked like a team out of breath. Rishabh Pant was ruled out, their bowlers were spent, and the crowd had begun to anticipate a swift finish. But where others saw an ending, India saw a beginning. And that beginning came with the calm defiance of Shubman Gill. Already a man reborn this series, played like a captain possessed. He faced down the new ball, stared into England's eyes, and refused to blink. Every shot was a declaration. India would not fold. Partnering first with the seasoned KL Rahul, Gill stitched a partnership worth 188 runs. Their stand wasn't just about survival, it was about shifting momentum. Frustrating the bowlers and tilting the psychological scales back towards the visitors. As Rahul fell just short of a century, the next phase of resistance began. It was a new pairing, an unlikely one. But Washington Sundar and Ravindra Jadeja turned out to be India's unbreakable wall. Not just holding the line, they redrew it. Both men batted with poise and patience. Wearing down England's bowlers through 143 overs in the second innings, together, they added 203 unbroken runs and ensured that India walked away not bruised but buoyed. Washington's maiden test ton and Jadeja's defiant century will go down in folklore, not for flash, but for fortitude. England threw everything they had. Ben Stokes, battling through shoulder pain and cramp, delivered one of the spells of the series. Fiery, hostile, and filled with heart. He dismissed Rahul, nearly removed Gill, and kept the flame of hope alive. But the injuries caught up. The bowlers tired. The fielders grew frustrated. Tempers frayed, and by the final hour, the match had spiraled into surrealism. Stokes offered a draw. India declined. And when part-time bowlers lobbed balls at 35 miles per hour, Jadeja lofted sixes, and Sundar jogged through for centuries. England watched, wounded and weary, as India celebrated from the balcony. Not a win, but a mighty escape. What made it all the more remarkable was the context. India had spent over 250 overs in the field, their fast bowlers were hobbling, and their talismanic keeper-batter Pant had exited the stage, injured after his act of bravery. Yet out came a team not resigned to fate, but determined to write their own. From Root's record-breaking 152 Stokes heroics. From Gill's consistency to the indomitable spirit of Jadeja and Washington, this test had everything, except a result. And that, in the end, is what made it poetic. As the teams head to the Oval for the finale, the series stands at 2-1, but in spirit, it's 2-all. India has every reason to believe, because this wasn't just a draw. This was defiance made flesh. This was the heart of Test cricket.
Nawaz and Talat steer Pakistan past Sri Lanka in a nervy chase Asia Cup Super for Abu Dhabi. The 23rd of September 2025, Pakistan 138 fifths, Nawaz 38 asterisk, Talat 32 asterisk, beat Sri Lanka 133 eighths, Kamendu 50, Afridi 3/28, Talat 2/18, Roff 2/37 by 5 wickets for a brief spell under the Dubai floodlights. Sri Lanka threatened to pull off an upset that would have blown the Super for wide open. Pakistan's top order imploded from 43 zeroths to 85ths, but Mohammad Nawaz 38 off 24 asterisk and Hussain Talat 32 off 30 asterisk stood tall under pressure, adding an unbroken 58-run partnership to seal a tricky 5-wicket win with 7 balls to spare. Afridi strikes early, winning the toss and bowling. Pakistan got the perfect start as Shaheen Shah Afridi swung the new ball menacingly. He dismissed both openers and ended with 3/28, leaving Sri Lanka stuttering despite 53 runs in the power play. Talat's double blow the game tilted further when Hussain Talat, already known for his lower order batting, ripped through the middle order. He removed Azalanka 20 and Shanaka 0 in successive deliveries, triggering a slowdown that left Sri Lanka crawling at just 34 runs between overs 6 and 16. Komandu's lone resistance amid the wreckage. Komandu Mendes fought hard for his 50 off 44 balls, but he lacked support, with Abrar Ahmed 1/8 in 4 overs. Squeezing relentlessly and Harry's Roff chipping in, Sri Lanka were restricted to just 133 eighths, at least 30 short of par. Nawaz and Talat rescued the chase. Pakistan's reply began brightly with Farhan 22 and Fakar 20. But Thekshana 2/24 and Hasaranga 2/27 ripped through the middle order. At 85ths, the chase looked vulnerable. Enter Nawaz and Talat, ice-cool measured and resilient. They nudged singles, absorbed the pressure, then exploded late, Nawaz hammering 3 sixes off Jamira to finish the job in style. What it means Pakistan remain alive and on course for a possible final berth. Sri Lanka, beaten twice in succession, now cling to slim qualification hopes dependent on Bangladesh upsetting India. Talat, with 2 wickets and 32 runs, walked away as the game's defining all-rounder. Pakistan showed nerves of steel, but if they repeat such collapses against India or Bangladesh, their campaign could end abruptly.
Handshake Gate. Spirit of cricket or statement of sovereignty. India's resounding win over Pakistan overshadowed by post-match controversy. India's emphatic 7-wicket victory over Pakistan in the Asia Cup should have been a celebration of top-tier cricket. A game where Kuldeep Yadav spun a web around Pakistan-S batters. Jasprit Bumrah reaffirmed his menace with the new ball, and Surya Kumar Yadav sealed the chase with a majestic 6. Instead, the headline moment came after the final ball, when India's players chose not to shake hands with their Pakistani counterparts. What should have been a routine act of sportsmanship has sparked fiery debate. Was it a necessary gesture of solidarity with victims of April's devastating Pahalgam terror attack, or a violation of cricket's much-cherished ethos of respect beyond borders? Context beyond cricket, the shadow of politics loomed large even before a ball was bowled. The April attack in Kashmir, which killed 25 Indians and a Nepali national, triggered one of the most tense military confrontations between India and Pakistan in decades. Airstrikes, missile exchanges, and diplomatic freezes followed. Many questioned whether the Asia Cup fixture should have taken place at all. Yet cricket, often hailed as a bridge between divided nations, was meant to provide respite. Fans across the globe hoped for a contest that could transcend borders. A reminder of why cricket is called the gentleman's game. But India's captain Suryakumar Yadav made the team's stance clear. We stand with the victims and their families. Today's win is a tribute to the bravery of our armed forces. We came here to play cricket, but we won't forget what happened in April. For Pakistan, Coach Mike Hesson expressed disappointment. We were ready to shake hands. Regardless of politics, sportsmanship matters. To see India leave the field without greeting us was a bitter way for the match to end. A rivalry like no other, India versus Pakistan has always been more than cricket. It's theater.
But even by these standards, this fixture was played under immense emotional weight.
The toss offered the first flashpoint, with both captains avoiding eye contact or handshakes. Then came the cricket. Pakistan's collapse. Hardik Pandya struck with the first legal delivery, followed by Bumrah's early breakthroughs. Spin supremacy. Kuldeep Yadav 3-2-18. And Axar Patel 2-2-18 spun Pakistan into knots. Their variations too good for a hesitant batting lineup. Shaheen S. late resistance. Afridi S-33 off 16 was a rare moment of fight, lifting Pakistan to 127-9, a total well below par on Dubai's flat track. India's reply was commanding. Abhishek Sharma's fearless 6-over cover on the second ball of the chase set the tone. Suryakumar's unbeaten 47 off 37 showcased composure, sealing the win with 25 balls to spare. India's record against Pakistan in T20 now stands at 11-3. A statistic that speaks volumes about the gulf between the two sides. Spirit of cricket versus sovereignty, cricket has always been about respect for opponents, umpires, and fans. Handshakes are symbolic. A simple gesture that transcends political divides. From the handshake series in 1977 that restored ties between Australia and England to the sight of England players embracing Pakistani opponents after the 2005 Lahore Test. Cricket has long been a soft power tool for diplomacy. However, this was not an ordinary match. India's refusal to shake hands wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was a deliberate message backed by the BCCI and government alignment. Supporters of India's stance argue solidarity first. With tensions still raw, the team stood united with victims and security forces. Professional boundaries. Sportsmanship doesn't always mean physical gestures. Mutual respect can exist without handshakes. Critics, however, say spirit of cricket lost. If cricket loses its ability to foster dialogue and unity, it risks becoming another tool for division. Players caught in politics? Athletes from both sides trained for years to play this game. They deserve the dignity of mutual acknowledgement. What happens next? This controversy will likely linger long after the tournament. India and Pakistan could meet again in the Super 4 or even the final. The cricketing world will be watching closely. Will players shake hands next time? Or has this become a symbol of hardened relations? For now, the scoreboard reads: India, 131 thirds, 15.5 overs. Pakistan, 127 ninths, 20 overs. Result: India win by 7 wickets. But the bigger question isn't about runs or wickets. It's whether cricket can still be the gentleman's game when diplomacy falters. Or if gestures like this will become the new normal in one of sport's fiercest rivalries.
Ballers and Salt combine as RCB storm into IPL final after 9 years. Venue, new. Match, IPL 2025 Qualifier 1. Result: Royal Challengers RCB beat Kings PBKs by 8 wickets. RCB into final, PBKs gets another chance through the eliminators. A ruthless RCB display powered by ballers and blistering salt. In a spectacular display of seam, spin, and salt-powered savagery, Royal Challengers dismantled Kings to charge into their first IPL final since 2016, ending a 9-year wait. A disciplined, ferocious bowling attack backed up by an explosive knock from Phil Salt-insured RCB made light work of PBK's modest total of 101, sealing victory by 8 wickets with a whopping 60 balls to spare. RCB bowlers wreak havoc on a tricky pitch. The win was built on a relentless display of fast bowling precision and deceptive spin. Hazelwood, returning with quite authority, was simply unplayable. On a pitch with bounds and seam, he found perfect lengths to challenge the horizontal bat shots of PBKS's batters. Dismissing and wingless, Hazelwood extracted steep bounds and just enough deviation to keep edges flying and batters guessing. His control set the tone early. Who has grown in confidence this season, backed him up with well-directed pace at the body, mixing short balls with skiddy length deliveries. His tight spells helped strangle the lower middle order, leaving no room for recovery. And then came the surprise package. With his whippy action and unreadable googlies, dismantled PBKS's illusions of fight back. Marcus Stoinis and debutant Mushir all misread his wrongins, committing to premeditated slog sweeps on a pitch that demanded reading of the pitch. His 3-wicket haul wasn't just statistical, it was surgical. Phil Salt, the calm within the storm. As the ball nipped and bounced under the lights, many expected a nervy chase, but Phil Salt took the game by the scruff of the neck and demolished that narrative. He began fluently, showing intent from the outset, and then launched a full assault in the power play. He smashed a 23-ball 50, his fastest in IPL, with stunning balance and impeccable timing. His ability to punish width and loft over extra cover at will made him nearly unplayable. What stood out wasn't just the strike rate, but the clarity of execution. Even as Kyle Jamieson and Sam Curran probed with decent movement, Salt latched onto the first poor delivery and dispatched it. 1 over from Jamieson went for 21, including a ferocious cut, a pull, and a regal cover drive. Salt's assault rendered the conditions irrelevant. It became a mere formality after he was done. Strategic depth and execution. RCB's bowling strategy, fast, short, into the body, mixed with sharp wrist spin, was perfect for the surface. The batters didn't need to be heroes, just sensible. Salt went above and beyond. It was also telling how RCB read the pitch better than PBKs, adapted quicker, and didn't allow scoreboard pressure to change their plans. PBKs, on the other hand, stuck blindly to their aggressive playbook, even when it was clearly leading them to a cliff. Verdict: a team reborn. This was not a one-man show. It was a cohesive, balanced, and composed team performance, exactly the kind RCB were missing in previous years. Hazelwood's control, deception, aggression, and Salt's decisiveness have given this side a new character, one that's more method than madness. RCB now march into the final with confidence and cohesion. And for the first time in years, you get the feeling They're not just hoping to win the IPL, they're expecting to.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Java India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
As the sun rises over the oval and the English summer draws towards final chapter, Team India steps forward, bruised but far from broken. They come not just to play, but to script a final act worthy of legend. And here's the cast of characters chosen to turn the tide. Yashasvi Jaiswal, the aggressive tone setter. Opening the innings with fearless flair, Jaiswal has made a name for himself as a boundary hunting disruptor. His early assault can rattle even England's best, and if he lasts 15 overs, he'll have the Barmy army murmuring, not roaring. K.O. Rahul, the composed rock. Elegant and assured, Rahul's return from injury at Manchester was like a sonnet amidst a storm. Paired with Jaiswal, he's the yang to the lefty's yin, calmly absorbing pressure while letting his partner blaze the trail. Sai Sudarshan, the temperament technician. With Rahul opening, Sudarshan slips into the number 3 role like silk on skin. Gritty, patient, unbothered by scoreboard theatrics, is the ideal insurance policy against an early collapse and a quiet grinder against the English storm. Shubman Gill captain, the Centurion commander. 4 centuries this series. Over 700 runs. Gill has turned captaincy into artistry. At number 4, he walks in with a sculptor's chisel, shaping innings, shielding collapses, and setting tempo. His bat, a wand. His presence, pure assurance. Sarfraz Khan, the X-Factor, new to the cauldron but not to combat. Sarfraz brings lower middle-order punch, a cheeky swat, a defiant pull, a jubilant leap. If India need a jolt or a shield, here's the one with fireworks in fight. Ravindra Jadeja, the relentless warrior, 100 at Manchester, 4 wickets when nothing seemed to bite. Jadeja is India's golden thread, weaving bat, ball, and brilliance together. In this 11, he's the glue, the dagger, and the spark in the field. Dhruv Jurel, the silent guardian. Calm hand, sharper mind. Jurel offers safety in gloves and surprise in bat. Under pressure, he doesn't panic. He plots. And that's what India will count on if the game swings on a slender thread. Washington Sundar, the gentle giant. One of India's finest stories. Promoted to number 5 in Manchester, he's left with 100 in hearts. Back at 8, here's the bonus India never knew they needed. Tight lines with the ball, loose wrists with the bat, and a heart that never flinches. Mohammad Siraj, the lone spear. With Boomer resting, Siraj leads the charge. Fire, bounce, and heart define him. Expect him to probe early, push late, and scream when the ball nips past off stump. This is his time to shine. Kuldeep Yadav, the spin disruptor. Wrist spin is a dying art, unless your name is Kuldeep. His variations mesmerize, and on oval turf, he could turn the final innings into a dance of deception. England beware, the Chinaman cometh. Akashdeep, the debutant with a dream. No cap, no fear. Akashdeep brings pace and unpredictability. His skitty action could catch the England top order off guard. Every team needs a surprise weapon. His India's. India's winning blueprint at the Oval. Start strong. Rahul's calm and Jaiswal's fire must repel the new ball. Build mid-order muscle. Gill at 4 and Sarfraz in support. Bat deep. Washington at 8 makes India almost all the way down. Spin Sinori, Jadeja at Kuldeep, and Washi must weave pressure days 4 to 5. Siraj plus Akashdeep equals new ball menace. So here they stand, 11 men with a mission. the shadows of history behind them, a chance to square the series before them. England may hold the edge, but India holds the fire. At the Oval, legends will rise and a nation will watch, hoping that the script ends in blue ink.
In every heartbeat, feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes. Victory shines on every face. Jumbo India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant, the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
India vs. England 2025, a series of lessons, a glimpse of the future. A smooth reflection on what both teams gained, lost, and learned from an unforgettable 5-test duel. The 2025 India vs. England Test Series ended 2-2, but beneath that tidy scoreline was a messy, emotional, pulsating 5-act drama. A series that gave us heroes, heartbreaks, tactical twists, and above all, lessons. Deep, defining lessons. Let's take a walk through what both teams will carry forward and what they must leave behind. India, not in transition, already transformed. India didn't just survive this series. They grew. They evolved. And in doing so, they may have quietly laid the foundation for their next golden era. Shubman Gill began as a young captain with questions hanging over him. By the end of the series, he was leading with conviction, trusting his instincts, backing his bowlers, and standing tall with the bat. His bold declarations, attacking fields, and calm presence under pressure weren't just signs of potential, they were proof of arrival. India's real magic, however, was in its depth. No Boomer, no Shami, no Pant, no Ashwin. Yet out came Jurel, Prazid, Akashdeep, Sasudasan. And the team didn't just compete, it controlled large parts of the series. Even in defeats, India were often the side pushing harder, holding the stronger hand, but losing grip in moments of carelessness. Collapses in leads and Lords stung badly, but the bounce back was immediate and fierce. The Oval win, sealed by a roaring Siraj, was not just a result. It was a roar that said, "We're not coming. We're here." Most importantly, India showed they don't need to look back. The legends weren't missed. The next chapter has already started. England, a philosophy under pressure. Baseball was never going to be boring, and it wasn't. There were glorious drives, reverse scoops, silly fielders, glorious chaos. But in key moments, especially when the pressure dialed up, Basball showed its cracks. Jamie Smith's rush of blood. Top order collapses rescued by the tail. Aggression where calm was needed. Hope where strategy was required. Root and Brook were England's anchor and spark, but they often arrived with the house already on fire. The bowlers fought hard, but lacked the cutting edge without a true leader of the pack. And while Chris Woke's walkout with one functioning arm was the stuff of legend, it also laid bare England's lack of durability and depth. There were brave moments. There were brilliant moments. But England, by and large, looked like a team surviving on belief, not structure. Shared truths, mutual lessons. Both teams learned that momentum is king. That partnerships win matches, not just centuries. That captains can change a test match with a single decision. India trusted their youth and were rewarded. England trusted their method and were exposed. India fought smarter. England fought harder. But only one side walked away with clarity about where they're heading. The final reflection. The series ends at 2-2. But in the final test in that final hour, the balance shifted. Not just in the match, but in the rivalry. India leave the tour with a spring in their step. England leave it gritting their teeth and asking questions. The scoreboard says drawn. But the real story? India are building something. In England, they're trying to hold something together. In time, this series may be remembered not for the drawer, but for the day India's new era truly began.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like ocean's tide, every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on
every face. Your mind rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Rain ends SRH's playoff dreams. DC gratefully escaped the storm. A match that promised a gripping contest between two playoff-chasing sides ended with wet outfields, empty stands, and a single soggy point that changed everything. Sunrisers Hyderabad SRH, after a ferocious start led by Pat Cummins, were poised to crush a faltering Delhi Capitals DC lineup. But just as they prepared to chase a modest target of 134, the heavens opened and didn't close in time. The no result not only eliminated SRH from IPL 2025 contention, but handed DC a precious lifeline. Cummins brings the thunder. Early, rain may have ended the match, but it was Pat Cummins who brought the early storm. With the grassless Hyderabad surface offering unpredictable bounce and grip, Cummins used every ounce of his craft and leadership. His first delivery of the match set the tone. Karun Nair nicked behind. The ball had just enough deviation off the pitch, a hard-length Cummins special, that made it impossible to judge or counter. In his first 19 deliveries, Cummins had snatched 3 wickets, all caught by Ishan Kishan, who was donning the gloves for the first time this season. The DC top order collapsed like a paper tower in a monsoon, helpless, misjudging length and pace, with edges flying in all directions. And this wasn't just luck. Cummins read the pitch like a seasoned Hyderabad librarian, banging it into the deck, extracting variable bounce, and keeping the seam wobbling. He turned a typically batting-friendly venue into a minefield. With support from Herschel Patel and Jaidevan Adkat, SRH had DC reeling at 29 for 5. The top 4 had been dismissed in rapid succession, all caught behind. It was a rare and telling moment. Ishan Kishan became the first wicketkeeper to account for a whole top 4 in an IPL innings. Stubbs and Ashutosh, the fixers. In the chaos, Tristan Stubbs stood tall. Calm, compact, and composed, he stitched together a cautious yet critical innings. At 29 for 5, there wasn't much left to protect, but there was still pride. He found a gutsy partner in Ashutosh Sharma, who was activated as an impact player. Together, they added a sense of direction and daring to the innings. Ashutosh's knock, 41 off 26, featuring 3 powerful sixes, was a reminder of the depth DC's squad carries. The pair added 66 runs for the 7th wicket, dragging DC from humiliation to a semblance of a fight. Stubbs remained unbeaten on 41, anchoring while Ashutosh accelerated. The final tally, 133 for 7, wasn't imposing, but under tricky conditions, it was defendable. Rain, the unseen player. But the game had another character waiting in the wings, Rain. And it wasn't a cameo. Just as SRH readied themselves to launch the chase and secure a morale-boosting win, dark clouds rolled over the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium. The first few drops became a steady downpour. The outfield was soaked, and despite the tireless effort of the ground staff, play couldn't resume before the official cutoff. The match was abandoned, leaving SRH's playoff hopes washed away with the water that pooled around the boundary ropes. What it means? For SRH, it was a cruel twist. They had the match in their grasp but leave with a single point and the knowledge that even 3 wins from here won't be enough. Their campaign, built on bold top-order batting and the tactical genius of Cummins, now ends with a whimper. For DC, this was a gift. Their playoff hopes are not only alive, but looking increasingly viable. With 13 points from 11 games, they sit just behind the top 4. The rain robbed us of a chase, but gave Delhi an unexpected edge in the playoff race. Final insight: a game of fine margins and rainy fates. Cricket can be cruel in its indifference to fairness. SRH bowled beautifully, tactically nailed the power play, and were minutes away from climbing the table. Instead, a dark sky and a soaked-out field delivered heartbreak. DC, for all their batting misfires, now hold their fate in their hands. Stubbs and Ashutosh salvaged a scrap of dignity, and that effort may yet define their season. Sometimes in T20 cricket, it's not just about who plays better, but who stays dry longer.
The Multan Maze, Spin Magic or Cricket Controversy. The ongoing second test between Pakistan and the West Indies in Multan has been nothing short of a spin-dominated saga, raising critical questions about the fairness of the contest, the direction Test cricket is heading in, and the challenges faced by visiting teams in such extreme conditions. With spinners thriving, batters struggling for survival, and records tumbling, this match provides much to ponder for cricket enthusiasts and administrators alike. Is this the essence of Test cricket, or have conditions tipped the scales too far in one direction? This report delves into the match's main themes, broader perspectives, and the implications for the future of the longest format. A Test match in Multan, the stories so far. As of the end session 1 of day 2, the second test has been a whirlwind of wickets, drama, and spin wizardry. The West Indies, having been bundled out for 163 in their first innings, surprised Pakistan by taking a slim 9-run lead, thanks to a spectacular bowling effort led by Jomil Vorikin, 4 for 43. Pakistan's batting collapse underlined their fragility on a surface designed to challenge even the most adept batters. The West Indies, in their second innings, showed resilience, reached ING 1-9 for 5 and extending their lead to 138 runs. Central to the narrative has been Pakistan's Noman Ali, who claimed a 6-wicket haul in the first innings and added 4 more scalps so far on day 2. His performance, while outstanding, has been bolstered by conditions so spin-friendly that even defensive strokes seem fraught with peril. The dominance of spin, where skill meets conditions. The Multan pitch has been a spinner's paradise, offering sharp turn, variable bounce, and challenges from day 1. Noman Ali, Sajid Khan, and Abran Samad have thrived, while the West Indies spinners, led by Vorikin, have also made significant inroads. This dominance has, however, sparked debate about the nature of such pitches. A bowler's dream, a batter's nightmare. On the surface, spin-friendly conditions in the subcontinent are expected. Yet, the Multan track takes this to an extreme, where batters appear to be fighting for survival rather than crafting innings. The pitcher's behavior from the outset, low bounce, sharp turn, and occasional vicious spin, leaves little margin for error. Key performances. Noman Ali's 10 wickets in the match so far highlight his skill in exploiting conditions, but the lack of any meaningful role for pacers has skewed the contest. Craig Brathwaite's 52 in the second innings, though not flashy, exemplified the grit needed to combat such extreme conditions. A broader perspective. Is this fair? While pitches should reflect the home team's strengths, the Munton surface raises ethical questions. Test cricket is at its best when batters and bowlers of all disciplines have opportunities to influence the game. Pitches like Munton's reduce the game to one dimension, eroding its broader appeal. Pakistan's desperation or tactical genius. Pakistan's approach to pitch preparation seems motivated by the need to secure crucial World Test Championship points. With a home advantage, it's natural to play to strengths. Yet, this strategy risks alienating fans and opponents. Home advantage, a double-edged sword. Short-term gains. Preparing spin-friendly tracks might deliver immediate results, as seen in this match. Pakistan spinners, led by Noman Ali, are capitalizing on conditions that neutralize the opposition. Long-term risks. Matches like this may undermine the credibility of Test cricket. If results seem predetermined by extreme conditions, the format risks losing its charm. Moreover, reliance on such pitches could hamper the development of Pakistan's own batters, who struggle in overseas conditions where pace and bounce dominate. A balanced perspective. It's important to note that Pakistan's batting also faltered in these conditions, underlining that such pitches do not guarantee success. However, the advantage lies in familiarity with playing spin, giving home teams an edge over visiting sides. The West Indies struggles, a familiar tale. For the West Indies, the Munton Test exemplifies the challenges faced by touring teams in the subcontinent. With an inexperienced batting lineup and spinners less adept at exploiting conditions, they've been forced into a defensive mindset. Batting woes. The top order's inability to counter Pakistan spinners has been glaring. Except for Craig Brathwaite, few have shown the technique or temperament required to survive. The collapse from 38 for 7 to 163 in the first innings highlighted their fragility but also showcased the lower orders fight, with Jomel Vorikin and Gunkesh Moti adding invaluable runs. A spin conundrum. While Vorikin's 4 for 43 in the first innings was commendable, the overall lack of penetration from the West Indies spinners has allowed Pakistan to claw back into the game. Their inability to sustain pressure or exploit the pitch as effectively as their Pakistani counterparts underscores the disparity between the teams. Is this meaningful cricket? Matches like the Munton Test force a fundamental question. Does such cricket serve the game's interests? While dramatic collapses and spin magic provide entertainment, they risk reducing the contest to a farce. The integrity of Test cricket. A balanced contest. Test cricket's beauty lies in its balance between bat and ball. Pitches that overly favor one skill set undermine this balance, making the game less appealing to players and fans alike. Impact on touring teams. Conditions like Muntan's widen the gap between home and away teams, particularly for sides like the West Indies that lack resources and depth. Such disparities discourage competitiveness and make bilateral series less engaging. Global appeal. If Test cricket is to grow globally, it must offer fair contests that showcase all aspects of the game. Matches dominated by spin to the point of absurdity risk alienating new fans and players. A call for better pitch preparation. The ICC and cricket boards must address the issue of pitch preparation to ensure the integrity of Test cricket. While home advantage is legitimate, it should not come at the cost of a fair contest. Standards for Test pitches. The ICC could enforce stricter guidelines for pitch preparation, ensuring surfaces provide opportunities for batters, pacers, and spinners alike. Education and resources. Supporting touring teams with better preparation and resources can help bridge the gap. Exposure to subcontinental conditions through tours and training camps could level the playing field. Neutral curators. Employing neutral curators for Test matches could help eliminate extreme pitches and promote a balanced contest. Conclusion: the trial by spin. The second Test in Munton has been a spectacle of spin, skill, and survival. While it's provided thrilling moments and standout performances, it has also exposed the pitfalls of extreme conditions. For Pakistan, the short-term gains of such pitches must be weighed against the long-term health of their cricketing ecosystem. For the West Indies, this match is a reminder of the challenges of touring the subcontinent and the need for greater investment in skill development. Ultimately, the Multan Test raises important questions about the direction of Test cricket. To preserve its essence, administrators, players, and fans must strive for a balance that celebrates all facets of the game. Whether this match will be remembered as a classic or a cautionary tale depends on how the lessons learned are applied to future contests.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Java India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd. Voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
IPL 2025 thriller at Wankhede. Me's clever bowling and Will Jack's all-round brilliance clinch win over SRH. Mumbai Indians beat Sunrisers Hyderabad by 4 wickets with 11 balls to spare. Match summary. Sunrisers Hyderabad 162 for 5 from 20 overs. Abhishek 40, Klassen 37, Jacks 2 for 14, Bumrah 1 for 21. Mumbai Indians 166 for 6, 18.1 overs. Jacks 36, Rickelton 31, Cummins 3 for 26, Malinga 2 for 36. Mumbai Indians won by 4 wickets. Mumbai's strategic masterclass on a sluggish Wankhede pitch. Mumbai Indians MI delivered a calculated, tactical performance to edge out Sunrisers Hyderabad in a low-scoring but captivating clash. In a game where brains beat brawn, Me's bowlers adapted brilliantly to the sticky Wankhede pitch, using cutters, yorkers, and off-spin wizardry to restrict a powerful SRH lineup. With this win, MI have now won 2 in a row, and their playoff hopes are well and truly alive. Will Jacks, the unsung hero turned star. After a quiet start to his debut IPL season, Will Jacks finally showed his full worth. With the ball, 3 overs, 2 wickets, 14 runs completely shut down SRH's left-handed top 3. With the bat, 26 ball 36, part of a match-winning partnership with Suryakumar Yadav. MI deployed Jacks right after power play, where he extracted grip and turn, and dismissed both Ishan Kishan and Travis Head, changing the tempo of SRH's innings. He balls his matchup and gave us the tactical freedom to delay the impact sub, MI coach. Mumbai's bowling, yorkers, variation and discipline. Even without a full spell from Karan Sharma injured before bowling, Me's pace battery adapted beautifully. Jasprit Bumrah, ever the maestro, returned figures of 1 for 21, including a death over clinic in the 19th over that cost just 4 runs. Hardik Pandya, hobbling at times, still produced a vital breakthrough, while Dipachar, Trent Bolt, and Jacks applied the squeeze in the middle overs. The plan? Ball into the pitch. Mix in deceptive slower balls. Nail yorkers at the death. SRH's attempt to power down the ground failed repeatedly. They hit just 5 sixes in total, with most boundaries coming behind square. SRH's struggles, missed momentum, misfired middle. SRH started with luck on their side. Abhishek Sharma dropped on the first ball of the match. Had survived a no-ball wicket. Jacks dropped a sitter at slip. Yet, they couldn't capitalize. Despite a 59-run opening stand, both Abhishek 40 of 27 and Head 28 of 29 found it tough to time their shots. The pitch was slow, and Me's bowling even slower, in the best way. Henrik Klassen 37 not out and Aniket Verma quick 17 not out did spark late fireworks, taking 43 runs from the last 3 overs, but that only lifted SRH to 162, par at best. Me's chase, early impetus, middle order magic. Rohit Sharma came in as an impact sub and, though brief, made a difference. 2 classy pulled sixes. 28-run cameo of just 15 balls. Rickelton looked scratchy early but grew into his innings, scoring 31 and partnering Rohit to put on 57 for the opening stand. Though both fell in quick succession, Jacks and Suryakumar Yadav took over with a blistering 52-run stand in just 29 balls. They targeted SRH's spinners Jishan Ansari and Raujer, who both erred in line and length on a turning but unpredictable surface. The acceleration was clinical. MI went from 61 from 2 in 9 overs to 113 from 2 in 12. Malinga's freak over and a twist in the tail. Just when the game looked dead and buried, Ishan Malinga produced an incredible 18th over. 2 wickets. Just 1 run conceded. Suddenly, from 160 for 4, MI were 161 for 6. But needing just 2 runs in 12 balls, MI saw it through in the 19th. A calm finish to a tactical war. Top performers. Player performance. Will Jacks 36 and 2 for 14 in 3 overs game changer. Jasprit Bumrah 4 overs 1 for 21. Choked the middle and death overs. Abhishek Sharma 40 from 27. Fluent but lacked support. Mitchell Cummins 3 for 26. A brief but fiery spell. Tactical takeaways. Me's use of part-time spin jacks turned the game. SRH is a steady anchor or finisher who could adapt to the surface. Me's flexible impact sub-strategy, using Rohit instead of a bowler, proved inspired. Bumrah is still, by far, the world's most effective dead bowler even with due. Points table impact. MI moved to mid-table with 3 wins in 7, gaining vital NRR boost. SRH falter again, and their playoff hopes now hang by a thread with just 2 wins. Final word. This was a match won by brains, not brute force. On a pitch offering no easy runs, Mumbai Indians outthought and outplayed a powerful Sunrisers side, showcasing their adaptability, leadership, and killer instinct. If MI can keep replicating such clever, condition-specific wins, don't count them out of the playoff race just yet. Next up, MI look to string together 3 in a row. SRH need urgent answers.
IPL 2025 The Grand Preview. Introduction: A new dawn for the Indian Premier League. The Indian Premier League IPL returns in 2025 with more drama, flair, and unforgettable cricketing moments than ever before. From iconic rivalries to blockbuster transfers, returning legends, and emerging talents, this 18th edition promises to be the most gripping yet. With 10 franchises, 74 scheduled matches, and high-octane drama guaranteed, IPL 2025 isn't just a cricket tournament, it's a full-blown spectacle. As the dust settles from a fiery auction and the fanbases swell with anticipation, let's dive into what makes IPL 2025 a must-watch. From team overviews to key clashes, stadiums, player rivalries, and behind-the-scenes intrigue, this in-depth preview sets the stage for cricket's greatest show. Chapter 1: The Big Picture. IPL 2025 in context. IPL 2025 begins amidst a swirling cauldron of narratives. The auction in Jeddah made headlines with record-breaking buys, surprise omissions, and dramatic reshuffles. Franchises have redefined their core strategies, some building around youth, others banking on experienced warriors. The format. IPL 2025 retains its hybrid format, 10 teams divided into 2 groups A and B. Each team plays the 4 others in their group twice, 1 team from the opposite group twice, and the remaining 4 teams once, making 14 games per team. The top 4 move to the playoffs, comprising Qualifier 1, Eliminator, Qualifier 2, and the Grand Final. Tournament window. Running from 22nd March to 25th May, the schedule was crafted to avoid overlap with the ICC Champions Trophy and the Pakistan Super League. Expect fewer doubleheaders and better rest days for teams, leading to higher quality cricket. Digital and broadcast era. With JioHotstar and JioStar taking over digital and satellite rights, innovations like player mic-ups, real-time fantasy integration, AI-based commentary, and 360-degree replays redefine fan engagement. Geographical spread. 13 cities, from the Himalayan serenity of Dharmshala to the bustling madness of Mumbai, form this year's IPL map. Each venue brings its distinct climate, fan energy, and pitch dynamics. Chapter 2: Team-by-Team Analysis. Chennai Super Kings CSK. CSK enter IPL 2025 on a mission. With MS Dhoni potentially playing his farewell season, the emotional weight is palpable. X Factor: Ashwin's return, Dhoni's mentoring of Rituraj. Strengths, core experience, spin depth, tactical acumen. Concerns, pace attack lacks firepower without a standout foreign quick. Mumbai Indians, MI. Me's fall from grace has been dramatic. With Rohit Sharma taking a backseat, Hardik Pandya must inspire a turnaround. X factor, Bumrah's death bowling, Surya Kumar's innovation. Strengths, balanced middle order, electric youngsters. Concerns, team chemistry post-captaincy shuffle. Royal Challengers Bengaluru, RCB. A perennial enigma. Kohli still headlines, but a new generation is rising. X factor, Kohli-Pandya partnership, FAF's experience in support. Strengths, strong top order, fiery all-rounders. Concerns, bowling under pressure in death overs. Kolkata Knight Riders, KKR. Champions last year, KKR ride high on confidence. X factor, Rinku Singh's finishing, Nareen Russell magic. Strengths, all-round depth, match winners in every line. Concerns, leadership questions with Rahane as skipper. Delhi Capitals, DC. DC has reinvented itself with KL Rahul at the helm. Their transformation is compelling. X factor, KL Rahul's point-to-prove attitude. Strengths, bowling variety, fearless youth. Concerns, fragility in middle order. Rajasthan Royals, RR. Always stylish, sometimes inconsistent. This squad drips talent. X factor, Butler-Jaiswal combo, Dravid's coaching presence. Strengths, explosive batting, improved spin options. Concerns, over-dependence on top 3. Punjab Kings, PBKS. Big spending, big ambition. Will it finally click? X factor, Shreyas Iyer's comeback, fiery pace attack. Strengths, deep squad, power hitters aplenty. Concerns, inconsistent captaincy in pressure moments. Gujarat Titans, GT. From champs to challengers, the Titans are in rebuild mode. X factor, Rashid Khan's magic. Strengths, tactical flexibility, young blood. Concerns, lack of batting muscle at the back end. Sunrisers Hyderabad, SRH. Fearless and fiery, SRH was a revelation last year. X factor, Ishan Kishan's aggression, Cummins' captaincy. Strengths, best power play side on paper. Concerns, middle overs economy and temperament. Lucknow Super Giants, LSG. A team with flair, but no finish yet. Pant's comeback could change that. X factor, Puranpint duo. Strengths, explosive middle order, sharp spin. Concerns, over-reliance on impact players. Chapter 3, Key Clashes and Grudge Matches. Every IPL season comes with firecracker fixtures, but 2025 adds new layers. CSK vs RCB 28th April, Dhoni vs Kohli. Legends, legacy, and love for the game. KKR vs SRH 10th May, the last year's final rematch. Fireworks expected. DC vs LSG 24th March, Pant vs Rahul. A high-stakes face-off filled with personal history. PBKS vs MI 11th May, clash of the underdogs. Both hungry to prove their mettle. RR vs GT 23rd April to young captains. Sudarshan vs Samson. RCB vs KKR 17th May, the classic IPL rivalry. Chapter 4, Players to watch. Shreyas Iyer PBKS. With his auction value breaking records, expect fireworks. Ashutosh Sharma DC. A sensational breakout star with finishing prowess. Tilak Verma MI. Carrying the future of Indian middle order hopes. Rachan Ravindra CSK. One of New Zealand's brightest minds meets the IPL cauldron. Riyan Parag RR. No longer a meme, he's matured into a game winner. Emerging talents like Vaibhav Suryavanshi RR and Suryansh Shedge PBKS will be under close watch too. Chapter 5, Behind the Scenes Drama. IPL isn't IPL without drama. KL Rahul's mega transfer. From LSG to DC for 27 crore rupees, breaking headlines. Maxwell and RCB breakup. Mutual but tense. Where does he fit now? Ashwin back to CSK. The prodigal son returns with a point to prove. Rishabh Pant's redemption. Survived injury, scandal, and questions, now he leads. Shreyas Iyer's statement, snubbed from central contracts, he now leads Punjab's charge. Chapter 6. Fantasy Picks and Predictions. Best Budget Buys. Noor Ahmed, Rinku Singh, Rachan Ravindra. Top Fantasy Picks. Batters, Kohli, Gill, Butler. Bowlers, Bumrah, Stark, Rashid. All-rounders, Hardik, Narine, Tewashia. Predicted playoff teams. SRH, CSK, DC, KKR. Dark Horses, PBKS and LSG. Chapter 7. Venues and Conditions. Chepauk Chennai. Spin-friendly, low-scoring thrillers. Wankhede Mumbai, high-scoring, batting heaven. Narendra Modi, Ahmedabad. Suits both pace and power hitters. Eden Gardens, Kolkata. Balanced, perfect for tight games. Ekna Stadium, Lucknow. Sluggish surface, good for spinners. Barsapara, Guwahati. Smaller ground, expect 6 fests. Understanding pitch behavior will be crucial for team success. Chapter 8. Storylines to follow. Dhoni's last dance. Will the Thala lift one more trophy? Kohli's trophy chase, is this finally RCB's year? Youth versus experience, young guns like Tilak, Jaiswal, Parag versus veterans like Rohit, Dhoni, Russell. Pant's redemption run, can he silence critics? The rise of domestic uncapped talent, with multiple 13 and 14-year-olds making squads, the future is now. Conclusion. Let the games begin. IPL 2025 is poised to deliver on every front. With bigger crowds, louder chants, and thrilling finishes expected every other night, fans around the globe are in for a cricketing carnival like no other. From fairy tale comebacks to shocking collapses, this is the league where anything can happen, and usually does. This season is about redemption, reinvention, and raw emotion. Welcome to the IPL. Let the fireworks begin.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Jumbo India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Reshupan's grit and glory. A tale of bravery at Old Trafford. The Manchester skies were overcast, the English bowlers were charging in, and India's hopes were dwindling. The scoreboard read 298 for 8. Injuries had depleted the visitors, and the match teetered on the edge. And then through the tunnel came a figure limping down the Old Trafford stairs, wrapped not in glory but in grit. Rishabh. He wasn't supposed to bat, not with a fractured foot, not after being carted off the field the day before, but there he was in full gear. His right boot replaced by a protective moon boot, a defined diagnosis and pain alike. The crowd rose as one, Indian fans and English supporters alike, applauding not runs but resolve. In that moment, sport transcended rivalry. Pat didn't stroll to the crease. He limped. Every step told a story of a man who refused to let his team down. He didn't come out to play cricket. He came out to fight, for pride, for purpose, and for every soul who believes sport is more than just numbers. The first few balls were understandably cautious. He grimaced. He adjusted. And then, in a blaze of glorious rebellion, he unleashed the audacity we've come to expect from him. A sweep here, a drive there. Then the crowd's gasp turned into a roar, a towering six, launched one-legged into the Manchester sky. It was Pant's 90th in Test cricket, equaling the great Virender Sehwag. But more than records, it was defiance, a message. He was still here, still dangerous. And then there were the little things, the cheeky glances at the fielders, the calm chats with the tailenders, the nonsense attitude. His 54 off 75 balls wasn't just about stroke play. It was a lesson in courage. He batted with one working foot and the weight of 1 billion dreams on his shoulders. At Old Trafford that day, the applause wasn't for a century. It was for something rarer. Guts, grit, glory. For a man who, by sheer will, turned the cricket ground into a theater of inspiration. Cricket, at its core, is a team game, but once in a while it gives us a solo act that takes our breath away. Rishabh Pant's innings was that act, heroic, unforgettable. And as he limped off, retired out not by dismissal but by courage fulfilled, even the most cynical English fans stood in silent admiration. Not every warrior rides into battle unscathed, but the greatest ones march for it anyway, wounds and all. And on July 24, 2025, Rishi Pant, Moonboot, and all became a legend.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Pakistan enter the Asia Cup. Are they true favorites? Pakistan couldn't he have asked for an easier entry point into this year's Asia Cup than a meeting with tournament debutants, Oman? Yet, for a team with sky ambitions and a blockbuster India clash on the horizon, this game is more than just a formality. It's a test of mindset, preparation, and focus. Pakistan's build-up. Quietly confident. The defending champions have arrived in Dubai off the back of a successful tri-series victory over Afghanistan and UAE. While they won the tournament, the road wasn't entirely smooth. Pakistan's top order has shown flashes of brilliance, but hasn't always fired collectively.
The middle order, led by Captain Saman Ali Agha, has been reliable.
And their bowling, led by Shaheen Afridi and Haris Rauf, remains a potent weapon. The addition of mystery spinner Abrar Ahmed, alongside Sufyan Mukim, in the Tri-Series final showcased Pakistan's willingness to experiment, but against Oman, expect them to field their strongest 11 as a dress rehearsal for India.
Oman. The underdog story for Oman. This is a massive stage.
But the build-up has been turbulent. A messy pay dispute earlier this year saw senior players sidelined and forced retirements, leaving a largely new squad for this tournament. Captain Jatinder Singh is their stabilizing presence, boasting over a decade of experience. His recent T20I form has been solid, with a strike rate climbing into the mid-120s. Their new-looked bowling attack, spearheaded by Haider Ali's 22 wickets this year, may surprise Pakistan in spin-friendly Dubai conditions. However, the lack of recent match practice, having last played international cricket in February, means Oman are entering this clash as massive underdogs. Players to watch: Sahibzada Farhan, Pakistan, licensed to attack, but searching for a big score. This is his last Loper Roger opportunity before the India game. Shaheen Afridi, Pakistan, the spearhead of Pakistan's attack, and a player who thrives on big tournaments. Jatinder Singh Oman, the heart and soul of Oman cricket, capable of holding the innings together. Mohammad Nawaz, Pakistan, this year's highest wicket taker among full member nations in T20. Is 20 wickets in 11 matches. Venue watch. Dubai's turning tracks. Dubai is expected to offer more spin than Abu Dhabi, making this a key testing ground for Pakistan's twin wrist spin combination. Batting first could be an advantage if the pitch slows under lights. Temperatures remain oppressively hot, hovering in the mid. Trita, Asia factor that may test Oman's stamina against Pakistan's elite fitness standards. Stats snapshot. Pakistan have lost 4 of their last 5 T20 is in Dubai. Their only win coming against India in the 2022 Asia Cup. Oman are making their Asia Cup debut and have never faced Pakistan in T20s. Pakistan are riding a WWL form streak, while Oman entered the tournament with 5 straight losses. The verdict. On paper, this is a mismatch. Pakistan's pace battery, mystery spin options, and wealth of match experience make them overwhelming favorites. But the scars of their shock defeat to the USA in the 2024 T20 World Cup serve as a reminder that associate teams can spring surprises in T20 cricket. For Pakistan, this match is less about the result and more about rhythm, with India looming large in 2 days. Salman Ali Agha S-men will want a statement performance to reinforce their favorites tag. For Oman, every boundary, every wicket, and every fightback will be a victory of its own.
Delhi Capitals vs Chennai Super Kings, 5th April 2025. KL Rahul anchors as Delhi Capitals outclass CSK to break 15-year Chepauk drought. Result: Delhi Capitals 183 for 6, Rahul 77, Khalil 2 for 25 beat Chennai Super Kings 158 for 5, Vijay 69 not out, Nigam 2 for 27 by 25 runs. Venue: M.A. Chidambaram Stadium, Chennai. Introduction: Fortress Chepauk breached again. For the second time in IPL 2025, Chennai Super Kings suffered defeat at their home ground to a side that had not beaten them there in 15 years. This time, it was Delhi Capitals who rewrote the script with a comprehensive 25-run win that not only broke a long-standing jinx but also exposed chinks in CSK's famed armour. KL Rahul, stepping in for the rested Faf du Plessis, crafted a vital 77 of 51 balls to anchor DC's innings. The bowlers, led by Khalil Ahmed and debutant Vipraj Nigam, choked CSK's chase with discipline and precision, turning Chepauk into unfamiliar territory for the hosts. KL Rahul's measured masterclass. Opening the innings, Rahul took his time to assess the slow, dry pitch. He was 25 off 20 balls before shifting gears, thanks largely to his calculated assault on Noor Ahmed, the tournament's leading wicket-taker. With finesse and timing, Rahul took 20 off Noor's 9 deliveries. He dissected the field with sweeps, pulls, and even a delicate reverse scoop off Mukesh Chaudhary. Mukesh bore the brunt of Rahul's aggression, conceding the most boundaries, 40% of DC's total. Rahul's eventual 77 was a lesson in adapting to conditions, accelerating when set, and anchoring when needed. DC's innings lost a bit of momentum toward the end, as Rahul managed just 16 runs off his final 13 balls. Still, the foundation he laid proved invaluable. DC's controlled finish. While Rahul held one end, cameos from Abhishek Pauril 29 and Tristan Stubbs 26 ensured DC crossed 180. Though no batter exploded in the death overs, the innings was built on intelligence rather than brute force. They understood the pitch and the venue and backed their bowlers to defend a competitive total. CSK's shaky start and familiar failings. Chasing 184, CSK stumbled early. Rachan Ravindra was undone by Mukesh Kumar's slower delivery that held in the pitch. Rituraj Gaikwad struck a clean pull off Mitchell Starc, only to pick out the deep fielder. At 20 for 2 in the third over, the pressure was already telling. CSK have not chased down a total above 180 in the last 6 seasons, a trend that looked destined to continue as DC's bowlers suffocated the middle order. Vijay Shankar's laboured innings. Vijay Shankar's unbeaten 69 of 54 balls summed up CSK's batting woes. He scored just one boundary in his first 31 deliveries, struggled to find timing, and nearly ran himself out twice. Despite surviving, he couldn't find fluency on a sluggish pitch. His grimaces and frustrated reactions painted the picture. While CSK hit out on 38 balls and found the boundary just 12 times, DC were successful 21 times from 37 attacking deliveries, a clear indicator of which side managed the conditions better. Dhoni's early arrival, quite impact. For once, MS Dhoni walked out in the 11th over, not the 19th. With the top order collapsing, there was little choice. Dhoni, playing in front of his parents for the first time, scored 30 off 26 balls, including one boundary and one six. Despite the emotional moment, the innings lacked punch. CSK fans, who often erupt at the mere sight of Dhoni, watched in eerie silence as the legend fought a losing battle. Bowling brilliance, Nigam and Kuldeep star. Vipraj Nigam continued to impress, picking up 2 wickets and conceding just 27 runs. His dismissal of Moeen Ali, who was beaten in flight, set the tone. Kuldeep Yadav delivered the ball of the match, a killer googly that castled Ravindra Jadeja. Stark and Khalil complemented the spinners by varying pace and lengths, never letting CSK settle. CSK's numbers tell the story. Jadeja has not completed his full quota of overs in 4 matches. Ashwin has bowled 4 overs only twice. CSK have hit the fewest sixes in the tournament. Their middle order, positions 4 to 7, average just 21.76 with a strike rate of 116.94, the lowest in the league. These stats reflect deeper issues with balance and strategy. Final word, DC rising, CSK reeling. Delhi Capitals executed their plans perfectly, win the toss, bat first, post a par-plus score, and let their bowlers choke the chase. KL Rahul's composed 77, backed by disciplined bowling and alert fielding, handed DC a memorable win. For CSK, back-to-back defeats at home raise serious questions. Their aura at Chepauk is fading, and unless the middle order steps up and spin combinations are used better, more heartbreaks may follow.
Brevis Blitz, Dhoni calm, CSK shatter KKR dreams in a spin-laced thriller. At Eden Gardens, where spin-spun stories and nerves unraveled under pressure, Chennai Super Kings CSK pulled off a stunning 2-wicket victory that all but knocked Kolkata Knight Riders KKR out of IPL 2025 playoff contention. In a match that veered from explosive to chaotic, it was DeWald Brevis counterpunching half-century and MS Dhoni's vintage calm that scripted CSK's great escape from a 62-4-5 abyss. This wasn't just a match, it was a resurrection, a redemption arc, and perhaps the final nail in KKR's fading campaign. KKR starts strong, Rane, Nareen turn back time. Choosing to bat first on a pitch that offered significant grip, KKR came out blazing, knowing this was a must-win match. Ramanella Gurbaz fell early, but Ajinkya Rane and Sunil Nareen rolled back the years, putting on a fearless display of power play hitting. They took KKR to a robust 67 for 1 after 6 overs, setting up a total that could challenge even the best chasers. Nareen went after our Ashwin with disdain, and Rane mixed timing with aggression. But once the field spread and the pitch took over, KKR's tempo wilted. Noor Ahmed's spell, for wickets, one turning point. The game turned in the middle overs, as it often does on spinning tracks, thanks to Noor Ahmed, CSK's mystery spinner who delivered a magical 4-wicket burst. He snapped up Nareen and Ankush Raghuvanshi in the same over before cleaning up Andre Russell and Rinku Singh at the death. That double strike not only derailed KKR's momentum but left them finishing with 179 for 6, a total that once looked like 200+ in the making. Given CSK's abysmal record chasing such targets in recent years, they'd lost their last 12 such pursuits. It seemed KKR had done enough. But destiny had other plans. Ervil's fiery debut ignites CSK's chase. CSK's response began with a stutter. Ayush Matre fell for a duck, but debutant Urval Patel walked in like a man possessed. With flicked sixes, back foot slaps, and clean hitting, he gave CSK a much-needed jolt of energy. His 31 off 11 balls, laced with 4 sixes, was audacious and promising. But as wickets tumbled around him, Conway bowled by Moeen, Jadeja and Ashwin departing cheaply, CSK found themselves reeling at 62 for 5 by the end of the power play. What followed was pure theater. Brevis breakout, the over that flipped the game. Enter Dewald Brevis. At 93 for 5 after 10 overs, the game tilted KKR's way. Then came the over, the 11th, where Brevis unloaded hellfire on Vaibhav Arora 6-4 for 6-6-4. 30 runs. A complete psychological inversion. KKR, once 78% favorites, suddenly plummeted. Brevis reached his maiden IPL 50 in just 22 balls, turning the tide in breathtaking fashion. A drop chance by Raghavanshi earlier in that over now looked fatal. Dubey and Dhoni calculated calm in the climax. Just when CSK looked home, Varun Chakravarthi, bowling with cold-blooded precision, dismissed Brevis. The game rebalanced yet again. But Shivam Dubey and MS Dhoni handled the chase like chess masters. Dubey, powerful yet patient, struck 3 crucial sixes, including one monster hit off Aurora that seemed to deflate KKR's spirits. With 10 needed off 9, Dubey fell. Then nor hold out. But Dhoni, always the cool in chaos, launched the first ball of the final over for a towering 6. He refused 2 easy singles, backed himself, and set it up for Anshul Kamboj to deliver the final blow. A chipped 2 over mid-on, and CSK erupted. KKR's collapse so near, yet so far. KKR had done everything right until they didn't. They maximized the power play, exploited spin-friendly conditions, reduced CSK to 62 for 5. But a mix of one poor over, fielding lapses, and lack of composure at the death cost them a must-win game. They now sit precariously on the edge of elimination, relying on other results and net run rate to stay alive. What this means? CSK break a 12-game chasing curse for targets above 180, last successful attempt, IPL 2020. KKR's playoff hopes hang by a thread, needing back-to-back wins and some serious luck. Brevis announces himself, not just with flair, but with impact. Noor Ahmed's spell cements his value on turning tracks. Player of the match, Dewald Brevis. For his 52 off 26 balls, including a game-defining assault on Aurora, Brevis turned a one-sided contest into a heartstopper. He held his nerve, unleashed his talent, and left the crowd breathless.
Dhoni's vintage heroics. Jadeja's magic breaks CSK's losing streak in style. Chepauk, Chennai. 14th April 2025. Result: Chennai Super Kings 168 for 5, Dubey 43. Dhoni 26 beat Lucknow Super Giants 166 for 7, Pan 63. Jadeja 2 for 24 by 5 wickets. Player of the match, MS Dhoni 26 from 11. Comet DR, Comet Talai. With the Yellow Brigade facing the real threat of 6 straight defeats, the Chennai crowd looked up and MS Dhoni looked ready. Walking in with 56 needed of 30 balls, Chennai Super Kings legend turned back the clock in dramatic fashion, cracking a sizzling 26 of 11 balls and finishing unbeaten alongside Shivam Dubey 43 of 27 in a match-winning partnership that snapped CSK's losing streak and reignited their IPL 2025 campaign. Dhoni and Dubey, calm, class, carnage, with CSK reeling at 111 for 5 after mid-innings wobble. The pressure was sky-high. Dubey had struggled for fluency, and the required run rate was climbing. But as ever, MSD stayed ice cool. He carved wide Yorkers through third. He lifted a full toss over mid-wicket with that iconic flick. And then he pulled off the shot of the night, a one-handed whip over deep square leg that had Chepauk on its feet. Dubey, freed from pressure, joined the party by smoking Shardul Thakur for 4 and a 6 in a game-turning 19-run over. The job was completed in style, with Dubé hitting the winning runs and Ghani taking a moment to soak in the roar that only he can summon. Their 57-run partnership of just 28 balls was as match-winning as it gets. Noor and Jadoo spin a web. Before the finish line fireworks, it was spin that set up CSK's win. Ravindra Jadeja for 24 ones again proved his value, removing Marsh and Stoinis to trigger an LSG slowdown. But the true star was Noor Ahmed, who delivered one of the most economical spells in IPL history. 4 overs, 0 for 13. Noor's relentless control choked LSG's momentum. Rishabh Pant, LSG's top scorer, managed just 6 runs off him across 15 dot balls, one of the lowest strike rates against a bowler in IPL history, meant 15 balls. Pant's resurgence falls short. Rishabh Pant walked in under pressure. His highest score this season had been 21, and his strike rate hovered around 80. He answered with flair early, Rivers lapping for 6 and countering CSK's pacers. But once the spinners took over, Pant was anchored to the crease. For a stretch, he scored just 6 runs in 15 balls. Still, he fought back to register 63 of 49 balls, his first 50 for LSG, but he couldn't stay till the end, and his team's total of 166 for 7, their lowest of the season, just didn't hold up. Sheikh Rashid's dream debut. In a bold move, CSK handed IPL debut to Sheikh Rashid, and the 19-ball blitz he delivered justified every bit of faith. The U19 vice-captain smashed 27 of 19 balls with 6 boundaries. His wristy flicks and timing reminded many of a young Virat Kohli. Alongside Rajendra in 37 of 22, Rashid powered CSK to 50 for 0 in just 4.2 overs, a rare explosive start for the team. That opening burst gave CSK the buffer they needed when spinners later triggered a mini collapse. Where did it go wrong for LSG? Despite some brilliant bowling from Rabishnitu for 18 and tight overs from Digvij Rathi and Makram, LSG's tactics at the death were baffling. They chose pace when spin was clearly working. Bishnoi had 1 over left, but was ignored in favor of Avesh Khan and Shardul Thakur, who were dismantled by Dhoni and Dubé. Pant later admitted, "We were 10 to 15 runs short, but the bigger story might have been not using Bishnoi when it mattered most." Post-match reactions. MS Dhoni, player of the match. At this stage, it's about reading the situation, staying calm, and backing instincts. Dubé did brilliantly. Happy to contribute to a win again. The crowd? Just phenomenal. Rishabh Pant, LSG captain. We were a few runs short. The spinners brought us back, but in the end, we just didn't execute well. We'll bounce back. Shivam Dubé. MS Bhai told me to stay till the end. That gave me confidence. Winning this way feels really good. Match summary. Lucknow Super Giants won 66 for 7, Pant 63, Marsh 30, Jadeja 2 for 24, Parana 2 for 45. Chennai Super Kings 168 for 5 in 19.2 overs, Dubé 43, Ghani 26, Bishnoi 2 for 18. Quick stats. Ghani's first Player of the Match award since 2019. Noor Ahmed, 13 runs, 0 wickets from 4 overs, including 15 dot balls. CSK's first win after 5 consecutive losses. Sheikh Rashid, 27 on debut with a strike rate of 142. Final word, the Ghani effect. In the sea of yellow at Chipok, a familiar chant rose again. Dhoni, Dhoni, Dhoni. And once again, he delivered. Chennai may still be battling inconsistencies this season, but with Dhoni anchor in the heart of their fight, you'd be a brave soul to ever count them out.
Australia roar back with record-breaking dominance for 2 games. Australia had looked flat, toothless, even a little ordinary. Bowled out under 200 in back-to-back matches. They were staring down the barrel of an unprecedented home whitewash. But in Mackay, with pride at stake, the old giants of world cricket bared their teeth. What followed was a spectacular batting exhibition. 431, 4-2. Australia's second highest ODI score ever, powered by a triple act of centuries. Travis Head's authoritative 142, Mitchell Marsh's composed 100, and Cameron Green's electrifying 180 not out off just 47 balls. Add to that Alex Carey's 50 asterisk, and the scoreboard became a monument to dominance, brutality, and the release of pent-up frustration. This was history made. Only the second time in ODI history that the top three batters all scored centuries in the same innings. South Africa, a decade ago, against West Indies. Here, fittingly, the Australians turned the tables on South Africa. Head, Marsh, and Green put on a show. Marsh's decision to bat first, breaking a streak of 22 tosses where he chose to bowl, proved inspired. With Robada injured and Ngidi rested, South Africa's attack looked threadbare, and the Australians pounced. Head blazed his way to a 32-ball 50, driving, cutting, and pulling with trademark aggression. Marsh played anchor, working himself into rhythm, and together they forged a partnership of 250 runs for the first wicket, Australia's fourth highest opening stand. Head's century came in just 80 balls, ending a drought of 25 innings without an international ton. Marsh reached his 100 from 105 deliveries, his power strokes reminding South Africa of his World Cup exploits. But the real fireworks were still to come. Promoted up the order, Cameron Green arrived with license to thrill. And thrill he did. With long levers and raw power, he smashed sixes at will, dismantling South Africa's young Kwena Mafaga and launching 3 in a row off his 100 came off just 47 balls, the second fastest for Australia in ODIs. And he finished unbeaten on 118. His maiden ODI ton. Carey joined the party with a breezy 50 asterisk, as the pair added 164 runs in just 13.3 overs at over 12 and over. By the time the dust settled, Australia had scored 126 runs in the final 10 overs. South Africa's bowlers were battered, their lines wayward, and their fielders shut. Connolly's coming of age of the first innings was about the old guard and a rising star. The second belonged to Australia's next generation. Cooper Connolly, just 22 years old, claimed 5 for 22, becoming the youngest Australian to take an ODI 5-4, and the first spinner since 2023 to achieve the feat. South Africa's reply was doomed from the start. Aiden Markram fell in the second over. Rickleton followed soon after, and even Captain Bavuma, briefly aggressive, chopped on 419. At 54-4, chasing 432 was a fantasy. Dould Brewis, with his 49, showed glimpses of defiance, striking 2 sixes off Zampa, but when he holed out on the brink of a half-century, Connolly took over. Assisted by 2 breathtaking catches from Marnus Labuschagne at long, he ran through the middle order before sealing his 5-4 with Maharaji's stumping. South Africa were bundled out for 155 in just 25 overs, slumping to their heaviest defeat by runs in ODI history, minus 276 runs. A consolation, but a statement? Yes. South Africa had already won the series 2-1. But this match mattered. Australia restored pride, avoided the ignominy of a whitewash, and reminded the cricketing world that they can still produce the most devastating performances when cornered. For South Africa, it was a sobering collapse after the high of 2 commanding wins. Their young seamers looked overawed, their batting wilted, and their fielding buckled. For Australia, it was catharsis centuries from Head, Marsh, and Green, a maiden 5-4 from and the roar of a team refusing to bow out meekly on home soil. The series belongs to South Africa. The night in Mackay that will forever belong to Australia.
IPL 2025 Match 35 report. Butler bosses at Chasers Titans take top spot in style at Ahmedabad on the 19th of April 2025. Gujarat Titans 204 for 3. Butler 97. Rutherford 43. Beat Delhi Capitals 203 for 8 Axar 39. Ashutosh 37. Prazid 4 for 41 by 7 wickets. After soaking up 20 overs behind the stumps on a hot Ahmedabad afternoon, Joe's Butler emerged with ice in his veins, producing a masterclass in timing, temperament, and tenacity. His unbeaten 97 off 54 balls powered Gujarat Titans to their first 200-plus chase in IPL history, handing Delhi Capitals their first loss after posting more than 200. The victory, sealed with 4 balls to spare, was a statement of intent from the Titans, whose blueprint of backing a top-heavy order bore fruit yet again. And right at the center of it all was Butler, glove man, master chaser, and match winner. Butler blazes, one stroke at a time. Butler's innings was a study in controlled aggression. It wasn't just about boundaries, it was about intelligence. Early on, he was struck painfully in the groin by a Stark-length delivery that only seemed to fire him up. As wickets fell around him, Gill via a mix-up, Sudarshan miscuing a pull, Butler settled into his usual rhythm, siding square drives, wristy flicks, and delicate scoops. He picked his moments, never more ruthlessly than against Stark in the 15th over. That over changed the tempo of the game. Stark tried angle and variation, but Butler was in complete control. 4 boundaries came in that one over, an off drive, a cut, a slash behind point, and a clinical punch down the ground. 20 runs shaved the required rate from 11 to just under 9. From there, the chase never looked in doubt. Titans set the chase puzzle and solve it. If Gujarat Titans are anything this season, they are deliberate and disciplined. Their game plan is simple. Bat one of the top 3 deep, then unleash chaos through the finishes. This time, it was Butler's turn to anchor, and he did it with flair. Earlier, Gill's early dismissal off a sharp throw from there had put pressure on GT. But Sudarshan 24 off 16 and Butler responded with a flurry of boundaries in the power play, attacking spin and pace alike. After Sudarshan's departure to Kuldeep Yadav, it was Sherfane Rutherford who took on the acceleration duties. He began cautiously but exploded against Mohit Sharma, pulling back-to-back short balls over the ropes. He also cleared long off with nonchalance against Kuldeep, racing to 43 off 25 before being dismissed. That partnership, worth 119 off just 62 balls, effectively batted DC out of the game. DC's 200 falls short on a flat deck. The Capitals won the toss, batted first, and put up a seemingly winning score of 203. But while the top order fired in parts, it lacked staying power. Karen their 31 off 18 and KL, Rahul 28 off 14 set the tone early. Rahul looked particularly dangerous before Prasid Krishna produced a classic outswinging Yorker to knock him over. Stubbs and Axar steadied things through the middle with a risk-averse 53-run stand. But GT spinners kept them in check. Rashid bowled quick and tight, and boundaries dried up. Stubbs' inventive 29 came to an end with a miscue off a dipping Yorker, and Axar couldn't find a single boundary in his last 9 balls, eventually edging Prasid behind. That left Ashutosh Sharma with the finishing responsibility, and he delivered with a couple of vital sixes and clever strokes to push DC past 200. But even then, the feeling lingered. Was it enough? Gujarat's precision at the death. GT's bowling was far from flashy, but it was efficient. Their death-over plans were clear, Yorkers wide of off-stump, short balls at the body, and change-ups. Prasid Krishna's 4 wickets were a standout, but Arshad Khan and the fielders also stepped up. A special mention for Butler's wicket-keeping. 2. His diving catch to remove Vipraj Nigam was a highlight, and his composure behind the stumps gave the bowlers confidence to go full throttle. The final over, Ultawatia. With 10 needed off the last over, Delhi still held faint hopes. But Rahul Tawatia, ever the Iceman, had other ideas. Stark missed his length, and Tawatia slog-swept him over mid-wicket first ball. A fine edge past the keeper off the next ball finished it. As the crowd roared and Butler raised his bat in silent salute, Gujarat Titans knew this was a landmark win. Their bowling is peaking, their batting is firing, and their belief is sky-high. Player of the match, Joe's Butler, for keeping for 20 overs, batting for 54 balls, and playing one of the great modern-day chasers. Butler's 97 was a beating heart of Gujarat's charge to the top. Up next, Gujarat looked to consolidate. For Delhi, it's back to the drawing board, where dropped chances, misfired overs, and a lack of penetration may haunt them unless swiftly addressed. Australia seized control after pulsating day 2 at Lord's. Leads South Africa by 218 with 2 wickets in hand as Kerry Stark steadies ship after Cummins' carnage. In a test final that refuses to pause for breath, day 2 of the WTC Final 2025 served up another cricketing classic. 14 wickets fell again, matching day 1's chaos as Australia tightened their grip on the championship mace. With 2 wickets in hand and a 218-run lead on a bowler-dominated pitch, the defending champions have edged ahead in a match where momentum has swung like a Lord's weather vane. Cummins the commander. 6 for 28, his best at Lord's, and milestone wicket number 300, Pat Cummins orchestrated a collapse that turned 121 for 5 into 138 all out. His spell not only eviscerated South Africa's middle and lower order, but stamped his mark as a captain who leads by relentless example. Babam's solid 36 was the only beacon in a South African innings derailed by Australia's tactical brilliance and fielding intensity. Rabada and Njidi fight back. With Australia walking back at 212 and 74 runs ahead, it seemed their grip would tighten. But Rabada's double blow, post-tee and lunging during his sizzling spell, 3 for 35, shattered Australia's top and middle order. Smith, Green, Head, Cummins all fell in a breathless burst as Australia crashed to 73 for 7. Carey and Stark, the resistance. Just as South Africa smelled a stunning reversal, Alex Carey 43 and Mitchell Stark batting 25 slammed the brakes on the collapse. Their 61-run, 8-wicket partnership, marked by defiance and counterpunching strokes, brought Australia back from the brink and widened the gap to a daunting 218. Jansen's late drop of Stark added to South Africa's frustration and may prove critical. The state of play. Australia 212 and 144 for 8. South Africa 138. Lead 218. Wickets in hand 2. Momentum tilting red and gold. Key insights. Back-to-back 14-wicket days show the pitch is alive but offers reward for resilience. Cummins now has 300 test wickets and remains Australia's heartbeat. Rabada and Njidi's revival kept the match alive, but South Africa's batting frailty looms large. Australia's top 3 returned only 49 runs, their worst combined performance since 1890. Extras plague South Africa, 19 no-balls and a dropped chance to finish the day will hurt. What lies ahead? Australia will resume on day 3 with Carey gone, Stark looking stubborn, and 2 wickets left. For South Africa, early breakthroughs are non-negotiable, but chasing anything over 250 on this unpredictable Lord's track will demand their best ever 4th innings performance at the ground. History says it's unlikely, but this test hasn't followed any script. The Root of Greatness, a glorious tribute to Joe Root. The Old Trafford sun glinted softly through the northern skies, as if it knew it was lighting up something historic, something majestic. Amid applause that grew at every stroke, every subtle deflection, every elegant drive-through cover, Joe Root wrote his name deeper into cricketing immortality. On July 25, 2025, Joe Root rose, not with brash fireworks, but with the quiet storm of a craftsman who carves monuments with silk instead of stone. With a sublime 150 against India, his only wrestle control of the test, but vaulted into the number 2 spot on the all-time test run scoring charts. Rahul Dravid, Shaq Callies, Ricky Ponting, icons all, now watch from a rung below, as Root ascended with the weightlessness of destiny. There was something poetic in the way he played. A flick here, a late cut there, the occasional front foot glide that made the bat look like a one. But behind that finesse was grit, composure, an unwavering hunger for runs and relevance. Root's 38 Test 100 was no ordinary milestone. It was his 12th against India more than any other batter in the game's history. He became the first to register 1,000 test runs at Old Trafford. And the partnership with Ben Stokes, those 142 runs of togetherness, symbolized not just a stand, but an era. In a match of heroes, Root stood tallest. The stats will live in databases, the figures will shine in graphics, but it's the memory of his presence at the crease, calm, unhurried, masterful, that will echo in hearts and commentary boxes forever. The England crowd stood as one. The applause wasn't just for the runs, it was for the years, the consistency, the evolution, the grace under pressure. Joe Root had long been England's backbone. On this day, he became its crown. And as the sun began to dip behind the Manchester skyline, Root raised his bat, not in triumph, but in quiet acknowledgement. A humble monarch roamed the realm of Test cricket, still hungry, still not done. Long may he reign.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
IPL intensity. Punjab Kings script a historic heist against Kolkata Knight Riders in Mulanpur Thriller. Result: Punjab Kings 111 Prabhavan 30, Arya 22, Rana 3 for 25, Nareen 2 for 14. Kolkata Knight Riders 95, Raghuvanshi 37, Chahal 4 for 28, Johnson 3 for 17. PBKs won by 16 runs. In a plot twist fit for a cricketing screenplay, Punjab Kings PBK staged a sensational comeback on Monday night, defending the lowest total ever in IPL history, a modest 111, and stunning the power-packed Kolkata Knight Riders KKR by 16 runs in front of a shell-shocked Mulanpur crowd. After suffering heartbreak in their previous match, where they failed to defend to 145, PBKs turned the tables in a jaw-dropping reversal of fortunes. Just when it seemed KKR would coast home at 62 for 2, veteran Nagi Ujinja flipped the script with 4 magical wickets, supported by aggressive spells from Marco Johnson and Arshdeep Singh that carved to the Kolkata lineup like hot knives through butter. First innings, PBK's meager meal. PBK's innings began with a short-lived bang. Prabsimran Singh and Priyansh Arya looked sharp early, racing to 39 in just 19 balls. But just as dreams of another 200-plus total were being whispered, Harshit Rana and Ramandeep Singh unleashed a flurry of short balls that rattled PBK's young top order. Within minutes, PBKs collapsed from 39 for 0 to 54 for 4. Spinners Varun Chakravarti and Sunil Nareen then spun a web tighter than a drum. Glenn Maxwell and Josh Inglis were deceived by Varun's guile, and Nareen's classic variations accounted for the dangerous Suyan Shej and Marco Johnson. A run-out mix-up between Arshdeep and debutant Xavier Bartlett added to the comedy of errors. PBKs ultimately crawled to 111, which seemed 50 runs too few. Second innings, the collapse hurt around the league. KKR started shakily, losing Sunil Nareen and Quinton de Kock inside 2 overs. But Ajinkya Rahane and Angri Raghuvanshi steadied the ship, adding 55 with calculated aggression. At 62 for 2, it was almost a formality, 98% win probability in KKR's favor. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainty. Enter Jal, the leg-spinning wizard, under scrutiny after a lean patch, responded like a champion. He got Rahane LBW with a quicker one. Fox Raghuvanshi with drift and dip, lured Rinku Singh out of his crease for a stumping, and snatched Ramandeep Singh's top edge on the very next ball. The scorecard suddenly read 76 for 7, the Russell tease. With KKR's hopes crumbling, Andre Russell strutted in. His season so far had been forgettable, but tonight he had other plans. He blasted Jal for 16 runs in an over, including 2 colossal sixes. A flicker of fear gripped PBKs, but Arshdeep turned executioner. Targeting Vaibhav Arora, he delivered a brutal over of short-pitch hostility, breaking bones and confidence. The final blow came as Russell bottomed his Johnson onto the stumps, triggering wild PBK's celebrations. Heroes of the night, Yuzvendra Chahal, 4 for 28, turned the match with one of the most impactful spells of the season. Marco Johnson, 3 for 17, bounds out KKR's hopes. Prabsimran Singh and Arya laid the early platform. Arshdeep Singh showed nerves of steel under pressure. Inside, a tactical masterclass in bowling. This wasn't just an upset, it was tactical genius. PBKs used pitch reports, due data, and matchups masterfully. Seamers were unrelenting with their short ball barrage while Chal slowed it down and played with KKR's minds. It's not every day you see a team lose 8 wickets for 33 runs chasing 112. Match stat nuggets. Lowest total ever defended in IPL history. PBK's 111. Chahal's 4-wicket haul brings him closer to 200 IPL wickets. Andre Russell's 16-run blitz was the highest in a single over this match. KKR lost 6 wickets in 31 balls. What next? PBK's rocket into the top 4, restoring belief in their title credentials. KKR, meanwhile, will need to regroup fast. This isn't just a loss. It's a bruising psychological blow. Punjab Kings showed that grit, guile, and game awareness can trump star power and brute strength. And in a season dominated by high scores and six-hitting carnivals, this thriller was a timely reminder that old-school bowling brilliance still wins matches. Dare to dream, PBKs. You just might be title contenders. The Root of Greatness, a glorious tribute to Joe Root. The Old Trafford sun glinted softly through the northern skies, as if it knew it was lighting up something historic, something majestic. Amid applause that grew at every stroke, every subtle deflection, every elegant drive-through cover, Joe Root wrote his name deeper into cricketing immortality. On July 25, 2025, Joe Root rose, not with brash fireworks, but with the quiet storm of a craftsman who carves monuments with silk instead of stone. With a sublime 150 against India, his only wrestle control of the Test, but vaulted into the number 2 spot on the all-time Test run scoring charts. Rahul Dravid, Shaq Kellys, Ricky Ponting, icons all, now watch from a rung below, as Root ascended with the weightlessness of destiny. There was something poetic in the way he played. A flick here, a late cut there, the occasional front foot glide that made the bat look like a 1. But behind that finesse was grit, composure, an unwavering hunger for runs and relevance. Root's 38th Test 100 was no ordinary milestone. It was his 12th against India more than any other batter in the game's history. He became the first to register 1,000 Test runs at Old Trafford. And the partnership with Ben Stokes, those 142 runs of togetherness, symbolized not just a stand, but an era. In a match of heroes, Root stood tallest. The stats will live in databases, the figures will shine in graphics, but it's the memory of his presence at the crease, calm, unhurried, masterful, that will echo in hearts and commentary boxes forever. The England crowd stood as one. The applause wasn't just for the runs, it was for the years, the consistency, the evolution, the grace under pressure. Joe Root had long been England's backbone. On this day, he became its crown. And as the sun began to dip behind the Manchester skyline, Root raised his bat, not in triumph, but in quiet acknowledgement. A humble monarch roamed the realm of Test cricket, still hungry, still not done. Long may he reign.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Java, India, rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. quiet sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Sri Lanka survive Hong Kong scare in a slow burn thriller. Hasaranga's ice cold finish and HK's costly errors decide a nervy chase for 30 overs. This felt routine. Then, all at once, it wasn't. Chasing 150, Sri Lanka were cruising behind a silken Pathum. Nisanka, 68-44. Before Hong Kong squeezed the middle, forced errors, and turned a canter into a contest. In the end, Wayne Hasaranga, fresh off injury, walked in at no 8 and finished it with nerveless strokes. 20 off 9, including 2, 4, 4 in the penultimate over to seal it with 7 balls to spare. How the chase swung power play. Measured start 35 over 1. Nisanka's early gears 22 off 15. Set the tone while Kusal Mendes fell to a well-directed short ball. No panic, just platform. Nisanka's acceleration overs 11 to 13, 35 off 80, and he toyed with pace, changes shovel over long. Leg 11.3, twin pulls off Iosh 12.5, 12.6 to reach a serene 50 and push SL to 96 halves, 12 and 1 under 9 halves, 14. The wobble 15.12, 16.2. 2 wickets plus a run out in 9 balls. A chaotic passage. 15.1 Nisanka, run out on a risky second. A 69-minute gem ends. 15.2 Pereira, LBW, umpires call. 16.2 Asalanka slices too short third. From cruise control to 122 quarters, then 127 fifths, game on, turning point. The Nobo 17.3. With 23 off 80 needed, Yassin Murtaza overstepped. The free hit vanished 90 meters over his head, courtesy Hasaranga. 17.3. Those NAB mas seis. Momentum flipped instantly. Ice in the veins, 18th over, 14 runs. Hasaranga finished it clinically. 0, 2, 2, 4. 4 off Atikik Iqbal. Chase done, nerves soothed. Why Sri Lanka got home Nisanka's tempo control. 68-44 at 154.5 senior. Switching from risk-free placement to selective power. He scored in bursts, exactly when the rate nudged above 8 south. Depth matters. Even after a mini Sanakati is off 5. And Hasaranga 20 off 9. Had enough tools and Nerf 2 cash in late. Exploiting fielding lapses. Hong Kong's catching gremlins multiple drops across the innings. Kept pressure off Sri Lanka at key junctures. Free hit tax. That single noble in the 18th over build-up was a 2-run swing plus a 6 effectively 8 free runs and all the oxygen SL needed. Shot selection under lights. SL resisted the crossbat hoiks to the taquier lengths, then targeted Pisan in short sides when it mattered. Hong Kong's brave fight, and what cost them? The squeeze worked. From 61 over 1/9 to 122 quarters 16, HK's spinners and cutters dragged the chase into 2 gears, but discipline deserted them. A clutch no ball, time violations warning earlier, and most visibly, dropped catchers at crucial moments. In a chase decided in the last 15 balls. That's the difference between nearly and done. Key numbers, decoded SL run rates by phase. Power play 5.8 RPO, middle 8.1 RPO, Nissan burst depth 9.5 RPO, Hasaranga effect, win probability swing. Roughly even at 127 fifths, 17 jumps decisively after 17.3 no ball plus 6. Boundary timing. Only 1, 6 in overs, 10-2. 16 for S. 2 4s plus 1 6 from Hasaranga in overs, 17 to 18 alone. The takeaway, Sri Lanka looked champions-elect for 30 overs, mortal for 15, and clutch in the last dozen balls. Hong Kong were organized, gutsy, and tactically sharp butt in tournament cricket. 1 overstep, 2 drops, and a free hit missile are all it takes to tilt a thriller.
India's fiery chase beckons as WTC dreams hang by a thread.
The 4th day of the 4th Test at the Melbourne Cricket Ground was a gripping roller coaster of emotions, culminating in Australia eking out a lead of 333 runs. Thanks to Nathan Lyon and Scott Boland's heroic last wicket stand, the hosts managed to frustrate India's bowlers and stretch their advantage. However, as the stage is set for the final day, India faces a tantalizing question. Will they dare to chase history and keep their World Test Championship WTC hopes alive? Bumrah's magic sparks life. Jasprit Bumrah was at his devastating best, tearing through Australia's middle order in a spell of pure brilliance. His dismissal of Travis Head marked his 200th Test wicket, a milestone achieved with a seeming masterclass. Bumrah's fiery burst, removing Head, Mitchell Marsh, and Alex Carey in quick succession, left Australia reeling at 91 for 6. Bumrah's brilliance, his figures of 4 for 56, showcased his ability to step up in crucial moments. The searing delivery that breached Sam Constas's defence set the tone for a relentless assault on Australia's batters. Support from Siraj and Deep. Mohammad Siraj in particular bowled his best spell of the series, dismissing Labuschagne and Khawaja. Akash Deep, while erratic at times, added to the pressure by finding movement off the pitch. Australia's lower order resists. At 99 for 6, India looked poised to bundle out Australia with a modest target in sight. But Marnus Labuschagne, 70, Pat Cummins, 36, and the remarkable last wicket pair of Nathan Lyon, 41, and Scott Boland, 10, dug deep to extend the lead. Labuschagne's grit, dropped twice by Jaiswal, Labuschagne made India pay with one of the most vital knocks of his career. Lyon and Boland's fight back. Their unbroken 55-run partnership frustrated India, keeping the hosts in the driver's seat. India's WTC hopes, one last throw of the dice. India's path to the WTC final hinges on this game, and a win in Melbourne is non-negotiable. A 4th innings target of 334 will demand an all-time great chase. No team has ever successfully chased more than 332 at the MCG. Historical context. The Gabba heist of 2021, where India chased 328, looms large in the memory of fans and players alike. The parallels are striking. A depleted Indian side, a challenging target, and the world watching. What's at stake? A win here keeps India in contention for the WTC final. Anything less, and their hopes are all but extinguished. The strategy for Day 5. India will need a perfect mix of aggression and caution to achieve the improbable. Solid start. Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal must set the tone with a brisk yet steady partnership. Losing early wickets could derail the chase before it begins. Middle order resurgence. The onus will fall on Virat Kohli and Nitish Kumar Reddy to anchor the innings. Kohli's experience in chases and Reddy's newfound confidence will be pivotal. Countering Lyon and Boland. Nathan Lyon's sharp turn and Boland's relentless accuracy will test India's resolve. The batters must be proactive against Lyon to prevent him from dictating terms. The road ahead. The pitch, while showing signs of wear, still offers enough for both batters and bowlers. With the crowd expected to exceed 90,000 on Day 5, the atmosphere will be electric. Australia will rely on Lyon and Cummins to strike early and tighten the noose, while India will aim to draw inspiration from their storied history of improbable wins. Conclusion: a fight to the finish. As the sun rises on the final day, the equation is simple. Australia seeks to finish what their lower order started, while India aims to rewrite history and keep their WTC dreams alive. The stakes couldn't be higher. The narrative couldn't be more thrilling. Will this be another chapter in India's glorious fightbacks, or will Australia seal their dominance at the MCG? Whatever the outcome, one thing is certain. Day 5 promises to be a spectacle that will resonate through the annals of cricket history.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars
stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, cricketing hearts forevermore.
South Africa beat England and the Rain in Cardiff Thriller to go 1-0 up Rain. Drama. And raw pace bowling brilliance Cardiff's first T20I between England and South Africa had it all. In a game reduced to a 9-over shootout and then further disrupted by heavy rain, South Africa held their nerve, defending a DLS-adjusted target of 69 in 5 overs to seal a thrilling 14-run victory and take a 1-0 lead in the 3-match series. Rain turns Cardiff into chaos. The day began with the weather dominating the headlines. A 2-hour dash and 20-minute delay meant both sides had just 9 overs each, and even that was wishful thinking. South Africa batting first were 97 for 5 in 7.5 overs when another heavy downpour ended their innings prematurely. The revised equation left England chasing 69 and 30. Ball's a tough ask even for one of the most explosive batting lineups in the world. Markram, Brewis, and Ferreira provide fireworks. South Africa's innings was brief but action-packed. Captain Aiden Markram, fresh off a record our 14 million SA20 auction bid, showcased his class with 28 off 14 balls, slamming 2 4s and 2 towering 6s. He combined with Luandre Pretorius for a 32-run stand, but the real spark came from dual Brewis and Donovan Ferreira. Brewis, the teenage sensation who fetched the record our 16.5 million SA20 price tag, looked every bit worth the hype. Against Liam Dawson, he unveiled a no-look 6 that stunned the Cardiff crowd. Before dispatching another straight into the sights, his audacious stroke play was matched by Ferreira's clean hitting. As the duo added 36 off 15 balls, Brewis eventually fell to Sam Curran's clever slower ball, but not before reminding the world why he est one of cricket's most exciting young talents. England's new ball strike. Wood's opportunity. England made a surprise call, resting Jofra Archer in the wet conditions and handing Luke Wood his chance. He struck gold immediately, swinging one away from Ryan Rickleton, who edged behind for a golden duck. Markram counterattacked, lifting Wood for boundaries over mid-off and straight down the ground. But Wood responded brilliantly to dismiss Pretorius thanks to a stunning diving catch by Harry Brook. Wood's spell of 2 for 22 kept England in the contest. Rabada and Jansen returned with a bang. South Africa's decision to bring back Kagiso Rabada and Marco. Jansen from injury layoffs was bold, but it paid off spectacularly. Rabada's first ball back in T20 was a beauty, a full delivery that had Phil Salt picking out Quaina Mafaka at deep square leg. Butler fought fire with fire, smashing Rabada for a 6-4 to end the over strongly, but Rabada had already struck a psychological blow. Jansen, meanwhile, showed why he's a rising superstar. Mixing up his pace, using bounce cleverly, he removed Jacob Bethel, and then Butler caught off the inside edge to effectively kill the chase. England's struggles, England's innings never really ignited. Salt and Brook fell for ducks. And despite Butler's valiant 25 off 11 balls, the chase crumbled. England finished 54 for 5 in their 5 overs, 14 runs short of the DLS target. The absence of Archer and the struggles of their batting lineup in wet, seamer-friendly conditions raised questions, but But this match was more about South Africa's bowlers making a statement. Key takeaways. Brevis, Fajita esse 36 saw 15 balls, provided the spark that defined South Africa's innings. Rabada's first ball wicket set the tone. Marco Jansen's bounce and variation sealed the deal with Butler's wicket. England's power hitters were neutralized by smart bowling under pressure. Rain played its part, but South Africa's aggression and composure shone through. The verdict! South Africa beat England in the Cardiff Rain, proving once again their depth and firepower in T20 cricket. This was a night where auction hype met on-field brilliance. Bruce Ferreira and Mark Rome lit up the innings, while Rabada and Jansen reminded England why they're among the fiercest strike bowlers in the game. England will regroup quickly, but this was a statement win for South Africa, who now head to Manchester 1-0 up and full of confidence.
An intriguing question, and one that's been raised often in jest and in genuine. Why does India often win the big ones when Jasprit Bumrah is not playing? Well, Bumrah is undeniably one of the best fast bowlers in the world, a once-in-a-generation cricketer. India's surprising success, without him, in certain matches or series, can be traced to a fascinating mix of psychological, tactical, and structural factors. Let's break it down. 1. The underdog effect kicks in without Bumrah. India's bowling attack is perceived as weakened by opposition and fans alike. This can result in lower expectations from the outside world, which paradoxically relieves pressure. Extra motivation within the squad to step up. A prove we can still win without our spearhead mentality. Touch of complacency from opponents. And we all know what happens when you underestimate India. 2. Stronger emphasis on team rotation, an all-round contribution with no Bumrah to fall back on. The team leans more heavily on all-rounders like Jadeja, Ashwin, when picked, or Washington Sundar to fill the void. Batters know they must post bigger totals or bat longer. Bowlers hunt in packs, sharing responsibility. Siraj, Shardul, or debutants like Akash, deep or unleashed with surprising results. Think of the 2021 GABA test, or the recent Oval test. Lesser-known names wrote the scripts of victory. 3. Captaincy becomes more flexible without the gravitational pull of Bumrah. Captains experiment more boldly with their bowling plans. There's less predictability in the attack. This unpredictability often unsettles opponents. There's greater trust placed in newcomers, which can unlock breakout performances. 4. India's bench strength is actually world-class. Let's be real. India's talent pipeline is stacked. Mohammad Siraj, Mukesh Kumar, Akash, Deep and Krishna, they might not be household names globally, but they're battle-ready. India has invested deeply in India A tours, domestic scouting, and fitness regimens, ensuring that even second-string players are prepared for the spotlight. 5. Opposition preparation gets thrown off. Opponents usually plan extensively for Bumrah. His angles, his yorkers, his late swing, his brutal accuracy. Without him, plans unravel. The new bowlers bring different challenges. Siraj's bounce, Kuldup's variations, Sundar's subtle seam movement. The psychological safety net disappears for batters who thought, if we see off Bumrah, we're fine. 6. India has developed a culture of resilience. This one's intangible, but powerful. The memory of winning without stars. Kohli in Australia 2020, Bumrah in England 2021, or even Pant now, creates a deep belief in collective strength. This belief feeds into every session. Even if we're down, we're never out. Irony and narrative power. Bumrah, the destroyer, often sets up the series tone. Yet, the drama of India winning in his absence only reinforces the myth of Indian depth and the legacy of fighting against the odds. Final thought, India doesn't win because Bumrah is missing. They win in spite of it. But his absence triggers a chain of events. Fresh blood, underdog hunger, tactical boldness, and a will to fight that just might be stronger than when everything is going to plan. So when Bumrah's not there, the team doesn't deflate. It transforms. And that is the real superpower.
England clinched T20 eye-opener in style as Butler and Dawson shine bright. In a compelling return to the T20I format, England beat West Indies by 21 runs to go 1-0 up in the series, with a performance that showcased Joe Buttler's trademark brilliance and Liam Dawson's redemption arc. With Harry Brooks starting his T20I captaincy tenure, this match could very well mark a symbolic transition in England's white ball strategy, rooted in experience, bold decisions, and a deep bench of talent. Butler's masterclass, 96 of pure class. Returning to the ranks as a senior batter rather than captain, Joe's Butler was devastatingly calculated. His 96 off 59 balls blended timing, improvisation, and grit, especially on a two-pace surface where shot-making wasn't always easy. His 22-ball 50 set the tone, with audacious strokes including ramps, reverse scoops, and cross-batted leg-side slashes. He navigated England's middle over slowdown with maturity, stabilizing after Smith, Brooke, and Bannon fell in quick succession. Falling 4 short of a century, Butler still walked off to a standing ovation. This was the innings that kept England afloat. Dawson returns, dominates, and delivers. After years in the shadows, Liam Dawson's 4 for 20 was a poignant reminder of his value. Opened the bowling with guile, drift, and control. Remove power hitters like Johnson, Charles, Rutherford, and Powell, which fractured the Windies' chase at crucial points. His accuracy and temperament changed the game on a pitch where pace offered less, and subtlety was king. England's tactical edge. Brooke and the coaching team deserve credit for smart planning. Only 2 seamers selected, Potts and Mahmood, with 3 spinners, a move that paid off handsomely. Promoting Jamie Smith to open gave England a flying start, and Smith repaid the faith with 30-plus and Powell played mayhem. Utilizing Ada Rashid after halfway, managing field placements around spin pressure zones showed England's T20 intelligence. West Indies faltered despite moments of brilliance. While Evan Lewis and Rutherford tried to muscle the chase back into shape, West Indies lost the plot in the power play, reaching only 44-2 compared to England's 78-1. Were derailed by soft dismissals, misjudged sweeps, and a reliance on brute power rather than placement. Once Dawson's triple strike landed and Rashid choked the middle overs, only the tail wagged with brief defiance. Start of a new white ball era. This match signals a fresh trajectory. Harry Brooks' captaincy already exudes calm tactical acumen. Players like Smith, Bethel, Dawson, and Bannon even have rusty signal squad depth. England's ability to balance aggression and pragmatism with the bat and adopt horses for Course's bowling plans is a blueprint for success.
माथे की बिंदिया चमके चमके मेरे सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे हो मेरे माथे की बिंदिया चमके चमके मेरे सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे हो से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे शाम सवेरे छेड़ी मुझको मेरे सखिया रे से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे
माथे की बिंदिया चमके चमके मेरे सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे हो मेरे माथे की बिंदिया चमके चमके मेरे सर से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे हो से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे शाम सवेरे छेड़े मुझको मेरे सखिया रे से चुनरिया सरगे सरगे
myself.